Morning, everybody. Welcome to the finale of the 2022 Fall Fundraising Campaign for Signum University. I am delighted to be with you here today. We have a really fun day planned, lots of things happening. So here you can see the schedule that we are planning to keep or strive to keep today. I'm gonna try to be good. We'll see how we do. But we're going to be starting here in just a moment with the State of the University address. I'm going to be giving you guys some really exciting updates about what's been going on across Signum University here during this past year, and talking a little bit more about what's to come in the year as we move forward. And then we're going to be doing updates from many of our regular programs. We're going to be doing an update from Signum Studios. Then we're going to be doing a space update, which will include 4 different space capsules. That is little mini sections of space courses to give you a little bit of a taste of how our space courses work. And then we're going to be doing an update from the Signum Academy, and finally an update from the Signum University Press. So that is what we are planning for the day. And also interspersed amongst this all day long, we're going to be doing some games and giving away prizes. Let me tell you a little bit about that before we start. Because we're going to do this differently. So I've kind of called an audible, and instead of normally we do trivia. We've done a trivia competition as part of our webathon for a long time now, right? That's been a tradition. But I decided to break with tradition this year because I want to do something different. What I am planning to do today is a series of creative games. I'll show you. We're going to be doing some fun creative stuff with prizes given out to really fun entrants into that. So awesome. Yeah. Sorry, I'm seeing a green mat saying one of the disadvantages of being 2 years behind on exploring the Lord of the Rings is that I almost completely forgot about this. Yep. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You do get asynchronous announcements when you're a couple years behind. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to be explaining more as we move forward. Each one of I have 4 different, very brief but fun creative prompts that we're going to do. And I'm going to be giving prizes for each one. And most importantly, now this is one of the things I wanted to emphasize here at the start, is that there's going to be a grand prize. And the grand prize is only for somebody who submits 4 entries. We're going to have 4 different creative prompts. And so in order to qualify for the grand prize, you have to do them all. So the grand prize is going to be like not exactly a lifetime achievement, but like greatest contributions to the creative games over the course of the entire day. So conceivably, even somebody who doesn't win a prize in any of the individual games as we go through the day could still win the grand prize at the end if you submit something to all 4. So we're going to be doing these in between our other sessions. So our very first creative game will happen right after the State of the University address. So I'll explain a little bit more exactly how that's going to work when we get there. But if to qualify for the grand prize, you got to be here. You got to be in it. You got to be in it to win it. You got to stay for the day. And so for those of you who are able to stay with us for the day and participate all day long, you will qualify for the grand prize. All right. Well, let us get started with the State of the University address. I always really look forward to the State of the University addresses because it's just so much fun to share with everybody what's been going on at Signum University. I know that everyone who is here is connected with us in some capacity. Maybe you're one of... and it's funny. Recently, Serena Higgins, our press editor-in-chief, was making a list on Twitter of Signum folks. And this prompted a lot of people to ask, do I qualify as a Signum person? Because I only just listen to one of the broadcasts asynchronously, so I don't know if I count or anything. You totally count, right? Our Signum community is consists not only of our faculty and staff that work with us at Signum, not only of our students who are enrolled in one of our several different teaching programs, but also to the people who listen to our to the broadcasts, to the weekly broadcasts, who benefit from other things, who maybe attend one of our events, either remotely or in person. There are all kinds of ways in which people can engage in the Signum community, and I am very grateful to all of you. It's one of the things that I am so excited about for this broadcast, for the finale of the fundraising campaign every year, is just the opportunity to celebrate people and to celebrate Signum with you guys. But again, a lot of you are, might be involved in different ways, but also to different extents. And so therefore might not even be aware of some of the things that are going on in the rest of Signum University, or have a lot of the big picture. So that's what I wanted to, that's one of the things that I'm excited to give you in the State of the University address. So here's what we're going to talk about. First, we're going to look back at some of the financial numbers from Signum University this past year, and over the past few years, actually. Now, that doesn't sound very exciting. Let's review the financial numbers. But I'm telling you, the reason I want to do this is it paints a really exciting picture of where Signum is and what's been happening. It's kind of stunning, actually. You'll see in just a minute. And then I want to look at what's been happening at Signum this year. We're going to sort of review some of the familiar programs that you will know about, and talk a little bit about some of the exciting things that are going on there. And then I'm going to be talking about big developments that happened this past year. We're going to talk about our first year in space. Of course, you will remember last year at this State of the University address, just over a year ago, it was about 13 months ago, of course, I announced and launched the space program officially. So we introduced space program to the world at last year's State of the University address. So I'm going to tell you some things about how the first year in space has been. And then, of course, I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's next and what's coming and what are the things that we're working on. So let me talk about the historic year that was 2021-2022. So first, let me talk about the annual fund, because of course that is the sort of excuse that brings us here together today. This is the end of our fall fundraising campaign, which, as people who have been around for a while know, Signum University, of course, is always very cheerfully accepting donations. We're a tax-exempt institution, and we really rely upon donations, not for our sole income by any stretch. We have, tuition-bearing programs, and, we sell tickets to our events and things like that. And these are things that we do to try to make sure that we break even. It would be almost impossible for us to operate as we do if 100% of our revenue came through donations. However, we also choose to operate in a way which, well, it doesn't exactly maximize our profit margin. We try to make everything that we do, all of the services that we offer, our teaching programs and our events and everything, we try to offer them at as low a price as we possibly can do. And what that means is we do really rely upon donations, upon our annual fund, in order to help to make ends meet, to really make Signum possible, so we don't have to pad our margins in every single pricing that we put out there. So that's it's completely essential for us. And you may remember in my update last year, I told you guys that in the previous year, in the 2020 to 2021 year, we had a record fundraising year. And we raised $85,000 for the Signum Annual Fund in 2020 to 2021. We had never done that before. We broke all of our previous records. And so last year, again, if you were here with us, you will remember me saying that we were boldly striking out, and I set a goal for this past year's, for the fiscal year 2022, so 21 to 22. I set a goal for that year's giving at $100,000, which we had never hit $100,000 before. And we were at around a little under 80, I think, in gifts and pledges by the end of the campaign last year, and I was like, okay, all we need is about 20,000 more, and we'll be able to hit our ambitious goal of 100,000. Well, you guys responded in an amazing way. Here's what actually happened last year. $136,000 of giving in last year's annual fund. As you can see how it dwarfed the previous record from fiscal year 21. It was just an amazing response of generosity that really jump-started Signum University. So many things are made possible. It's just incredible, and on a regular monthly basis, we are always trying to figure out what we can afford to do as far as paying people. There are so many tasks that need to be done, so many jobs that we would love to fill, but we're not sure if we're going to have enough money yet in the budget to be able to hire someone to fill that role. That is the number one thing that generosity like this enables. Is it has empowered us, as I'll show you. It's a huge part of what has empowered us to be able to take a big step forward with our hiring and to get things done that we never were able to get done before. This year so far, we're already over $80,000 for this year so far, 80,768 to be exact, in gifts and pledges. I'm setting a new goal for this year of $120,000. So, yeah, my hope is that we will actually match or exceed last year's amount. But that was a huge accomplishment last year. My goal is a little bit more modest. I think that we can hit 120. Again, I believe we can go further, but my goal, my sort of budgetary goal, is $120,000. We have, of course, the year end coming up. It's the middle of November now. As we get towards the end of year and you begin to start thinking about your taxes and some tax deductions and things like that, all Signum University donations are 100% tax deductible. So we do hope that you will remember Signum as we approach towards the end of the year. But this is just amazing. I wanted to begin with this and to tell people how grateful I am, how grateful everybody at Signum is for the marvelous generosity of our supporters. So let me show you some other things. This is just the beginning of the exciting story that some of these numbers tell. The total revenue. So I'm gonna for a couple of these next slides, I'm gonna sort of reshare the slide that I put up last year, right? Because last year I was telling this story too, a very similar story about how remarkable the growth at Signum has been over the last couple of years. So for instance, I shared this slide last year where I was showing what our Signum's total revenue had been over the last 3 years, and the very remarkable growth that we had been showing. And this was my projection for fiscal year 22. That is the past year that has finished. Our fiscal year runs from August 1st through the end of July to match the academic year. So anyway, so for that fiscal year, the projection that I was announcing last year, that was sort of our initial beginning of the year budget, was almost $351,000. And again, this is a big deal. You can see how rapid our growth has been and was projected to be based on, basically ever since we started adding new programs. But the reality of this past year was even better. The reality was we actually had almost $450,000 in total revenue. So you look at that 50% growth in 1 year, right? Since 2020 to 2020 to 21. So from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22, we grew 50%. It's doubled. Our total revenue is doubled, 100% growth from fiscal year 20. It's just amazing. It's been an incredible time of growth at Signum University. Now, here is what we're focused on. Here's what I am primarily focused on, is I'm doing budgeting and things behind the scenes. And again, I shared with this, but I wanted to share more of an update about this year. A small recap for those of you who are new to this. Signum University was built from nothing. We had no startup funding of any kind. We built from scratch. So we had no startup like institutional partnership or identity, no startup, endowment or funding or anything. We started from scratch with nothing. And what that meant was, although we've been paying our faculty from the beginning, so the people who teach, so we started with just our MA program, of course. And we, from the beginning, have been paying our MA faculty out of the tuition that we've been getting from each of our courses. And I was committed to doing that from the very start, but it meant that at the very beginning, there was really not much left over to pay staff. So, at the start, it was like me and one or two people who were working, and we were basically working as volunteers, but not just as volunteers. A distinction that I want to make that's been a very important distinction to me at Signum University. There are some people who volunteer at Signum, which is awesome, and I love it when people volunteer at Signum. That is, people who just want to help out, right? Who, either have some time that they would like to give to Signum University, or, maybe they have some significant time or expertise to lend to us, and they're not in a place where they really want or need compensation. That is awesome. Absolutely love volunteers who are able to give to Signum University in that way. But there have been a core of people who have been volunteering in the sense that they were not paid. But basically they were not just, kind of donating some of their time. They were investing in Signum University. People who were investing in the opportunity to build something that would be able to become a future career for them. People who invested in helping Signum to succeed with the hope and understanding that when it did, we would be able to hire them. And that, because they decided that this is the career they wanted to help to build for themselves by helping Signum to succeed. So we've had a core of people who have been technically volunteers, but who have really been, who I think of, as I say, of investors in this way. And as our revenue has begun to grow, the number one priority that I have had over the last few years is increasing the amount of pay that we are giving to the rest of our staff. Several years ago, I basically kind of drew a line in the sand and said, we're not going to do that anymore. From here on out, anybody who joins Signum, unless they're volunteering in a true and classic way, just wanting to give of their time for free to Signum, which again, always accept that, always appreciate that. But no longer are we going to, bring people in to work for free for now until we can afford to pay them later. Though we still have a core of investors who have been with us pretty close to from the beginning, for many years at least. But as I say, this is what I call the staff transitioning from a largely, almost exclusively volunteer staff back several years ago to the goal where we have a fully paid professional staff. And that's been really the biggest thing that's happening, the most important but kind of lowest profile thing, totally behind the scenes, that's been happening at Signum University over these past couple years. So here's a slide that I shared last year This is our commitment. Our commitment is to transitioning to a fully paid staff. So here's the slide I shared last year. This represents total pay to non-MA faculty. Again, from the beginning, we've been paying our MA faculty. Back when that was our only program, we were paying our faculty because that was a really important principle from the start in order to be able to recruit the highest possible quality faculty for our program. But as you can see, fiscal year 19 and 20 were fairly typical. It was pretty flat before that for a few years. We were only paying a total of around $41,000 to all of the rest of our staff together. And that's not very much, right? That was just an illustration of the kind, like sort of the peanuts we were able to kind of throw out there. We made a huge step forward in fiscal year 2021, where that jumped up, that multiplied by, almost, well, no, more than 3 times to $132,000. And last year I was sharing that we were projected during fiscal year 22 for that to increase up to $193,000. Well, here's the actual of what really happened. We actually spent almost $250,000 on our staff this past year. That's almost just shy of 100% growth in 1 year. We almost completely doubled the amount of money that we paid to our staff during this past year. Huge progress forward in our staff transition, and it has made me so happy. There's nothing. As the president of Signum University, there's nothing that makes me happier than paying people. I love paying people. I love filling out our salary spreadsheets and things, and allocating pay to folks. It is just a delight. Hiring people, it just can't be. It's just not. It doesn't get more fun than hiring people and empowering people to work and get paid for doing some of the awesome work of Signum University. As you can see, this is almost a 6-fold increase in 2 years, right? We went from $41,000 to $250,000 in staff pay. This is, again, paid not to the MA faculty. Now, mind, in the last 2 years, our MA faculty have also received a significant pay increase as well. So that's also been a really fun thing. So it's really good. So here's the whole picture. Our total staff, including the MA faculty, right? Our total staff pay was $364,000 in this past year, and again, as you can see, that's up 62% from last year, which itself just about doubled the year before. We've got a 3-fold growth from 2 years ago to now in total staff pay. So anyway, this is the staff transition. It's been going really well, but it continues. There are still a few, and the majority of the if you take like the total amount of like employee time and compare like what is the percentage of that which is still basically being volunteered to the university. The vast majority of that time is from a small handful of folks who have been around at Signum for a really long time, who have been investing for a really long time. I'm one of them. I still don't pay myself anything like full time, because I'm wanting to facilitate paying other people first. I pay myself about 1/8 time right now. But that is something both for myself and for the several other folks who are still investing in the way that I am. I cannot wait when I can tell you that everyone at Signum is fully on payroll. This is going to be really, really exciting. So the primary thing that I would emphasize, kind of the take-home message for you guys as supporters of Signum University: when you give to Signum University, your money goes to people. Like, as you can see the percentage, right? I mean, if I go backwards for a moment, you'll remember our. Hang on, sorry. Why am I not? Huh. My keyboard seems to have stopped working, which is a little inconvenient. Don't know quite why that is. Huh. Hang on a second. Let me do this the old-fashioned way. Okay. Hang on. All right. I think I'm working now. Okay, here we are. All right. Anyhow, so our as I was saying, if we go back a little bit, remember our total revenue for the year was $450,000, and the amount that we actually paid to people is $364,000. It's a really big percentage. I mean, it's one of the whole purposes. It's one of the reasons Signum University is organized as it is. We don't pay for a physical plant. We are a completely distributed organization in order to keep our overhead down. $85,000 that is not staff pay, that is in our expenses, our costs, taxes, employment taxes and things like that. If I counted employment taxes as part of the total staff pay, when I say total staff pay, I just mean the money that goes to people, not the money that we pay to, the government and Social Security and everybody else on behalf of our people. But anyway, all of those other sort of fees and professional services and whatever we keep that as small as possible. We don't pay, so we don't have a physical plant. We don't have the maintenance of our physical plant, and so we're able to keep our other costs way down. So as I say, when you give to Signum, your money goes to people. Your money goes to help support the faculty teaching the courses that you love to take, the people who answer your emails when you are emailing one of our programs or our primary line, the folks who are keeping track of our books and doing all of that work way behind the scenes, our bookkeeping and our bill processing and everything else. The team that's working on our accreditation process, the new production teams I'm going to tell you more about later on. These are all the different kinds of people, some of whom who are not attached to any, attached specifically to any of our, particular tuition, like revenue earning programs, right? And so therefore, the only way that we can afford to pay them is through, the surplus that's left over from those programs and also through your generous giving. So this is what helping the Signum community to grow as a family, as an institution, and enabling us to continue, not just to grow, not just to continue doing the stuff that we're doing, but to do it better, to finally be able, there's so many ways in which, in all of the things that we do, there are so many places where we wish we could pay somebody for even more hours to be able to do more in the role that they're doing, to be able to hire a new role that we have sort of longed for and have been kind of doing without to this point. There's so many things that we could do, and this is what we use the donation money for. It goes right to people and empowering us to hire and to hire folks and pay folks. And as I say, that is what I love doing most. Now, let me tell you about, as Butterbur would say, all these goings on. What's happening at Signum University? What's been happening over this past year? First, updates about the Signum Graduate School. Our graduate school continues strong. We've had we've had solid enrollments in our master's degree program, in our graduate diploma. You'll remember that last year we had what we were calling our certificate program for a long time, and we changed the name of that last year. It's another thing I announced at the State of the University address last year. We changed that to our graduate diploma program, and that's one thing, by the way, that I think has really been kind of gaining some traction over this past year, is our graduate diploma program. There are a lot of people who would really love to dig in and take some of our graduate level courses for credit, who really want the opportunity to dig in and write papers again and really do some of this academic work, really kind of really get their feet wet in academic work. but who aren't necessarily sure they can commit to the full master's degree program. That's one of the primary things that the graduate diploma program is for. It is a shorter, more flexible program that gives you the ability to take the courses that you want, focus on the things that you want to do, and not have the sort of the fuller, larger structure of the MA program. If you begin in the graduate diploma program and you would like to transfer to the MA program, you decide, hey, actually, I'm going to go the whole way. I'm going to write a master's thesis and do the whole master's program. You can still do that. So that is been a huge that's been a really fun thing this past year. The growth of our graduate diploma program. I encourage people to look into that. The other really big thing to cautiously tell you about is that we have made some real progress in our accreditation process. Now, a couple things, and those of you who have been around a while will have heard me say things like this before. One of the rules of being so we are currently in the process of applying for accreditation. This is a long, multi-year process, and we are a couple of years into the multi-year process at this point. One of the rules of the accreditation process is that you can't talk about the accreditation process. So I can't give very specific details about the accreditation process. For instance, some of you may be wondering, where are you applying for accreditation? That's one of the things I can't tell you, for instance. However, what I can tell you is that we passed a significant milestone, not just in this last year, in this last month, actually, just a few weeks ago. There's a kind of intermediate stage, a kind of a it's not halfway in time. Anyway, an important intermediary stage, kind of checkpoint in the process, which we officially passed recently. Now, as before, and again, those of you who have been around will have heard me make this kind of disclaimer before, the fact that we passed that intermediary stage does not guarantee our success in the overall process. I cannot say at this point, I'm not guaranteeing that Signum's accreditation process is going to be ultimately successful, nor can I tell you exactly when. Even if it were successful, that would be likely to take force. But we have made some really, really exciting process. And that has been wonderful. We're really kind of, I don't know if it's exactly coming around the final turn, but anyway, it was a major step, and we have a team of folks that has worked very, very hard on the process of assembling our accreditation materials, revising our accreditation materials in response to feedback. That process, as we've been going back and forth with our evaluators, it has been a long process, a rigorous process, and it has taken a couple years so far. So anyway, but we have had some initial success, which again, as I repeat, does not guarantee ultimate success, but is certainly a wonderful sign and a wonderful step as we're moving forward. So it's, I will admit, quite frustrating not to be able to tell you more. Those of you who know me will know that I love being open with people. I mean, again, I was posting our gross revenue and stuff. I'm not trying, there's nothing about Signum that I want to hide. And so I would love to just tell you everything about exactly what's happening, but I can't do that. But I did want to share that we have had a major step forward there. So we will continue working at that, and I hope that we will have more news for you. It is my goal to be giving you another update next year. We will see how things go. Thank you guys for all of your encouragement and support in this process. If you go back to when we first were evaluated for and gained our approval from the state of New Hampshire, which is the first step in this accreditation process. That was achieved back in 2018. So and then of course we were preparing for that for years before that. So this has been a long process. One of the biggest project that Signum has ever undertaken. I mean, goodness, like building and launching whole new teaching programs is like easy compared to this process. Anyway, that is, that has been, it has been so far very rewarding. We were just delighted to complete the state authorization process and to become fully authorized in the state of New Hampshire. And now we are one big step away and very hopeful, though in no way guaranteeing the success of it. Yet nevertheless, we remain very hopeful and are continuing to work really hard on that. So that's been just a huge thing going on at Signum. So there's a ridiculously brief and disappointingly vague update on one of the single biggest things that's been happening at Signum University over this past year. Also, we have our Signum Academy Clubs program, which has been going strong now for almost a year and a half. Our Signum Academy, actually, no, it's been fully a year and a half. Our Signum Academy Clubs program is our generally K through 12, our teaching program for minors. We have loved having kids in our clubs program. We've been running several clubs this past year. Our three primary clubs have been our book club, our translation club, our Old English translation club, which my son is involved in, and then also our creative writing club. These have been, we've had wonderful groups of kids in those three clubs. And we also, during this past year, and I spoke about this a little bit last year, we started in last academic year was the beginning of a relationship with Mount Royal Academy in Sunapee, New Hampshire up here, a small private school who has contracted with us to run their language program. So we're teaching Spanish at Mount Royal Academy right now. So they've basically sort of subcontracted their Spanish classes out to us. And we're now in the second year of doing Spanish there at Mount Royal, and it's been a lot of fun. We have really enjoyed this. It's been a kind of experiment, sort of seeing, there are many ways in which we think that our Signum Academy programs can really help to meet teaching needs for small private schools like this, for homeschoolers. We think that there is a lot of really exciting potential there. So we've been experimenting with some things, and our clubs program is really kind of the core of what we've been doing at the Signum Academy. I'll have more of an update from Signum Academy later, including some exciting new clubs that we're planning to offer during the coming calendar year, starting in January. So I won't give that away right now, but we're going to be offering some brand new opportunities for folks, for kids. We've been mostly doing, especially middle school and high school age students in clubs, and that's probably where our focus is going to continue, though we're open to the possibility of doing some elementary school level programs as well, but it's mostly been middle school and high school aged. So from about ages 10 and up is around where we've been so far. Anyway, so we're going to have 3 new clubs that we're going to be starting in January. More about that during our Signum Academy update later on in the day. Awesome. Yes, Eric. I see Eric, the father of one of our club students here. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, he says, it's been amazing to see the improvement in her reading comprehension and close reading skills and supporting arguments with evidence from the text. Yes, exactly. The book club has been really really wonderful. Elise Trudel Cedeno has been our primary book club leader. She's been doing a great job with that. Yeah, very, very cool. Okay. Also, of course, one of the other things that we do that I'm sure most of you are aware of are our events, our Signum Moots. I love to provide the opportunity for our community to come together. We are a completely, as I mentioned before, part of our mission, part of our whole strategy at Signum University is we're a distributed organization. Our classes are all online. Our staff and faculty are distributed throughout the world. Everything that we do through the internet. But it's a wonderful opportunity to get together. And especially one of the really cool things about Moots is that it brings people together from across Signum University. People who don't always interact with each other, because maybe you've got some people who, attend the same broadcasts maybe, but then you've got others who are in our master's degree program, or others who are in our clubs program, or others who are in space. And the opportunity for our community to gather, whether it's at our big major annual event, which is MythMoot in the Washington, D.C. area, or whether it's at one of our regional events. We know that everybody can't get together, but the opportunity to give people the chance to connect and touch base. These are the moots that happened over the course of these last 12 months. We had Middle Moot. Well, technically, since our last one, we've had two. We had Middle Moot in Iowa last year and in Kansas City just last month. We had Tex Moot in Austin back closer to the beginning of 2022. Sunshine Moot in Orlando, which was just wonderful. Bay Moot out in Berkeley, California last fall. Buckeye Moot. We had our first ever Buckeye Moot out in Cincinnati this past summer. SoCal Moot, which moved south down to Carlsbad, even further SoCal than before. That was our most recent moot, just 2 weeks ago. I was out in Carlsbad with you guys. New England Moot here in my backyard in Derry, New Hampshire. That not literally my backyard. My backyard is not in Derry, but further south of that in New Hampshire. Anyway, here in all of New Hampshire is my backyard. It's not a big state. And our first ever mountain moot in Denver, Colorado as well. So it's been an exciting year. And of course, we have a fun year of moots. If you look at sort of 2023 and moots that we have planned, the first one is going to be is the big one I'm really excited about. In January, we're going to be doing Osmoot down in Australia, our first ever Southern Hemisphere moot, which is going to be amazing. I can't wait. We're adding a moot in the Pacific Northwest. We're planning to do, just as some of our moots kind of rotate around, like Tex Moot has been wandering around the state of Texas over the years. It was in Austin this past time. I think we're going to be doing San Antonio this next time. Middle Moot alternates back and forth between Iowa and Kansas City. I think our Pacific Northwest moot, which I don't think we have an official name for yet, is going to be sort of rotating back and forth between Portland and Seattle. So I am very excited for the Pacific Northwest moot. I'm hoping to get Magnolia Moot in the Southeast up and going again soon. I hope to get back to Europe before too long. We've not had a Europe moot since 2019, before the pandemic. Nader Moot in 2019 was our most recent Europe moot. So yeah, I'm hoping to get a Europe moot together, maybe in Wales, maybe in Sweden. We're still working on that. Anyway, and that, of course, in addition to returning engagements with many of our old traditions. As I said, we're hoping for Tex Moot in San Antonio. Sunshine Moot definitely scheduled. In fact, Sunshine Moot has the registration open already for this coming spring. Are planning to return to all of these places again over the course of the 2022 calendar year, maybe in the spring, maybe in the fall. Keep an eye out on our event page, signumuniversity.org/events, for updates on our moots. And all of our moots, of course, are fully hybrid moots. So that is the goal is for people who live nearby to be able to come and kind of connect to your local tribe, right? However, we also want to enable people who might not be comfortable in a gathering like that, for health reasons or whatever, or maybe people who would just love to be able to participate in multiple moots. We have a number of frequent flyers who come to many of our moots. We've had several people who have attended all of our fall moots this past year, have attended them remotely. We work very hard to try to make as much as we possibly can all of our moots fully hybrid. That is, if you attend remotely, you're not just a spectator, kind of a fly on the wall, peeking in at what's going on during the moot. We like to have you be able to participate fully. We have, multi-way discussions with our remote people and our people who are there on site. We have on-site and remote presenters. It's as much as we can a fully hybrid experience, and that's been. That was one of the big things that happened this past year. Last year, the 2021-2022 year was the first year in which we were going fully hybrid with all of our moots, and we've been continuing that this year, and that's been really, really successful and really exciting. It is true that when we have food, that is better in person than remotely. No question. All right. We also have some exciting new arrivals. So one major advance for Signum that happened in the course of this past year was finally being able to fill in the gaps of something that's been a challenge for us from the very beginning. And that is software systems. Basically, I found, I remember how much time I spent in 2010, 2011, 2012, looking for software systems that Signum could afford with its very, very, very modest budget. And they just didn't exist. There was nothing that we could afford. And I'm talking things like course registration, student records, billing, things like that. There are a number of systems like this. There were a couple open source ones that were really clunky and hard to use. And then there were really, really high-end ones who were like wanting to charge us more than our gross revenue in order to use them, which was obviously off the table. And so for many years, for like more than a decade, Signum University operated basically off of Google Sheets, essentially Google Sheets and Google Forms for all of our registration and student records and all. It was tough. It was really, really challenging. And this year, James Tauber and his company at Eldarion came to the rescue. James Tauber, many of you know James from the Digital Tolkien Project. He's been a member of the Signum board. He's been a student in our classes, and he's been teaching several. He taught one of our MA classes last year. He has been teaching many of our modules in space. Many of you will have seen him around Signum University. His company, Eldarion, which does a lot of consulting in digital humanities and development of web products for forms and sites and things for a lot of schools in particular. He does a lot of, as I say, does a lot of consulting in digital humanities and working in education. Well, as I say, they came to the rescue. And by the way, happy birthday, James, as it's your birthday today. They're celebrating James Tauber on his birthday here. Last year, he undertook to create for us, to develop for us, some custom systems for those things that we've been lacking for all of these years: registration, student records, billing, all that kind of thing. So two of the most exciting new arrivals during this past year were, first, Goldberry. Goldberry is what we decided to name our new course registration and student records system. Goldberry is an eminent hostess. So when our MA students arrive, she brings them in. When you go to sign up for a course at Signum University, you might not expect to be greeted by a fair young elf queen clad in living flowers, but there it is. So this is just a screenshot of our course registration system for this coming spring. These are our coming spring options. And Goldberry is, I cannot even explain. You have to have experienced it to really understand what a step forward having a system like Goldberry has been for us. It is really just phenomenal. And so we had Goldberry. We launched Goldberry in December of last year. So we are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Goldberry at Signum University. Then, of course, at the same time, like right as Goldberry was in development and was being launched, we were also launching our space program. And the space program was really complicated. There are a lot of complexities for space. Trying to figure, because basically what we're doing in the space program, among the things that we are trying to accomplish in the space program, is something that I don't think anybody else has really attempted to do. And that is to make a synchronous educational program. That is an educational program that is based on live classes that people are attending in real time together, which is also an on-demand service, basically. Like there are two well-established models. One where you have a bunch of static material that you have a catalog from, right? That people can choose from. So you just, here's a list of like course materials that you can download and watch on your own time, right? That's a well-established model. There's the other model where we say, okay, here are the courses that we're offering and the times at which we're offering them. Take it or leave it, right? And those, are often live synchronous courses and stuff. Like that's how normal semesters at universities run, right? Now, already through the MA program, since the beginning, since 2011, we've already been pioneering in this. One of the things that we have done from the start is have our synchronous courses, all of our teaching programs at Signum University, focus primarily on synchronous teaching, on the opportunity to bring everybody together in a virtual classroom and work through stuff together. Have a real classroom environment. But we've also we've scheduled that flexibly based on people's preferences. That is, instead of just saying like this class is at this time, day and time, take it or leave it, we have developed a system which has been mastered by Sparrow Alden over the years, who has been our course scheduler in the MA program for many years now, of asking students to tell us their preferences when they are available to take classes. And then Sparrow does this matchmaking thing where we form a schedule that will accommodate our students' needs to the greatest extent that we possibly can. And everybody, is as flexible as we can be, and we create a really positive environment that works with people instead of just dictating to them. So that we already had in the MA program, but space is kind of even more ambitious than that. It's not only being flexible with the schedules, we do that too, but also wanting to give people the opportunity to tell us, what modules do you want? You can learn almost anything in space. What would you like to learn, right? How can we best cater to the needs and desires of our diverse student population and still be offering live courses? So this was a complicated situation. And at the beginning, Rob Goslin, whom I'll be introducing in a little bit, who is the director of our space program, he started developing really great systems, and he was administering those through some seriously complicated spreadsheets and things. And he just reached the point where it was almost impossible as space began to grow very quickly, as I'll show you guys in a little bit. He began to really struggle with that. So James partnered up with Rob and developed a parallel system, parallel to Goldberry, but separate from Goldberry. Goldberry is just for our enrolled students in the MA and graduate diploma programs. This is for our enrolled graduate students. So we added Blackberry. Blackberry, of course, named after the rabbit in Watership Down. When I suggested the name, I was thinking of that scene. If you know Watership Down, you may remember that scene where Hazel lays out the almost impossible set of things that the plan to get the does out of Ephrafa has to accomplish, and then he turns to Blackberry, the clever rabbit, and says, "And you, Blackberry, are going to. This plan is going to be devised by you." So we named Blackberry. We named the new system Blackberry. As Blackberry is the one who is going to solve all of the complexities. So here in Blackberry, this is again just another screenshot. You can see this is the very beginning of the list of our December 2022 modules, where you can go in and you can see the things that are being offered now, the things are being offered next month, the candidates that are put forward for January for people to vote on. You set your time zone and availability so that we can factor in when you can attend classes, and we can try to make all that stuff work. All that happens through Blackberry. So Goldberry and Blackberry have just been amazing systems that have it's been incredible. As I say, you to quote Watership Down again, you can't imagine it if you haven't been there. What it was like trying to do all these things without. So enormous thanks to James Tauber and his team at Eldarion. And over the course of the year, we have, James and I were in discussions, and we've decided James and his Eldarion team have officially joined with Signum. They're becoming part of our organization. And there's a whole lot that we plan to do together. As I said, Eldarion, they do consultancies in digital humanities projects. They're going to be able to bring some digital text and digital humanities resources to our academic programs. There's all kinds of things that they're going to do. So that whole relationship is kind of just beginning, and we're just sort of figuring out where we want to start with things that that we can do together now that Eldarion is joined with Signum. So I'll more later on exactly how that's going to work. But one thing that I did want to mention is that an opportunity that we're looking to move forward with, probably sometime in this next year, is, as I've been reflecting back over the frustrations that we had for a decade, right? Trying to find, there was nothing on the market that, for as far as, again, registration, student record systems, that was really going to be sufficiently powerful to be a serious upgrade over managing our own spreadsheets, and also which was affordable for a small school. Again, most of the systems out there are really targeting the upper end of the market, and the lower end of the market is therefore really neglected. And there are a lot of small schools out there. I know there are a lot of small schools. Maybe they're small colleges. Maybe they're private schools. Private K through 12 schools and things like that, who just don't have the purchasing power to be able to purchase one of the major systems, and so end up like we were, kind of patching things together on their own. So I think that we have an opportunity to take Goldberry and BlackBerry as models that we could offer to other schools. I think it's a really, really exciting potential, something that we're going to be moving forward with, as I say, we're planning to move forward with over the course of this next year. So I would just throw out there at this point, if any of you know of a place, know of something that we could, of a school that might be looking for a system like this, would love to have some initial conversations with schools that are interested in this to kind of feel that out and see the extent to which we'd really be able to help out schools like that. All right, I better move on with my updates so I don't run out of time. Space. So it has been a year in space. As I said before, last year at this time, I announced the space program, explained it for the first time, opened the purchase of tokens, and we launched our first modules in December of 2021. So we are almost exactly 1 year in. We're coming at the end of this month. We will have completed 12 months of space modules. And I was explaining last year how excited I was for the potential of this program, how I felt that it filled an important need in our community. We had a bunch of teaching programs already, but there was they were all kind of specialized. I was explaining how I felt there was sort of a large gap for people who want to learn, who learn best in this kind of a classroom, a synchronous classroom environment, not just kind of, watching videos on your own, but really having a dedicated teacher and having fellow students that you can be learning with. But also people who can't commit to it, who either are not in a place where they can commit to a longer program like our MA program, or maybe they don't need a master's degree, right? Or maybe they want to study other things, right? All kinds of educational needs that I was excited for space to fulfill. And it has been awesome. The first year of the space program has really been beyond any expectation that I had. What I've been hearing from students has been so exciting, I've been hearing from students not just through sort of Signum channels, but even several members of my own family have been taking space classes and just loving them. It has been really, really fun and really remarkable. And the growth of the space program has been unlike anything we have seen at Signum University ever. So here's the shape this is our monthly participants in our space programs, our total enrollments in space over the course of this past year. And you'll notice that at the very beginning of the space program, we had that decline, December, January to February. That's exactly what I was expecting. Every time we've ever launched a program, we've seen that, right? People will get excited. We'll get early adopters jumping in to try it out. And then usually that tails off. This is what we saw in the MA program 12 years ago, was a huge first semester and then less and then less. And then it kind of settled down and plateaued. People who were staying, and then we sort of steadily grew again over time until, we got back to at least as high as we were in that very first semester. And of course, that's exactly what we saw for the first 3 months, except it didn't stay low. As you can see, that you can imagine how exciting those months from February through May were, as we were seeing the growth month by month, every single month in space, not only getting back up to, past what we saw for participation in the first month in December. We did that, by month 5 of the program, we exceeded that. But then to continue to grow until, by the time we get to September of this past year just 2 months ago. In this past September, so February was that sort of low point, the third month, right, which is right around where I expected that. And in September, we had, as you can see, like 5.5 times, just about 5 times as many students participating as we had back in February, 7 months before. This kind of growth is really amazing. I've never seen anything like this. The graduate program, as I say, slowly grew over time and, got back up to the levels, of our very first semester, like 5 years later. And space did it in the course of in less than 6 months. So it has been very, very remarkable. But it's not just the numbers. It's not just the number of students we have. As you can see, we're now right up around, in the ballpark of 100 students participating per month, every month, for the last 5 months. And spoiler, we're well on our way towards that. When last I saw, yesterday, we had 86 so far enrolled for this coming month, for December of 2022. And there's still, a week and a half for further enrollment. And usually the week and a half before classes start is usually a pretty big one. I think we're probably going to be up at or over 100 again in December. Anyhow, so it has been a really, really remarkable success. And I think the sky's the limit for space. It is clear that the convictions that I had, that I was explaining last year about the need and desire for this kind of program, is even greater than I thought it was. And the way in which space occupies this kind of sweet spot, it really has been everything that's fun about taking college classes, with almost none of the things that are, onerous about taking college classes. It's like all the upsides and none of the downsides of taking college classes. It's okay, right. The sky's the limit for space is probably not the best metaphor now, is it? Anyway, there are no limits to space. How about that? I think that space is going to go really far, and I can't wait to see what happens in our second year as we move forward with space. But there's a whole bunch of things that just beyond simple numbers, the new frontiers in teaching, the way in which space has opened up opportunities, not just for students, but for faculty, has been really, really cool. There have been so many times over the last 10 years that people have approached me and said, hey, I would love to teach a course on this in the MA program, right? Like, or like, hey, you guys should teach a course on that. This would be a great topic or whatever. But we can't. I mean, we only offer a handful of courses every term, and we only have 3 terms a year. And we have to, we have a rotation that we have to maintain to give everybody an opportunity to take our core classes. And, we can't. We just can't do nearly as many things as I would want to be able to do. Space is limitless. We have run 145 separate modules so far in the first 12 months of space. So our modules, are each little 1 month modules. We have right now 332 modules in our public catalog, and I believe there's a large number of modules that are still that have been proposed and are in review that have not yet been posted to the catalog. It has been so great to have not only members of our current MA faculty, many of whom are teaching, other people across our institution who are jumping in and teaching things in their own particular areas of expertise, people from our community who have come to us and said, oh man, I would love to teach a space module on this or that. So many things that we have been offering, and I just love the variety of our curriculum. Our curriculum is divided into 4 major sectors right now. So we have 4 space sectors: fantasy studies, language, creative writing, and general humanities. Those are our 4 primary sectors. We may add more sectors as we move forward. A new sector that we are considering adding during the course of this coming year is a series of practical modules. That is, things like gardening, cooking, all kinds of things, right? Again, not just academic topics, but practical topics. We'll see. We might be adding those. We also divide our modules, so you can go into BlackBerry and you can see a list of our modules by portals. So our space portals, that's what the P in space stands for, by the way. Signum portals for adult continuing education. Our portals are basically ways to enable people to find modules that fit particular interests of theirs. So this is a selection. This is like a third of the portals that we have listed in BlackBerry. If you're interested in Tolkien, if you're interested in science fiction, if you're interested in Japan, if you're interested in the Middle Ages, if you're interested in children's literature or film studies or video games, we have beginning languages if you want to start learning a language that you haven't known before, or advanced languages if there's a language that you have studied and you want to keep it up. This is such a huge area that almost nobody does. There are lots of places you can go to learn languages. There are not that many places where you can go to maintain a language that you have learned. Our focus in our advanced languages right now are especially the languages that we teach at Signum University. We've had many of our alumni who have been taking those classes. So, for instance, one of our most popular one of those has been our Old English advanced language modules. So people who have been studying Old English and who have learned, how to translate Beowulf and read Old English poetry in the original. But you know what? I can tell you from experience, you lose it if you don't use it, right? So we have this monthly opportunity for people to get together and read Old English poetry together, to keep your hand in and get exposed to whole new sets of works that you almost never get to read or to teach in regular old English courses. So it's been awesome. I encourage you to go to BlackBerry. You can go to signumuniversity.org/space. There's a link to BlackBerry there. You don't have to be registered in order to see it. You can look through our portals even without creating a BlackBerry account. If you want to register and buy tokens, you need to create a BlackBerry account, of course, so that we can help get you registered in space. But anyhow, it's been seriously cool. And space also has been a huge part of Signum's success this past year. The 2 reasons why our actual gross revenue so significantly exceeded our projections for gross revenue was that we have the combination of the massive response to the annual fund, the fundraising that I showed you in the very first slide, and then secondly, space. Space far exceeded the initial conservative projections that I went into the year with. We sold over 1,000 tokens in this first year of space being in existence. We've sold 1,064 as of now, as I recall from my email this morning. 10 more tokens were purchased this morning, I believe. So 1,064 tokens in the first year. Total revenue, $128,150. It's just been, that was not expected. I did not expect this program. I did not dare to hope it would take off in the way that it has, and it has been phenomenal. How many of those have been used? Most. There are many people who buy, because of course the tokens are cheaper if you buy more of them. So many people kind of have will kind of stock up and then work through them over the course of many months. So usually, I think, as I recall, tokens used is somewhere around 860, something like that. So yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that's been a fairly typical pattern from the beginning. As there are a number of people who will just kind of buy one at a time and use them, and other people who will hoard them and then go through the hoard over time. So yeah. Anyway, it's been phenomenal. Okay. I want to talk, and I'm not going to talk at great length because I'm going to be doing some other sessions covering this, but I wanted to talk a little bit about visions for the future. Our theme, empowering sub-creation and cultivating connection. There are several opportunities that arose this year, rather unexpectedly. And for, those Tolkien fans out there, may remember like Aragorn seeing an elf stone and saying, I shall take this as a sign, or, Elrond at the end of the Council of Elrond saying, if I have understood aright all that I have heard, then this is what we should do. I tend to run Signum University on similar kind of principles in some ways. That is just sort of seeing the opportunities that come and the things which really just kind of present themselves. And sometimes these kinds of opportunities present themselves in like space last year, the opportunity to really kind of fill that gap, the perception of that gap and the conviction. There's really a desire for this. From what I'd been hearing from people, there's really a desire for this kind of program. And again, that desire exceeded even my expectations. Sometimes it comes in the form of people. A person comes along and I say, oh, with this person's help, we could do this thing that we've wanted to do. The opportunities this year were of that sort. Two people came along. Well, they didn't come along. We've been connected with them for a long time. But the opportunity to work more closely with Serena Higgins and with Maggie Park have both of them really had a huge impact on this past year. And have enabled us to move forward with a couple projects that, to varying degrees, I've wanted or dreamed about for a long time, but never felt the moment had come for us to be able to do, where we were able to do it. But the time has now come, and that is the Signum University Press and Signum Studios. For the press, we've wanted to do an academic press for a long time. We've been talking, Serena and I have been talking about doing a Signum University Press for many years. And, I have really enjoyed thinking about the question, what can Signum do in the publishing world, right? We have tried to do some good in the education world. Since we were starting from scratch anyway, we took the opportunity to say, how can we do some things differently so that we can address some of the deepest problems that are really endemic in the education industry? And of course, the number one problem that's endemic in the American education industry is tuition levels, right? And so we have developed some new models in which we can deliver high, top quality education without having to force students to go massively into debt. So in the publishing world, what can we do there? If we're going to build our own press from scratch, how might we do that in ways that can really make a difference, can really change some things? Again, address, not merely replicate some of the same kind of problems that have led to some of the biggest issues in the industry. And the biggest issues in the publishing industry that I was really excited to try to address was the exploitation of authors and artists, and also accessibility questions. I wanted to make sure that the things that we published are, so one of the things that we're going to be doing, for instance, in that area is having electronic and audio versions of everything that we publish, which is not done everywhere, because whatever, they think it won't be profitable enough or whatever, but we're going to do that. Anyway, there are lots of ways in which we can make a difference. I'm not going to go into too many details about the press and what exactly we're doing and what we're planning. We're going to have a big press update that Serena is going to lead later on in the day, and I'll leave a lot of that explanation to her. But another thing that I did want to mention is that we wanted through the press to create a new culture of community interaction, to not just have a press which is in the business of putting out material. Like, here's stuff that we're publishing, and we're offering this to you so that you can buy it and take it away and read it, right? That's what publishers do, right? And of course we're going to be doing that. Like, it's not that we're not going to do that, but we can do more than that. And we are really excited about opportunities that we are creating for the audience to be more actively engaged with authors and with the creative process itself. That we can be cultivating connection among our community and between readers and writers through the process of publication, in some ways that I think are going to be really, really exciting, and which is going to be quite different for an academic press. So I think that's going to be really fun. Now, the other Signum Studios. One of the opportunities, of course, that led to the launch of Signum Studios, which is very new. We're just getting Signum Studios underway, and that, of course, was the partnership that we established with Studio Lab in Derry, New Hampshire. Many of you will have seen Rings and Realms, the analysis show of the Rings of Power that Maggie and I made in partnership with Studio Lab. The very remarkable production quality of those videos is all down to Studio Lab and their world-class facilities and talent. And so the opportunity to work with Studio Lab and Maggie coming on with her enthusiasm and experience in the film and video production world has really made Signum Studios possible. And here we're with Signum Studios, we're really going to be breaking new ground. What I mean by that is Signum University Press is going to be doing a whole bunch of really new things, right? We're going to be revolutionizing through Signum University Press the whole concept of an academic press. And yet, an academic press is nevertheless a known category, right? Lots of people have academic presses. So although, as I say, we're going to be redefining that, it's a thing that is sort of out there. But what does an academic video studio look like? That is something that has been a question that has really fascinated me. What are potentials that universities have not? Again, universities do presses, have done presses for centuries. But what would an academic studio look like? What would we do? What are some ways in which, if we had the opportunity to create high-quality video productions, what are some of the things that we could do? What are some of the ways in which we could really sort of establish some whole new areas of, sort of this crossover of learning and entertainment in the video world? And I think that there are really awesome frontiers here that just have not been much explored. It's one of the things that has long frustrated me about the entertainment industry, both film and TV, is that they sometimes have seemed to be almost allergic to academic or intellectual content, right? Well, I could tell stories, but I won't bore you with particular stories. But there have been a lot of times when I've been in conversations over the last 10 years with folks in the entertainment world and saying, like, it's my experience that there are tens, hundreds of thousands of people out there who just flourish when provided with like good, meaty, intellectual material, right? You don't have to, just because you're putting something on TV doesn't mean you have to dumb it down, right? There's actual learning that can happen. And I'm not saying all TV does this. I'm not saying there's no such thing as smart TV. But it's been my experience whenever I've proposed things, people are like, oh, no, people don't want to think that much. And I'm like, I don't think you're right about that. Anyway, it may be true of many, but it is certainly not true of all. Anyhow, as I say, I think that there are a lot of potentials. We're just getting started at Signum Studios and figuring things out, but I am really excited about the possibilities there. Let me talk just a little bit, and then I will end, about how I see the press and the studios fitting into the big picture of Signum University. I think that together, these two will help to fill what is also a sort of gap. When you back up and you look at all of what Signum University does as a whole, right? We do our teaching programs, which are awesome. And our teaching programs themselves are very inclusive and broad. I'm very happy with where those are. Right? We have teaching programs which meet not quite all yet, but almost all learning needs of people. At least within our disciplines. So I'm really happy with our teaching programs. So there are teaching programs, then there are public broadcasts. Mostly the ones that I do, right? And these are more inclusive and they build a broader community. I love making those available. And then, of course, we have our events, which serve as connectors among all these things. But, of course, one of the problems that people have pointed out over the years is that they would love to have more breadth in engagement opportunities outside of our teaching programs. Like, they know that our teaching programs exist, but there are a lot of people who are like, okay, I can't do that right now. I need to be a little bit more passive in my engagement. That is, I can't be, I don't have time to take classes right now. Maybe try a space class every in a random month and give it a shot. But again, I get it. Like, not everybody has time to do that. And so a lot of those people, of course, are maybe listening to my my weekly broadcasts, or one or more of my weekly broadcasts asynchronously. And I often get lots of people politely saying things like, those are great, but it would be fun to hear from somebody other than you too, right? And maybe something else other than Tolkien. There's more stuff to talk about. And I'm like, yeah, okay. The problem there is money. So I don't know anybody else who will do that for free. And I wouldn't want to ask anybody to do that for free. As I mentioned, I like to pay people for their time. And I would love to build a broader program of, more people teaching, things, running broadcasts like that are open to everybody. But we can't do it, because I can't ask somebody else to do that basically for free. And we don't have any mechanism for making money with that. I don't want to put up a paywall in front of our weekly broadcasts in order to try to pay for this. So that's been sort of the challenge. How can we give more? How can we enable more engagement with more and broader amounts of content? Well, the only way we can do that, the only way we can create more content for people to engage with and to engage with more broadly, is somehow to charge for it, somehow to monetize it. And as I say, I don't want to put up a paywall in front of the things that we do. So what then? Well, that's then the opportunity arose both for the press and for the studios to develop those to begin developing those during this past year, and really look forward to this coming year as the sort of the flowering of both of those programs. And this creates a new space that provides awesome new opportunities for exactly this kind of thing. Creating great new content, not just great new content, premium content, right? Things which are, the books, articles, video, audio productions, a different category of content creation. There's sort of podcasts, YouTube videos, and blogs, right? Which are great. And there's so much really great content that's out there. And there's a lot of that's available. There's also premium content, right? And in the super premium content up above, I would put things like you know, the high dollar, movies and TV shows and things like, and, courses as well, like, degree courses and things like that. Our teaching programs are sort of up there too. But then in the middle, there's not so much in the middle. The opportunity to have more stuff that you can sink your teeth into, more stuff that you can talk about, more stuff that you can engage with, that we can give beyond what we do, more smart, thoughtful science fiction and fantasy content that's really kind of designed for our community. And I think that the press and the studios together are really going to be able to fill this gap and provide a lot of opportunities for new voices, for new topics, for new fandoms to come in to our community, to be, for Signum to be both empowering sub-creation, the making of new things, and also cultivating connection among our community. So as I said, later on today, you're going to learn more about both of our new programs. In just a few minutes, we're going to talk about Signum Studios. Maggie's going to join me, and we're going to discuss the Signum Studios and what's coming up. The press, we're going to be doing a big press update at the end of today's session. They've got a bunch of fun announcements and a surprise as well there. So anyway, that's going to be great fun. I cannot wait for you to see what these programs have to offer. I'm involved in both as a sub-creator. We're publishing my next book, Exploring the Lord of the Rings, through the press. I'm working with Maggie on some studio projects in development. Really, really fun stuff. It's so good to be in those spaces. All right. So thus ends our State of the University address. Thanks for being here for this update. And I love, as I said, to be able to share with you the really exciting things that have been going on at Signum University and a little glimpse of what's to come as well. Now, before we do our next update, which is going to be our Signum Studios update, we are going to pause to do our first game. So hang on a second. Give me a moment here, as I'm going to need to sort of shuffle things. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Hang on a second. Okay. Sorry, I've got too many windows open. It's hard to find things. I got too much landscape here. Okay. All right. So here's what's going to happen. As I mentioned at the beginning, instead of doing a trivia competition, which we've done many times before, and that's always been fun, but instead of doing that, we're going to do something different and fun. In celebrating our theme of empowering sub-creation and cultivating community, we're going to do a series of creative games. Here is the first one that we're going to do. The first one is called the Mashup Challenge. Okay. You have to think of two fictional worlds that really need to collide and give a description of the premise of your proposed mashup story in no more than 2 sentences. So just a short description of your proposed mashup story of 2 fictional worlds. The mashup story that you're envisioning can be in any medium that you want. You want to imagine a TV show, a movie, a book, whatever it is, right? Describe your mashup story in no more than 2 sentences. Now let me give you a link. So now remember, here's how. So there are 2 things here. We're going to give individual prizes for best responses to this challenge. We'll give 2 prizes. 1 prize for best combination and 1 prize for best story idea. So those are the 2 prizes we're going to give for game 1. I'm going to give you a link to a Google form. It's a really, really simple form. You're just going to write your 2 sentences, your 2-sentence description of your proposed mashup story. And then we will evaluate those. I'm going to be announcing the winners at the end of the day. You can take as much time as you want, but I'm only going to have the link available for a short time. So again, it's only you guys who are here who have the opportunity to participate in all 4 games and therefore become a candidate for the grand prize of best contributions over the course of the whole day in all 4 games. So here's the first one. Let me get you the link here. Okay. And I am posting the link now in the chat. Okay, there's the link. That looks like that went out to both YouTube and Twitch. So there you go. Click on that link and it'll bring you to the Google form for the mashup challenge, and you can submit your mashup. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a very short break. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to come back with Maggie, and we're going to talk about the studios. Again, you can have some time. You can be thinking about this, but don't forget there are 3 others that are going to be coming. We're going to do another one right after the update with me and Maggie. So don't wait too long. Don't put them off, or it's going to be hard to do them all by the end of the day. These are all really short. So let me know your idea for your mashup, and we will come right back to that here. Okay. Let me give you a few minutes. I'll be back in 5. All right. Get working on your mashups.
You might hear Merlin crying in the background.
Okay. All right. Okay, so one thing before we bring Maggie in, one thing I want to share with you that I didn't share before are prizes, because we're serious here. We've got some big money prizes for our creative games today. So let me share what's going to happen with that. So for our individual prizes, so for like the 2 prizes that we're giving away for the Mashup Challenge, we'll be giving 2 similar prizes for each one of our 4 creative games during the course of the day. Each one of our 4 different creative topics. We're going to give away your choice of either a space token, 1 space token, or 1 anytime audit registration. An anytime audit registration is when you get access to all of the lecture materials for one of our graduate courses. So you can get a space token, an anytime audit registration, or admission to 2 regional moots of your choice. That is either on-site or remote registration for 2 regional moots. So that is your choice if you win one of these prizes. So this is big. This is valuable stuff here, right? So you get to choose one of those for each prize that you win. If you win multiple prizes, multiple choices, of course. And at the end of the day, as I said, we're going to give away a grand prize to someone who has contributed in all 4 of our games. And so for the best overall contributions for the day, the grand prize winner will get a choice of a 3-pack of space tokens, a 5-pack of anytime audit registrations, or a season pass granting remote participation in all regional moots in calendar year 2023. Big time prizes here, right? The average value of those is several $100s. So those are the prizes that are up for grabs in today's creative games. I encourage you all to participate. Let me post the link again. This is the link again for the Mashup Challenge that I've just been posting. I'll post a new one after my conversation with Maggie. In the meantime, let's have a conversation with Maggie. It is time to talk about Signum Studios. Maggie, welcome back.
Hi, gang.
Good to
You
see
might have
you
heard my
again.
voice briefly earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Hang on a second.
Hi, gang.
I don't need to be here twice. Okay, there we go. All
You might
right.
also see a Merlin because, of course, I started talking and he needed to be seen. So,
Yes, exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
he's got his own following.
Yeah, it's a Saturday, so of course Pixie is unlikely to be joining me because she's upstairs with her favorite person all day. So I'm
Second
the
choice.
I'm the auxiliary backup squad. I have no illusions about this. So
I understand. It's good to know where we stand with these
exactly.
animals.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, Maggie, I would emphasize to everyone, Maggie is joining. For those of you who were with us in Other Minds and Hands this week, the day before yesterday, Maggie was joining us from live from the
From the
Portland
airport.
airport. Yeah.
Guys, I
And
kind of feel like I'm still on that same day.
yeah, now she is back in Wales and still attempting to adjust to the jet lag of the 8-hour time shift that she has experienced in the last 48 hours. But so glad you could join us, especially under these circumstances, Maggie. So let's talk a little bit about Signum Studios. I mean, I feel like in a lot of ways, our vision for Signum Studios was really born in a train ride from
I was going to say the train ride.
from Boston to New York.
Yeah, Corey and I were on the same flight down to the New York premiere for Rings of Power, and our
Yeah.
flight was canceled. So they rebooked us onto a train. And thank goodness, because we sat across from each other for about 3.5 hours and hammered out every detail that we
Yes.
had at that point. I think it's changed a fair bit even since then. But yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely came down to that train ride.
Yeah, it was really the moment when it really kind of came home to me that we were going to be able to move ahead with Signum Studios sooner than I thought we would. I was still kind of thinking that was sort of an aspirational thing that we'd
Well,
be
and
able to
parts
get
of
to.
it are, but I
Yeah,
think parts of it are absolutely aspirational, and we can see like a really natural path of where it could go.
yeah,
But there were so many things in motion already that were like, let's get a start, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, as I mentioned in the State of the University address, the chance to work with the Studio Lab folks has just been
Yeah.
amazing. There that
And not
was
just the equipment, they're
yeah,
really fun to work with and
yeah,
they're lovely humans.
yeah.
So,
Um,
bonus.
it has
Very much
been
like the Signum community.
yes, a lot like. It's been great working with them. Of course, Ben, who is our director in Rings and Realms, and sort of our chief co-conspirator there at Studio Lab, has been wonderful to work with. So thankful for Ben Davis and all of his help and facilitation. He's the one who really made that partnership possible, and it has just been delightful. And really that opportunity, the thing that kind of crystallized and made this possible was the combination of having you being able to come in and all of your ideas about what we can do with the Signum Studios, and then the opportunity to actually have the facilities to be able to launch that. Those two things coming together, was
Serendipity.
yeah, really
Yeah.
what has enabled over the course of these last 6 months for us to come to the place where we're like, man, this is happening. This can really happen, and I can't
And
wait.
I don't think we can undersell the support from Studio Lab and how big of a deal that is, because
Yeah.
it's a pipe dream to make films, but you know, the cost of Rings and Realms alone, you know, we figured out what it is per episode, and let's just say it is way beyond what any of us would be capable of covering.
Way
And that's just to
beyond.
make it, not to
Yeah.
buy the equipment to make it. So
Yeah.
we would not be able to build the studio, let alone film and create, edit, you know, all the stuff that they did in a 48-hour period, sometimes 36-hour period.
Yeah. Sometimes. Exactly. No, it's really been an amazing opportunity. And I mean, I remember having fantasies about like what we could do. Like, you know, I remember people laughing at me for very good reasons. Yeah. When I said, when was this? It was like 2012, ages and ages ago. I was like, Signum should have a TV studio. We can produce stuff. And people are like, okay, right? Well, maybe eventually, but that's pretty far down the road. It was it seemed to be in the same sort of category as when my son, the student pilot, says Signum should get a private jet so that I can fly, Signum people around. And I'm like, oh yeah, son, that's
okay, dibs.
yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, yeah, that's we'll see. We'll see about that. It's on the list, but pretty far down the list. Anyway, like the ability to have access, a video studio to be able to really produce the kind of stuff that we would want to produce was like, to me, in the same category of like eye rolling, like, okay, yeah, pipe dream. Interesting, but
and also to not just have, sorry, I've got the dog with the squeaky toy.
Yeah.
Also not to just have the equipment and the support and everything. It's also the creative input, because these guys are so talented, and Ben is such a geek and knowledgeable person himself that between the three of us, there becomes this really wonderful energy in creating that show that I can already see lining up with some of the stuff we've got in development. That it's a lot of fun, folks.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So talk a little bit more about, like, if people are wondering I was asking the question at the end of the State of the University address. One of the things, a question I've been thinking about a lot that really, again, never having before this past year had the opportunity to really imagine what it would be like to have this facility, right? So of what an academic video studio looks like that's not been a thing, right? What can we do with that? What can we make of that? And the opportunity for really kind of carving out this new niche of, really engaging, thoughtful, but really high quality, video and audio content, there's so many potentials. What are some of the things that kind of get you excited about, this whole project?
I think it's the big picture stuff. So, I mean, first of all, something like we've said before with press, like something like this doesn't exactly exist anywhere yet.
Mm-hmm.
And there's pros and cons to that. We definitely run the risk of being seen as Signum's AV department, and that's definitely not what this is.
Right.
Right. But it's not a standalone studio either in a traditional sense, because we can kind of buck the trend a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The conversations I've had with some folks in traditional industry don't quite understand it, but in kind of a really curious way.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me more about how this happened. And you just made things and people just gathered and watched it. What? You know,
Right.
it's a little backwards from the standard process. And that really allows for opportunity to be reactive and I think really forward thinking. So as opportunities come to us and
Right.
we have good ideas, we can just make them. We don't have to go through months and months and sometimes years and years of development and funding proposals and pitches and all this other stuff. We might still do some things like that depending on the scope of the project. That's still within, the
Yeah.
realm of a thing that we would consider. But it's not required or necessary, So yeah, I don't know if you want to go into any detail, but like one of the ones that we're working with, I don't think I'll say names yet just in cases, but we're working with some of the bigger folks in the fandom,
Mm-hmm.
and the sub creators within the Tolkien fandom to develop their own passion projects. So if they're already content creators, we can then take their idea and develop it and strengthen it and broaden it and provide some potential research from our Signum community, provide a ton of incredible equipment and media from Studio Lab and up their game. So instead of
Yeah.
just being a YouTube video, it could be something much bigger, and then gives them something really beautiful to put on their kind of show reel, but also gives us a wider reach within that community too. So
Yeah.
things like that.
It has been really exciting having some of these conversations with people who are, really, really enthusiastic, really creative, really great at engaging their audiences, and be able to talk to them and say, now, if you had resources, right?
Yeah.
If you had a studio,
Yeah.
what would you do? What are some of the ambitious projects that you're like, I don't have time. I could never do that on my own. Like that's a pipe dream.
Mm-hmm.
Going around and now, using this capability to make other people's pipe dreams come true is enormously fun. Those have been great, great conversations to have.
And just the broader reach of that too. I mean, it's not just upping the game for video quality and content. It's thinking through the process. So I'm going to try to skirt without giving specifics, but this person was talking about what they want to research. Oh, I don't know if anything like that's been done before. I guess I could spend some time doing that, but it's not really. I was like, you have access to a university. We
Right.
have a lot of people that know if research has been done on that.
Yes.
And if it hasn't been done, I bet somebody's working on it in our circle.
Yeah.
And not only that, we also have a lot of experts within the Signum community that can provide quotes, that can provide sound bites, that can weigh in. So it does turn into a much more grounded in academic research and, thoroughly vetted, respected piece, and not just the kind of conjecture that you sometimes find on YouTube and social media. So it is really, I don't know, it's very exciting for me because I don't really, like us, the rest of us, we don't really want to just follow the traditional academic
Yeah.
trend all the time. I want to provide something that is really useful to people, that helps them understand something, that can bridge that gap that sometimes exists between academics and industry and normal people, common folk. Like you don't have to be an academic to be able to engage in academia.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff I hope this can help bring to the table.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thinking about that, the kind of the space that's in the middle of those three things that you just talked about, right? There's the academic world, there's the film and video industry, TV industry world,
Mm-hmm.
and there's the content creation world, right? The YouTube and podcasting and, TikTok world, right? And all of that stuff. And Signum Studios is really kind of setting up to live right in the midst of all three of those things, and forming a new platform, some new opportunities that are connected to all three, which are going to be things that can sit alongside the material that is produced in the TV and film industry, right?
Yep.
And not look ridiculous, in comparison to
it'll
them.
complement it beautifully, but be something that isn't out there. Because you think about, oh no, I don't want to just slander folks. I was like, if you think about what already exists,
Right.
if you think about traditional studios and what they put out, they really have to think about wide audience appeal, who's going to buy it,
Yes.
and therefore sometimes it's super top note. It doesn't really get to any kind of substance sometimes, and we don't have to worry about that as much. We can get to the substance
Yeah.
and still make it be widely appealing.
That's how Signum has operated from the beginning, right? I mean, look at our academic programs, right? Our academic programs, most universities, as you say, top note, right? Trying to appeal to as broad an audience as possible. And that's rooted in the fact that universities have almost, until very recently, been completely geographically located. So if you're trying to draw students from your geographic area, which most universities are, you've got to have as broad an appeal as possible so that as many of the people in your geographic area as you can will come to your university. But that means you don't have the opportunity for depth in some areas. And it's one of the reasons why things like Germanic philology, which we do, has been dying out all over the world because there's not enough appeal. Like an insufficient number of people who live in, Western Western Wisconsin or whatever, right, want to study that in order for them to justify doing it at universities in that area. So they drop it. Whereas we at Signum bring people who are interested in Germanic philology from everywhere in the world, right, and bring them all together in one place and have formed the largest Germanic philology program on planet Earth, right? And so similarly, our niche focus is, often people have asked me, like, when are you going to move beyond, your niche? You guys are so narrow. And I'm like, no, that's actually our strength. That's what we do. Yeah. I mean, we're going to widen it, but we're not, I have no plans to try to make Signum into a normal, like, we do a little bit of everything kind of university. And so the studio too will be able to benefit from that kind of thing. We're not trying to appeal to the kind of, that sort of top note appeal to the sort of audience that like Netflix has or Prime Video has or something like that. We are primarily going to be focusing on our niche, but bringing people together in that niche from everywhere in the world, which gives us a really deep pool, actually, of interest that we can pursue.
And I would say that we're not limited to the niche either, because I think studios often widely underestimate the audience. That niche is really attractive to folks, and I think it will appeal to the Netflixes and the Amazons and the things like that. So I think what we produce will just be a full-on passion project with really high quality, and
Right.
that's shiny. That's something
Yeah.
different that doesn't exist, and that is something marketable. So our community, absolutely no problem.
Yeah.
But I can see that it would go farther than that too, which is exciting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I mean, but it's just the excitement of that kind of trifecta, right? Of having producing projects that can sit alongside premiere TV and film productions and not, be embarrassed to sit next to them, which can live in the academic world, right, and be viewed and and considered by professional academics with respect, which can also live in that fan content world, the YouTube podcasting world, and be as engaging and exciting for, for everybody who is in this niche, right? Who is passionate about these things to come and enjoy without like high thresholds and barriers to entry. To be able to do all three of those things in one place, that is exciting. And again,
Cool.
I don't know anybody who's done that. I mean, this is really a new thing, and
And
kind
for
of
the
amazing.
studio structure, the professional industry to really see it too. We've seen that even from our time with
Yeah.
working with Amazon, of just the amount of wow they have when they
Yes.
saw the first episode of Rings and Realms. We're like, yeah, and we did that on the fly.
Yeah, we could do better. We could do better with time to prepare, maybe.
It was great.
Yeah.
With more sleep than 3 hours.
Ideally. Yeah,
Oh, great.
absolutely. Well, let's talk about, so there's another project that we're working on in the short term. One of the first things that I think we're looking to develop. It's relatively simple to execute, which is why it kind of moves to the top of the queue. It's going to be one of the first things that we're going to be offering as a Signum Studios sort of line, and I'm really pumped up about this one. I've been working on this one already. Maggie, you want to tell people what we're working on?
Sure. So I haven't practiced this, so I mean, bear with us as the pitch isn't shiny yet. But basically, we realized how popular it is to listen to audio commentaries. We
Yeah.
want audio commentaries, but the things that exist are nothing like what we're able to offer. So
Hmm.
the concept is similar to riff tracks, the comedy tracks that you can download, which is comedy and comedians alongside your favorite movies. We're going to be tracks that offer analysis, and we're going to
Yeah.
call them fan tracks. So with fan tracks, you can engage with your favorite works in a myriad of ways. It's not going to be like, oh, we've got one track for Peter Jackson's trilogy. No, we might have 2 dozen because
We
it's going to
might.
depend who wants to work with us, who we want to work with. So whoever has access to an audio studio and we work with and develop and do the screening and the quality control and all that stuff. If we get the production, the fans, the academics, all these different people, you could have dozens of tracks underneath each film. And we're going outside Lord of the Rings too. We will
Hmm.
happily look at Harry Potter. We will happily look at his Dark Materials. Definitely want you to take a look at the Wheel of Time. So
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
so many things within our community that we think we can tap into, but also the links that we have professionally and within the industry that you can pull these folks in, and each track will be a single track that we can monetize. But maybe there'll be packages underneath that you can buy all the Lord of the Rings ones for this amount, or
Yeah.
eventually we'd like to pull it into a subscription
Yeah, we
structure.
just give access to our whole catalog
Yeah.
for a low. I mean, again, as with everything that we do at Signum, we're trying to price everything as low as we possibly can, while still also making sure that we can compensate the talented folks who are going to be making the commentaries and stuff. But yeah, yes, I mean the possibilities of this. It's going to be so much fun. I just can't wait. I've already begun working on commentaries for some of the other, the Tolkien adaptations. I'm working on. I'm going to be going in and starting recording my commentary on the Peter Jackson films soon. I plan to. I'm going to go back and my plan is that I want to start off like my base point is going to be audio commentary tracks on like every Tolkien adaptation ever done, including, by the way, the Soviet Fellowship of the Ring, which I'm absolutely doing an audio commentary track for. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, so, I mean, and a lot of this was really kind of inspired by, and of course, many of us have listened to the audio commentary tracks on the Peter Jackson films over the years, right? There's the cast track and the tech track and
they're
the
the ones that
director's
got me
track.
into this, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest. I was like 20 when I started listening to those, and it
Yeah.
was like, wait, this is a thing we can do professionally? That's a life that I could live?
Right.
I'm working on it. Not living that life yet, but we're taking steps close to it. But
Right.
yeah, it's very exciting to
Exactly. So
be
yeah,
able to do that.
this idea has been kind of percolating over the last few months as we've been working on stuff, and we're like, man, this needs to exist. And then as soon as we started thinking about it, we're like, man, the potential, like we can do anything. We can do everything, right? We can bring in, we're going to start with what we know and with the people that we already have kind of on staff and close friends that we're connected with doing stuff that we know. But man, like to be able to have fan tracks for, like all the Star Wars things and like, I don't know, like the whole run of Doctor Who and oh goodness,
All
there's
of the
so many
Marvels,
things, all the
of
Marvels and
DCs,
everything
the
else. I
Narnia
mean,
adaptations, the BBC adaptations,
I
and it
can't.
doesn't just have to be adaptations. We've definitely talked about thematic things we can do as well. But
Yeah. I mean, like I can't wait for like the series of you and Gabriel Schenk doing Arthurian films.
Arthurian.
Oh man, so
I
much.
don't know if Gabriel's watching, but Gabriel, that sorry.
Totally. I'm just kind of
that.
dragooning you into that, Gabriel. Just like FYI. Yeah.
I don't think he'll fight, but we'll see.
I'm just brainstorming. Oh man, I'm talking about things I would love to see. Right? I'm talking about things I would love to see. And
But
again,
also, and then going into the community too. So we're talking about our community, but I totally want to find like the top YouTubers for each of these things and invite them to come in. So
yeah.
Financially it makes sense because they can get a cut of this track and it sits under our brand,
Mm-hmm.
our supply. But the voices that we could get under each of these would just be so fun that I would love to watch Rogue One with 15 different interpretations and 15 different viewpoints.
Yeah, that's the thing that really excites me too, is that like it's not like, as you said, it's not like we have to fight and be like, okay, who gets to do the commentary track for the Peter Jackson films? We can do as many as we want. You can have, so that you can listen to the different takes and the different responses of a wide variety of different folks, especially other voices in the fandom that you are interested in. Which also,
I assume everybody has watched these films a few times,
right?
so let's watch them a few more with new things. Yes, please.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, there's so much. I mean, there's just limitless potential to the amount of material we can eventually be putting out here. So,
I was asked a week or so ago if I would do Twilight, and I said yes, but only if I'm allowed to be tipsy while doing it.
Which, by the way, I think would be a perfectly legitimate subgenre of the fan tracks.
Well, Ben offered that too, that we would probably do on a drunk viewing of Tolkien.
Right. Yes, that is it is a possible subgenre that could be available. Tipsy tracks, exactly.
Tipsy
something.
Tracks.
Yeah.
Fan track.
Yeah.
Let's start with the standard ones first.
Yeah, exactly. We'll branch out to more avant-garde material after we establish
those will be bonus episodes around the holidays.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Or with the drinks.
Now with drinking games. So much potential.
Oh my God, the drinking games, guys. I did one in college with Peter Jackson's trilogy. I think we'd be sued if we did that one.
Well, exactly.
We have to nose day version. That's
right. We have to be careful about explicitly encouraging, alcohol poisoning and that sort of thing. So
moving back to the traditional stuff that we're very excited about and very professional and ready to produce.
Absolutely,
it's gonna be great.
Yeah. No. So this is one of the, and again, it's just one of the first initiatives we have. As you said, there's one or two video projects that are already in discussion and in development, and people, of course, should stay tuned for more announcements about that kind of thing. There's also some collaborative work that you're doing together with the Signum Press as well, for some other projects also that will be able to be announced soon. So anyway,
one has already shot and footage completed, and the other is in development, so they're on their way.
Exactly. So anyway, it's going to be great fun. Well, Maggie, I can't wait for the next stages. Really, the initial stages of the journey. We've kind of discussed setting out on the journey, and now we are heading out on that now. It's going to be great fun. Thank you so much. Your willingness and expertise and enthusiasm has really made this possible, and I am so grateful to have you with us, and can't wait for this.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here, and for all the people we get to work with and all the people we will get to work with. So thanks, gang.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Maggie. I'll let you go and get some rest. We're gonna come back here. So let me show you our next game, because it is time for the next one. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I can't minimize it. Sorry about that. All right, let me readjust my real estate here. Okay. And let me give you the next one. Okay. Are you ready for the next game? Here comes the next game. The next game is the story challenge. 25 words, it's kind of a guideline. I'm not going to be strict about that. Here's the challenge, the story challenge. Think of a story that starts with someone receiving a formal invitation. In suitably formal language, write the invitation. So again, and by the way, this prompt provided by our prompt queen and permission fairy, Sparrow Alden. So again, so you're imagining a story. The very opening of this story, somebody's receiving an invitation to something, right? In suitably formal language, write that invitation. The prizes will be given to the most compelling story that we get a glimpse of through this invitation, and for the best overall story idea, the sort of most novel concept here. Okay, so there is our next concept. Let me give you the link to submit this. Hang on a second. All right, and here is the link. It's not the same link. New link. There's your new link. New link to the new form for the story challenge. Okay, I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this one and work on that. Okay, there I am. I'll give you a few minutes to think about this, and then we will come back. And our next thing up is our space segment. So we're going to get Rob Goslin doing a really fun look back at the year that was our first year in space. And then we're going to have 4 different space capsules. That is 4 of our space faculty teaching little mini versions of some upcoming space modules that are happening. So we're going to bring in teachers, we're going to bring in students, and we're going to kind of give you guys a taste of what space modules look like. So all that's going to be happening in our next segment. I'll be back in... what am I supposed to do? What's our schedule again? Oh, yeah. Okay. Our schedule is, we're not bad. Okay. So we'll come back at 3:30 on time for our space update. All right. Thanks, everybody. Work on your stories. I'm looking forward to your invitations. Okay. See you in about 8 minutes. Okay, everybody, we are back. So we have now. This is the most ambitious segment of our day today, where we're going to be bringing in and balancing lots of people. So I hope you will bear with me as I'm going to be juggling the Zoom session here live. So hopefully, I'm sure that will be perfectly smooth. But in the outside chance that it isn't, but in any case, it is time to talk about space. Rob, I got to, this is Rob Goslin, of course. Rob Goslin, who is the director of our space program and the man who's made everything possible from the start, the one who kind of took my crazy idea and made it real and just ran with it. And oh man, Rob, the development of the space program has been so exciting, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been spectacular, Corey. You know, when I just look at back at where we were a year ago, who could have thought? Wow,
Who
hey?
could have thought? Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it really has. It isn't like in both, and I want to emphasize in both quantitative and qualitative measures, right? I mean, what we hoped for in like enrollment and everything else, we've gone so far beyond our initial, careful and conservative projections, but also qualitatively, like the what we hoped it would enable people to do, the kind of response that we were hoping for from people, the kind of benefit that we were hoping that students and faculty alike would gain from it. And what we've been hearing from people has been everything that we were sort of shooting for and more.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, should we dive in a little
We
bit?
should. Yeah. So I'm gonna step off stage here and hand things over to Rob, as Rob I think has some awards to give out, which is going to
Yes.
be a lot of fun. So let me get out of the way and hand things over to Rob to talk about space.
Oh, thanks, Corey. Yeah. Oh, well, we've had such an exciting year. For those of you who've never heard of space or participated yet, let's see. It's Signum Portals for Adult Continuing Education. And here at Space, we run monthly interactive modules for personal enrichment, which provides excellent teaching in a stress-free environment. How I like to describe space is at space, we learn what we love with others that love it for the sheer joy of it. This means no tests, no papers, no benchmarks for learning. You get to learn what you love at your own pace. And our modules run on a monthly system. So students can dive in, dive out in a given month. And our modules, they're 8 hours of class time, usually twice weekly for 1 hour, and they focus on small group discussion. And we provide a range of classes across our 4 different areas, or what we call sectors. So those are fantasy studies, beginning and advanced languages, creative writing, and general humanities. Each module consists of approximately 4 to 12 students. And again, it's discussion centered. And as Corey mentioned earlier in the State of the University address, it was last year, October, when he announced the beginning of the program, and December 2021 was our launch month. So we are coming on the anniversary of our first month in December soon. The program has been so well received. Uh, a spectacular success. We've been expanding the program every month. We started in December with just 5 modules, and we've now tripled that or more. Every month we offer 15 or more ish now. And so it's been a thrill. It's been so exciting. As Corey mentioned, not just quantitatively, but qualitatively. But those quantitative kind of measures just kind of also showcase just how wild it's been on the receiving end, just watching it do so much better, I guess, than we ever could have dreamed. And so, in terms of students, we average about 100 students a month now. In total, we've had over 200 different students take at least one module with us. So it has just been so marvelous. If you are interested in learning more about space, you can email us at our main email is space@signumu.org, or you can go to the Signum University website, and at the top there, you'll see non-degree programs, and you can click on space and learn a little bit more about what we're about. A bit of a layout for this particular segment. Just as Corey mentioned, today we just want to celebrate our 1-year anniversary with you. And to do that, we're going to be giving out some awards. In addition, 4 of our space preceptors have prepared a little learning segment, which we're calling a capsule, to give you a little taste of space, with each one featuring a different one of our sectors. Okay, so we're going to get down to business and give out some awards and freebies. So for each of our award draws, we are offering a bonus token to the winner. A token is worth any one space module redeemable anytime. And we have 10 award categories that we're going to announce over the course of this segment, and an ongoing possible award. We have never had a 5 token purchase in space in all the history of this 1 year in space so far. And so anyone who purchases a 5-pack today, we will up it to 6 tokens. So that is anyone Eastern time by midnight tonight. If anyone purchases a 5-pack, we will up it to 6. Okay, so we're going to start with our first award. This we're calling the Lifer Award. This award goes to our highest enroller, the space student who is enrolled in the highest number of total modules over the course of this year. And the winner of the Lifer Award goes to, drumroll, Peter D. Congratulations, Peter. Peter has participated in 33 modules over the course of this past year. Congrats, Peter, for being such an active participant in space. And you have hereby won our Lifer Award. Our next category is called Old Faithful Award. This award is a draw from amongst students who have been with us faithfully every month since space began in December 2021. So every student who has participated in at least one module from the very beginning, their names were entered for this draw. And the winner of the Old Faithful Award goes to Will E. Congrats, Will. Thank you for faithfully flying with us. So I'm going to announce 2 more categories, and then we're going to transition into a capsule. So our third category, we have named the Air Miles Award. So this next award goes to the space student who is enrolled in the most modules in a single month. So the student who is our biggest multi-enroller. And the winner of the Air Miles Award, another drum roll, goes to Sean G. Sean has taken a total of 5 modules in a single month. 5 modules. There we go. Congrats, Sean. And thank you for not only providing excellent teaching. Sean is one of our preceptors as well as a student. Thank you for your hunger for learning, Sean, as well. Now we'll announce the 4th award. This we're calling the Space Explorer Award. This award is a draw where all space participants who have taken at least one module with us had their name entered. So we've picked 2 winners for the Space Explorer Award, and each will have 1 token added to their BlackBerry accounts. Meanwhile, as I'm announcing these, Jenny, my wife, is adding those tokens. So the Space Explorer Award and our 2 winners are David M. and Deborah G. Congrats, both of you, on winning the Space Explorer Award. So you've been granted a bonus token. All right, we're going to pause the awards and transition to our first space capsule. This will feature our fantasy studies sector. And presenting our first capsule is our esteemed space preceptor, Dr. Sarah Brown. And I will introduce Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown serves as Signum University's Language and Literature Department Chair and Thesis Coordinator for the MA program. She is a lecturer and preceptor for the MA program and also a preceptor in space. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, Rob. It's great to be here.
Oh, great to have you, Sarah. The title of Dr. Brown's capsule is Bring On the Numenorian Dancing Bears, and a little description about it. Amongst the little snippets of detail that we have about life on the island of Numenor, we find a fascinating reference to Numenorian bears and their custom of gathering yearly each fall to perform slow but dignified dances. There are other places in Tolkien's legendarium where we find references to bears, for example, in The Hobbit and the Father Christmas letters. And in every case, these bears are depicted as acting in ways very different to what we might expect of such wild creatures. Join Dr. Sarah Brown for a short but fun discussion of Tolkien's dancing bears. So over to you, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah,
Thanks, Rob.
can I interrupt real quickly?
Yes,
Because
you
it's
can.
come to my attention that I totally forgot something, and I can't forget this because so we want to do a drawing to give away because we're celebrating space today. We are giving away space tokens. We want everybody to try space who can. So we want to give away a space token to people who are attending the live sessions here today.
Oh, absolutely, Corey.
So
Yes.
what I'm going to do is on the Twitch chat. So we're going to do this through Twitch. So if you want to join the giveaway, to join the drawing, make sure that you're in the Twitch chat. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to open it right now. There it goes. Okay, so if you're in Twitch chat, type !raffle, one word, so no space, ! And the word raffle, and you will be entered into the drawing at the end of the space segment. So after all of the space capsules are done and everything, then I'll close the drawing and we'll draw a winner at the end of it. Okay, so I see people entering now. So I just wanted to, I was totally supposed to do that before and forgot, and I don't want to neglect it. Sorry, Sarah.
Did you space out?
Huh? I totally spaced it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Don't worry,
Actually,
that's the last joke.
shockingly, for all of the space puns we have made in the last year, I don't think I ever made that one yet. So that's that. There we go.
Sarah.
There is my award for the most awful space pun.
There we go.
Next year.
Next year.
Next year.
Okay.
Okay. I think we need to be keeping a list of these, Rob.
Yes, yeah, that's right. I'll write it down.
Okay. Is it all right for me to share my screen?
Let's see. That I will attempt to arrange here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There you go. You should be clear.
Let me give it a sec. And now it lets me. Okie dokie. There we are. All right. Laurel, give me a quick thumbs up if you can see my screen. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sharon. Okie dokie. So this sort of gives a little bit of a flavor of a new space course that's coming up next December, which I'll tell you a little bit about. And when we get to the end of this space capsule, I'll tell you a little bit more about it because there's some really exciting details and things that might make you want to go, ooh, and perhaps sign up for it. So I'm going to keep you hanging on that until the very end of the capsule. But just to kind of situate this a little bit, this is the capsule on fantasy studies, and it'll come as no surprise to anybody who knows me, but I'm focusing on Tolkien. And I'm also going to give you a little snippet of the course that I'm doing in December, which is on the history of Numenor. So we're going to look at the important events, the significant people, the geography of the island, the culture of the Numenorians. And then I thought, why not dancing bears? So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to look at the dancing bears. Now, when I first read The Unfinished Tales a million years ago, I was struck by this tiny little section, just halfway through the bit on the Second Age and Numenor, and it talks about bears And there's just this little section on bears. When The Fall of Numenor, which was recently published, came out, I checked, but there was nothing else revealed. But let's have a look at what is said about the Numenorian dancing bears. Okay, so the first little bit is this. There were bears in considerable numbers in the mountainous or rocky parts, both of a black and brown variety. The great black bears were found mostly in the forest area, that should say, that's a typo. The relations of the bears and men were strange. From the first, the bears exhibited friendship and curiosity towards the newcomers. These feelings were returned. At no time was there any hostility between men and bears. There were mating times, and during the first youth of their cubs, they could be angry and dangerous if disturbed. The Numenorians did not disturb them except by mischance. Very few Numenorians were ever killed by bears, and these mishaps were not regarded as reasons for war upon the whole race. Many of the bears were quite tame. They never dwelt in or near the homes of men, but they would often visit them in the casual manner of one householder calling upon another. At such times, they were often offered honey to their delight. Only an occasional bad bear ever raided the tame hives. Okay, so first thing that strikes me is that last little bit there about them not dwelling in or near the homes of men, but would visit them, and at such times were often offered honey to their delight, and only an occasional bad bear ever raided the tame hives. I'm getting just a little whiff of A.A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh with this one, but you know, I'm not going to tell you that that's exactly where Tolkien got his dancing bears from, but we're going to have a look at some of the potential ideas that his dancing bears for Numenor came from in a little bit. Now, I want to point out to you where we're talking about. So these bears lived in the Forastar part of the island of Numenor. So you can see the map there, and it looks like a five-pointed star. And if you look at the very top of the five-pointed star, that's the area where the bears come from. Now, this shouldn't be a surprise to us, I suppose, because Tolkien's other bears that we will discuss often come from somewhere north. So here we have them coming from the north of the island of Numenor. So let's continue with what we find out about these dancing bears. All right, so most strange of all were the bear dances. The bears, the black bears especially, had curious dances of their own, but these seem to have become improved and elaborated by the instruction of men. At times, the bears would perform dances for the entertainment of their human friends. The most famous was the Great Bear Dance in Quenya, that was Ruxuale, of Tompole in the Forastar, that northern bit, to which every year in the autumn many would come from all parts of the island, since it occurred not long after the Eruhantale, at which a great concourse was assembled. Okay, what was the Eruhantale? Does anybody know?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been ages since I've read this bit.
All right, anybody?
Is it when the king went up the mountain? I can't remember the name of the mountain now.
Yeah, the Meneltama.
Yes.
Yes, it is. In fact, the Eruhantale, well done. The Eruhantale was the last of the 3 prayers to Eru spoken each year by the king or queen of Numenor. And in the ceremony, the monarch and his or her people gave thanks to Eru, and it was held at the end of each autumn. So the king or queen would go up the Meneltama, accompanied by a silent, white-clad crowd of people, because only the king or queen was allowed to speak on the Meneltama, and they were the only ones allowed to actually voice any kind of prayer to Eru. And the ruler would make a prayer and a bloodless offering on the mountain summit. At this stage in Numenor, the offerings were bloodless. It's not until towards the end of the Second Age, with the coming of Sauron, that they actually have human sacrifices. So 3 great eagles, the witnesses of Manwë, would hover overhead, and the word Eruhantale means thanksgiving to Eru in Quenya, from the word Hantale, which actually means thanksgiving, which is a nice thing to know for this coming week, I think, for our American friends. Okay, now we're getting to the fun bit, all right? the dancing bears bit. So, to those not accustomed to the bears, the slow but dignified motions of the bears, sometimes as many as 50 or more together, appeared astonishing and comic. But it was understood by all admitted to the spectacle there should be no open laughter. The laughter of men was a sound that the bears could not understand. It alarmed and angered them. Okay, the first thing I want to say here is I don't normally read out huge swathes of text off a PowerPoint. If this was in a class, I would obviously be asking the students to have the book with them so that we could, look at it together. But I can't guarantee that everybody's going to have the book. So that's why I have committed the ultimate PowerPoint sin today and read it out to you. Okay, so what does this say about the bears? They're pretty anthropomorphic, actually. Black bears have dances of their own, but the humans also teach them dances. So what does this imply about the bears? What can we sort of take from the language of the text and think about what that means for the bears themselves? Any thoughts?
Well, at first, I what comes to mind is, and I don't know the proper name for the Asian, I believe, Chinese practice with the motions, that you do. Yeah, that thing, the meditative. It's almost that comes to mind in some ways to this description. That, and also sort of there's an ant-like, natural slow process to their performance. So I'm kind of relating it to those things that I know. So that's what's coming to me first.
So what we're getting there is something that's quite thoughtful, and
right,
like the spiritual practice that goes into Tai Chi, for example. So something very thoughtful and meaningful, but also very dignified. Each movement kind of almost meaning something. And I think that actually gives us an idea of how Tolkien wants us to view these bears, that they are dignified, that they have thought processes, that they are intelligent, and they must be intelligent because 50 of them dancing together. I mean, who's doing the choreography? Someone off at the side is actually doing choreography and getting 50 bears to all do it together.
And I'm getting a sorry.
No,
go
ahead.
on.
I don't know. I was thinking it reminds me a lot of sort of the older religions that we have. They have certain dances that they do that are almost like a type of worship, and I think that fits very well with the timing of the event. So it's not just going up the mental Dharma and things like that that's being done in worship. It's like this is a part of the whole festival. And
right, yeah, because there's no intimation here that the bears are celebrating Eruhantale. It's just their Tompole, which is their festival, seems to come almost immediately after the Eruhantale, and it's just a convergence of two separate festivals, isn't it?
I mean, we get that quite a lot with real world religions where festivals do sort of match up and blend together. And I get a lot of that sort of feeling from it.
Yeah, maybe it's the time of year where they're coming together to celebrate something in particular, but the time of year kind of generates that desire to have some form of festival. Sharon, you had your hand up first, then I'll come to Carrie.
The other thing I would recognize, and also this connects to the first passage we read, is that while there is connection or communion or communication between humans and bears, there is still a divide of understanding. Perhaps there's a divide of otherness between the two, that we can't assume that they're like, Yogi Bear and Boo Boo or anything like that. Or even, the Winnie the Pooh. It's definitely that there is a difference. They have their own internal traditions and communications that even probably the most that connected wouldn't understand them.
Right, and that sort of points me towards the end of this section, where it says that it appeared astonishing and comic. And that's kind of unfortunate. That makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, actually, because to the bears, this is clearly a really significant moment. This is a yearly celebration, and they permit the humans to come and see this happening. But the humans find it a bit comic. I find that a little bit.
Well, not all. It said those who just don't, who are not accustomed to them. So I feel like there are some who, as with anything, that even in our own experience, right? There are some who are respectful, and there are those who are rather foolish and ignorant, and don't understand. Mm-hmm. So it's a nice reflection of actually what we see, between cultures and different people groups.
Yeah, that's well thought through. Thanks, Sharon. Carrie, what did you have to add there?
A bunch of the things you guys just said fall right into the parallels that I see between him introducing the Numenorians in the first passage and adding the bears, and him introducing the bears here and adding the Numenorians. And in both cases, he has language that identify both races as inhabitants on par.
Yeah.
That in the first section, the bears are the ones that are egalitarian and are okay with learning about the ways of the Numenorians. And then the second one, it's the Numenorians who need to learn about the ways of the bears and be a little more egalitarian. And yeah. I think this pairs or follows really well with Tolkien's emphasis on the fact that the manifestations of nature that we can interact with need to be respected and understood. And laughter is absolutely inappropriate. There are times when laughter is wonderful, but it doesn't come in a mocking way from Tolkien towards nature.
No. Yeah. And he also makes it clear here that the bears don't really understand what laughter actually denotes, which again tells us about a separation of two very different cultures that have to actually build understanding towards each other.
That, and I think laughter as a source of sound, they may not have understood why the men would be laughing, but they did understand that their dance was not for men. And for the men to interject themselves into the dance was understandable.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, that would be alarming and angering, because they were invited to witness, not participate, not receive, and not react. So it seems like his bears are community organized enough to have that level of understanding of ways and patterns of respectful behavior.
Right. Thanks, Carrie. Thank you. Sharon.
Regarding the laughter, this isn't just in the context of the bear's performance, but if we think of the passage before, it's in all the relationships. So perhaps it is just something that, again, is a barrier of understanding between the two. Even in the context of the passage that was shared before, where they, leave food out, or they kind of hang out together or kind of coexist, there's still a lack of understanding of both sides.
Yeah, great points, everybody. So just to add on to this, there seems to be absolutely no implication at all that there was hunting of the bears. That even though a few humans inadvertently were killed, it's probably because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time doing the wrong thing where the bears were. So there's no animosity even when some of the Numenorians were actually killed by bears. And there's also, and I think this is an important point, because this is different to the case in our primary world, there's no sense of them training or forcing these bears to dance for human entertainment. And I think that is really significant, because of course we find in our primary world, if we look at our different cultures in this world where dancing bears have been, and they're mostly gone, but they are still to be found in a few countries. that these are bears that are treated pretty badly, and they are trained in a very painful manner, in which the trainer will play music and the bear will be put on a metal platform through which there are electric shocks and heat, and the bear will lift their paws to get away from the electric shocks and heat. And so the next time they hear that music, they will actually make those movements. And there's no sense of that here at all. There's no sense of the humans feeling themselves to be dominant over the bears at all. Ruth, go on.
I was just wondering, sort of timeline wise, was this written before The Hobbit? Because I'm getting almost sort of like proto Beyond feelings from it. They're not fully changing into men, but it's kind of got the thought of that there.
I'm coming to The Hobbit, so you're right.
Sorry.
No, it's because it's good to spot these things. There are a number of dancing bears in other books that Tolkien wrote, so we'll have a look at those as well. So let me come to those. Get rid of that dancing bear. Okay, so the first one is Karhu, the North Polar Bear, from the Letters from Father Christmas. Now, this bear, of course, is rather delightful because he is a little mischievous. He gets himself into trouble a lot. He's described as doing all sorts of kind of silly things. Now, he has two nephews. One is called Paksu, the other one is called Valkatuka, and they're both very mischievous. Valkatuka, for example, he swallows a ball of red string, thinking that it's cake. Karhu himself is often described as silly and doing silly things, like he sets off fireworks and scares the reindeer. He falls through the roof of the house. He falls down the stairs. He chops his paw instead of a tree. He gets lost in caves for a week and has to be rescued by the cave bear. But he is also a dancing bear. And there he is dancing with the penguins. And I have my copy of the Father Christmas Letters here. And on page 190, there's a tiny description. Okay. So it says, the picture is of polar bear dancing with their chiefs. By their chiefs, it's the penguins. They amuse us enormously. They don't really help much, but are always playing funny dancing games and trying to imitate the walk of polar bear and the cubs. So Karhu is a fun-loving polar bear who gets up to mischievous things, but he too dances. Okay, so next one is, just for you, Ruth, dancing bears in The Hobbit. Okay, so we know that great and ancient bears had lived within the Misty Mountains for some time. By the late Third Age, their number had diminished. Gandalf tells Bilbo that giants had taken up their homes in that mountain range. And according to Gandalf, some believe that Beorn, the skin changer, was a black bear that was descended from them. And Gandalf says in chapter 7, Queer Lodgings, I have been picking out bear tracks. There must have been a regular bears meeting outside here last night. I soon saw that Beorn could not have made them all. There were far too many of them, and they were of various sizes too. I should say there were little bears, large bears, ordinary bears, and gigantic big bears, all dancing outside from dark to nearly dawn. So, though the annual Great Bear Dance that we heard about a little while ago, that obviously ends with the downfall of Numenor, the ordinary bear dances, they live on into the Third Age. And as we can see, according to Gandalf, bears of various sizes east of the Misty Mountains occasionally gather outside of Beorn's Hall for a regular bears meeting, where they dance from dark to nearly dawn. So it's possible that this dance could be related in some way to the Great Bear Dance. Now, Ruth, you asked, in terms of timeline, which was written first, the Bears of Numenor or the Bears of the Hobbit? Okay, the best I have found, because I couldn't track down an exact date, is that the Bears of the Hobbit were written first. with the bears of the second age, because the second age stuff is so small, there's so little of it. I think that the bears of the second age, the Numenorian dancing bears, were actually created slightly later, but I'm not 100% on that one, and I'm happy to be corrected. Okay, so what we do have, though, is something that is a clear link between bears of the second age and bears of the third age. And we're meant to take the dancing bear moot of The Hobbit equally seriously. This is not, bears putting on party hats and tootling party favors and all that kind of thing. This is a proper bear dance in which these bears come together. And we know it's serious because Beorn is serious. That's a serious character. So I think that's how we are meant to perceive them. Okay, so that's the bears of The Hobbit, but there's more, because I don't know if any of you have read Mr. Bliss. There are bears in Mr. Bliss. Now, there's just one moment in Mr. Bliss where it seems like the bears are dancing. He's got 3 bears. They're called Archie, Teddy, and Bruno. Okay, and they do actually... I've got my copy of Mr. Bliss right here. Such a lovely book. Okay, so this is where the 3 bears have invited a bunch of people over to supper. It says the bears really took pains with that supper, and the Dawkinses and Mrs. Knight and old Mr. Day forgave them altogether when they saw it. And when they had eaten it, they danced and sang together like old friends. So that to me says that the bears were joining in the dancing. So we have dancing bears in Mr. Bliss. And if you haven't read Mr. Bliss, it is the most delightful little story. So you really, really should. Okay, so now I want to give you a little bit of language nerdery, just to add to all of it. Tolkien, as we know, loved his language nerdery, and he actually used a number of different languages and bear words, if you like. So in Sindarin, the word for bear was graw, and I've put where these come from, by the way, on the slide. So this one comes from Vinya Tengwa. Early Noldorin had 2 words for bear, brog and megli, with a variation meglivorn, which meant black bear in particular. And the Quenya word is morco, which shares a root with brog. And that comes from The Lost Road and Other Writings, Part 3. So that's from the History of Middle-earth. In Common Eldarin, it's given as morocco and morocke. Morocke means she-bear. And that comes from Parma Elder Lamberon, 21. Adunaic, which is particularly interesting to those of us looking at the Numenorian bears, because Adunaic, of course, was a language spoken on Numenor. You get Urug in common gender singular, which is bear as a species or creature. The masculine singular Urgu, meaning male bear, and the feminine singular Urgi, meaning female bear or she-bear, and you find that in Sauron Defeated, which is another of the History of Middle-earth series. So just a little bit of language nerdery. Go on, Ruth.
Sorry, I'm just noticing I'm not the best with the languages, but a lot of the words are bringing up other words that I think of as perhaps for the bad guys. So the sort of prefix of Mordor, Morgoth, things like that. And then even with the Adunaic, or however you say it,
Adunaic, yeah,
that's it. They're bringing up almost, I'm feeling like Urukai and things like that. It seems odd that the bears have been not necessarily friendly, but not something to worry about. But the words have got this sort of underlying feeling, to me anyway, of sort of the not so good side of Tolkien's world.
That's really interesting. Yeah, now I looked at like you, the languages are not my speciality. I'd have to ask someone like Andy Higgins on this one. But when I was looking at Urgi and Urgu, I was thinking Ursa, which of course is Latin for bear. So I was just wondering if perhaps sort of there was a bit of a, I know that adjunaic is not based on Latin or anything like that, but I just wondered if kind of that came from there. But the more prefix, it does seem to kind of trend along with some words that give us pause. I don't know is the answer to that, but that's the sort of thing that in the course that I'm running in December, that we could have a real deep dive into Numenor. I promised no more jokes, but I'm afraid I did it. We'll wave that one aside. Yeah, okay, I'll stop now because Laurel is looking really severe. Let's move this one along. Okay, so that's just a taster of what the sorts of things we're going to talk about in this December space class, which is called The History, People and Culture of Tolkien's Numenor, with special guests. But who do we have as special guests? Well, the first special guest we have, and I'm so excited, is Brian Sibley, the author of The Fall of Numenor. Now, he's currently recuperating from knee surgery, so he hasn't told me which class he's going to be able to come to, and I suspect it'll be towards the end of December because he's got to recuperate from the knee surgery. The artist here, this is one of Ted Naismith's pictures. I'm afraid putting it on the PowerPoint just cut off his signature, which is in the top left. Sorry, Ted. Yeah, so Brian Sibley is going to be joining us probably towards the end of December. And the other one who will be joining us, and I believe she's coming on the 14th of December, is Dr. Christine Larson, who has written extensively on astronomy in Numenor and Tar Maneldur. And I'm very excited about that because there is nothing that Chris Larson doesn't know about astronomy in Middle-earth. So we've got some really, really exciting special guests. You don't have to listen to me for the entirety of 4 weeks. You can also listen to these very exciting people as well. So I hope that some of you folks will sign up for this course because we've got quite a decent number already signed up for it, and we're going to have a lot of fun. And that's everything from me. So thank you very much for coming to this space capsule. And I'll stop sharing. There we go. All done, Rob, and on time. Look at that. All done, Rob, and on time.
Oh, Sarah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and thank you for that language nerdery too, and announcing your course in December. It just shows the flavor of what's possible in the fantasy sector. Appreciate that so much. In December, we are offering 5 fantasy modules in total, and in January we are candidating 6 modules. So if you're interested in learning more, check out our fantasy sector in BlackBerry for more details. And that is at blackberry.signumuniversity.org, where you can see a list of all of our courses upcoming. We'd love to have you fly with us. So thank you again, Dr. Brown. Okay, we are going to announce some more awards. So we'll return to our awards and I'll just announce a couple more. So our 5th category is called our High Hopes Award. This award goes to the space student who has the most modules wishlisted on BlackBerry. For those of you who haven't had a chance to check space out yet, as you know, BlackBerry is our system where we manage all things space, and there is a wishlisting feature where students can add to their wish list any module that they're interested in taking with us, and this is a way for us to contact you if something you are interested in is currently running or candidating. And so for our award, the High Hopes Award goes to our highest wishlister, Catherine C. Congrats, Catherine. She had a total of 69 modules on her wish list. So congrats. Okay, the 6th award, this has my favorite name of them all. This is the Out of the Airlock Award. This award goes to our highest wish lister, who has never yet taken a course with us. So now it's time for you to fly out the airlock in space. The Out the Airlock Award goes to Gloria. Congrats, Gloria. She has had a total of 35 modules on her wish list, and we are adding a token to your account now, and we look forward to seeing you in space. Okay, well, we are going to transition to our next capsule, and this time we're going to feature our creative writing sector. Presenting this capsule is our dear Sparrow F. Alden. And I'll give a little intro to Sparrow. Sparrow is a faculty member in our MA, Signum Academy, and Space programs. She is a Signum advisor, the host of Writer Space, and a friend. Please welcome Sparrow Alden. Oh, I see Sparrow. Hi, Sparrow. Hear your voice.
Hello, hello. Do I need to click a button or anything?
I think you're good. Let me just see. Oh, there, I see you. Okay, great. Yeah, I thought before we dive in, Sparrow, I wondered if I could ask you a few kind of interview questions. So
I would love that.
Okay. One question I wanted to ask is, what has been one of your space highlights so far as a preceptor? You've been with us from the launch month in December, regularly
From the launch month
offering.
in December.
Yeah. So we'd love to hear, just one of your highlights.
There have been so many presentations at moots, people writing their first piece, but I have to tell you that one of the things that made my heart bust open happened this month when we had a couple of people come into creative writing, and there are several familiar faces who've been around from month to month to month. And when two of them wrote to me and said, hey, how can we make sure that our new writers feel really welcome? That told me that we had built community, which is so precious and so much the Signum way of doing things. And then we proceeded to haul our new friends, not even kicking and screaming, they wanted to be there, into the world of telling stories together. And that made me, well, surprise, it made me weep. Okay, yeah, that was it.
Oh, that's powerful. Yeah. Oh, appreciate you sharing that. Another question. I know that you've been studying some brain science lately and integrating this new knowledge as a preceptor, as you facilitate your writing classes. Can you explore that with us a little bit?
A bit, in my understanding, and a lot of this comes from The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk. I got to go to a week-long seminar with him. And what I've learned about memory is that an event can be encoded in so many different ways and places in the brain. And something that is a very emotional memory, the emotional part is encoded broadly on the right side of the brain. Don't ask about left-handed people, no one knows. Yet, the right side of the brain is not good at time. So if a frightening or angry memory is encoded there because it needs to be, because there's so much emotional content, but it's only there, it gets stuck. The normal progress of memories is to be experienced in the present tense. The emotional content comes first because that tells you if you're in danger. And then over time, it is encoded in a more balanced way in the brain. And then we can see it as something in the past because the left side will deal with the past. But if that jump across the corpus callosum doesn't take place, there's a stuck feeling. And on the left side of the brain is the verbal center. So if we write or tell our memories, or we write or tell fiction that draws and is relevant to our memories. That's a way of balancing that memory across the whole brain so that it goes back into the proper. We still have that emotional content available to us, but it's not happening right now. It's in the past. And so people who are interested in the writing the hero space module, that's what that module is based on. And that's been my big sort of heart work in the last couple of years.
Oh, wow. Now, you've not only precepted in space, you've also participated as a student. So can you share how that experience has been? Yeah.
Absolutely. I've taken probably half a dozen space modules, and I discover that when I go in there, I'm going in as a writer. I took the game mastering class in September, and I said, can I use these ideas as I world build for stories? And oh, poor Sean Gaffney, I went into his geology module in October, and he's okay, here are the ways that the mountains are built. And I said, yes, but what if the mountain spirits don't want to do that? Oh Lordy. But here's the thing, I did a little self-challenge. In August, I took Serena Higgins's Poetry in Forms, and I like to think of myself as a poet, sort of in the way that most fourth graders think of themselves as poets. I throw cool words in a great order. That's fun. And Dr. Higgins, who has studied and worked with poetry in the classic type forms, really taught me a lot. And we got through the month and everyone's making poems and talking about each other's poems, and it was great. And ever since then, I have had Writers Forge meetings with Dr. Higgins to keep improving my poetry. And so that turned into a whole new path of my improving my writing. So it's been very exciting being a student in space.
Yeah, thank you for sharing and the way you participated. Well, it's time for your capsule, Sparrow. I'll share your title and a little bit about it. So this capsule is entitled A Unique Shape for a Collective Story. Have you been confused by the conflicting story planning advice from writing programs like Save the Cat and Story Grid and 27 Chapters, to name a few? Sparrow is going to cut this Gordian knot with some writing advice, which we'll try out collaboratively. We're going to end up with a never-before-seen shape for a shared story plan, ready to be written in your own unique voice. Oh, and we'll have loads of fun doing it. Okay, thanks, Sparrow, and over to you.
Oh, very good. May I share my slides, please, Rob?
Yes.
All right. Do I have the, I'll wait until you kick the magic button. But meanwhile, I'm going to put the link to my slides in the chat for folks who want to review those at home, and also folks who use screen readers. Any slides which were primarily a graphic something, in the speaker's notes, you will find a description of that graphic.
All right. Dr. Olson, we need Sparrow to become host, and I can't make that happen right now. So if you are there, Corey, I can make Sparrow the host. That would be great.
Fantastic. And yes, I think, Christopher, you're in the right place to join the crew. All righty. Do I have a magic button? I don't have a magic button yet.
The magic button yet?
We're waiting for magic. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to wave the wand of the permission fairy. Here we go. Ready, Sparrow? Bling.
You'll have to show it on paper, Sparrow. You'll have to get creative.
I will have to get creative. That's okay. Then I'm just going to read off of the slides that you cannot see unless you followed the link. So there, someone tell me when I should have the ability. No ability. That's cool.
I posted the link in chat, Sparrow.
Thank you very much, Jean. All
Welcome
righty.
to my world, Sparrow.
There you go. There you go. Fortunately, I have lovely guide. Okay, so welcome to the creative writing sector of space. I am your gracious host, Sparrow, and stories, you will not be surprised to think about the idea that stories have shapes, stories have patterns, stories have elements of familiarity. Of course they do. We're thinking about the cauldron of story. We're thinking about ideas across time. And you may very well have heard of the heroic story shape. But do we mean Otto Rank's heroic mythotype? Do we mean Lord Raglan's mythic archetype? Do we mean Joseph Campbell's hero's journey? Do we mean Faith Acker's continuum of heroic service? Do we mean Alexis Height's model of the child hero? There are so many different ways to form a story. What about the 3-act structure with a beginning, middle, and end? Well, doesn't each one of those acts have a beginning, middle, and end? That's called the 9-block method of story making. And what if each of those blocks itself has a beginning, a middle, and an end? That's the 27 chapters method of Katie Tastic from YouTube and other great places on the internet. And that leads us to the notion of fractals, the people who, believe it or not, combine lots of pattern recognition software to stories have said, you know, the stories that have lasted a really long time are like fractals. They have a big shape, but that big shape is repeated over and over within the story. So I'm going to try once again to share my screen. Nope, that's not happening. Yes, mathematics for music, mathematics, and all these things. So it is very great. Back to looking at the slides. So how should we shape our stories with all of this advice happening? Do we follow human development in the cognitive, psychosocial, adult development, moral development, faith development? What do we do? What do we use the stages of grief and change as Mary Robinette Kowal does? Do we use the story grid that Tim Grolin has invented, the Save the Cat beat sheet, which we talked about last October right here in a space capsule? There are a lot of folks right now, a lot of people are ready to write. They want to write. They're ready to get their stories down. And so a lot of writing instructors will say, here's a method that will work. And sometimes they say, this is the method that works. This is the only shape of stories. And I am here to challenge that notion because there we go. I'm the co-host now. Because anyone who is saying, I'm going to tell you something if you give me money, I'm automatically a little leery of. So here we go. I'm sharing this very beautiful, we're on like slide 20 or something. As Kurt Vonnegut says, there are a lot of story shapes. He's got the down up of man falls in hole, man climbs back out again. There's the up down up of boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl back again. There's the one step at a time climbing up like Cinderella, who gets the shoes and the coach and the footman and the dress, and then it's midnight and she falls off a cliff, but then the shoe fits and she goes tearing off. In the speaker notes on this slide, you will find the link to Vonnegut giving this little talk as he did toward the end of his career, and it is brilliantly funny, and it is well worth spending 17 minutes watching him talk about the shapes of story. Okay, but onward. So there are plenty of story shapes that work. There's something in the chat. Oh, thank you very much. and onward. So what I thought we would do today is make up a new story shape. And we could sit and debate it for hours and hours, and then I would not fit in my time slot, and then that would be wrong. So I'm yes, this is a slinky. Here's a little graphic of a slinky. What it is a spiral that is leading upward as the story moves onward. And I hope, boy, I don't know if you see me leaning forward or backward, whatever. Pretend that onward is to the right. There we go. So this is actually something I've used before. Here's a picture of me storyboarding. And the idea is that as a character moves through their own story, they visit things in a circular way. Like maybe first I visit, here are my neighbors. I visit Linda, then I visit Lindsay, then I visit Andrea, and then I come home. And I keep visiting those wise women of the neighborhood. But each time I, the character, have grown, right? I'm able to absorb a lesson in a new way, and until some goal is reached. So here are my storyboarding cards laid out in a spiral to remind me, oh, at this point of the story, I need to revisit the concept that I put on the left. So Ruth has her hand up. Ruth, I don't know if you can speak up, but please do.
Yeah, I can. I was just thinking, it's almost like being at university. You know, you take the class, you pass the class, you take another class, but you still have to sort of revert back to last year's, like the beginning class, or as you go along. Is that the sort of thing that we're looking for?
That's the perfect example. Yes. If I take intro Old English and I've got good notes, now next year when I'm taking Beowulf in Old English, I'm going back to those notes because I need that knowledge to build the new knowledge. Ruth, couldn't have said it better. Thank you very much. So I wonder, and wonderful Patricia Minger, thank you for joining us today, Patricia. Patricia is over on a Google document, and as we come up with words to put on this slide, she is going to very, very sweetly also put them on our Google document. All right, so I would love someone or some 5 to suggest different levels of being human, different ways of being, we're going to stick to humans today, sorry. Different ways of being human that we could assign to each of these 5 levels. This could represent age, cognitive development, but let's see if we can invent something new. So what is a very basic way of being human?
Showing compassion.
Showing compassion. And we will come back and say, well, what are the 3 neighbors that we might visit, or the 2 neighbors that we might visit in the showing compassion circle? Okay, another way of being wonderfully human.
Empathy. It's slightly different. Compassion, it's more in tune with
it is. It's there's showing compassion, and then there's being alongside the person who might be in pain.
Yeah.
And we're just not going to worry about the fact that I've got different fonts in those text boxes. All right. A third way of being human. Christopher, you've unmuted yourself.
A relationship with power. That is, if one might wield power, you might have different levels of learning about how that would work.
You know what? I'm going to use that as a benchmark at each of these levels. So in the showing compassion level of the story, the character might have to wrestle with their relationship with power, but then they have to think about that again when they're at the empathy level. right? Oh my goodness, you guys are good. Okay. So we've got showing compassion is a way of being human. Being empathetic is a way of being human. What's another way of being human, please?
Finding purpose or direction.
Oh, I'm just going to say purpose because I think that fills in very nicely. And maybe the first thing we will struggle with on that level is our relationship with power.
Collaborating and problem solving.
You know what? I'm going to put problem solving in one box and collaborating at the top.
How about overcoming fear?
Ooh. Okay. Yes. And I'm going to put collaboration. So how about, you know what? I think we can use overcoming fear in all of these different ways. Yes. So at the showing compassion level, we have to think about, our character has to think about a relationship with power. And
I think Lynn is trying to say something too, but the audio cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to look in the chat then.
Oh boy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Anger.
Oh, okay. That is a thing to deal with at many different levels. So we've got what we're going to deal with at each level is anger, a relationship with power. I can see how those will be related, and overcoming fear. So what we've got now is 5 mini chapters and 3 things to happen in each of those chapters. And Patricia, is it clear to you what I would like you to put in those, in that document?
Yes, I think so. I've been typing.
Okay. You are amazing. And if you want to hop into the slides and copy paste or whatever you need to do. So our 5 mini chapters are showing compassion for this character. Oh, we need a name for our character. Quick. There's no time.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. I was gonna say Spud.
Squirrel.
Squirrel's great.
Our character's name is Squirrel. Squirrel is in a situation, and their first chapter, they are learning to show compassion. Who is going to write 3 sentences or so in that chapter? Oh, Kate, thank you so much for volunteering to do that. Kate Connors is going to be the showing compassion chapter. That was me dragging and kicking and screaming. Who will write?
Where am I writing this?
I'll give you the link in just a moment. We're giving Patricia time to make sure the document looks the way she wants it. Who will write the empathy mini chapter? Speak up. There's no time. It's November.
I'll go.
Okay, was that Ruth?
It was, yes.
Fantastic. Ruth is going to write the empathy mini chapter with, as Squirrel is learning empathy, how does this relate to anger, relationship with power, and overcoming fear? Mini chapter 3 is called Finding Purpose. Who would like the Finding Purpose mini chapter?
I'll take that. Oh, no, you go ahead.
Nope,
you go ahead.
Nope. You spoke up first.
Okay.
Okay, Christopher spoke first. He's got the Finding Purpose mini chapter. And who was the voice that was speaking at the same time as Christopher?
It was I, oh illustrious one.
Oh, it is Jean. Jean, would you, because you are Jean, would you like the problem solving mini chapter?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. And who, Carrie, would you do the collaboration mini chapter?
Sure.
Okay. Does everyone have a mini chapter who is in our mini group? Let me click buttons and see. Okay. Oh, Lynn. Lynn, may I give you a special job?
Sure.
Would you please, at the very beginning, write some sort of introductory, like here is Squirrel, or a description of Squirrel or something, And then as you see everyone else writing their mini chapters, then you'll write your version of "And They Lived Happily Ever After."
Okay. Okay.
So is this going to be a great coherent story? Heck no. But that's okay. We have the wand of the permission fairy, and we're trying out a brand new shape. So there are lovely, lovely things in the chat. And so on we go. I'm going to give the folks on Zoom a link to this document. Is this our, I don't know if this is our, and oh, look at me putting links in. Aren't I clever? Okay, here's a link. This is a link to the, no, that's not the link to the document. That's something completely different. It was a link actually to my dog's veterinarian's phone number. So, whatever. Here's the link to the document that Patricia has been preparing for us. And I'm going to hop there on my screen and I'm going to make it an appropriate size. So if you can find your chapter, oh, Patricia, this is perfect. It's a collaborative story about squirrel. You're going to write about, find your chapter, write about anger, a relationship with power, and overcoming fear. This can be very bullet pointsy. This can be very outlinesy. For example, level 0, finding acorns. Squirrel was angry that he could not find acorns. He yelled at the supreme squirrel being, relationship with power, and then overcame his fear of starvation by collecting 4 million acorns. It's very short and sweet, but I think we're going to have a little fun here.
Is squirrel male or female, do we think?
Oh, let's use they. Let's use they.
Okay.
So I'm writing an introduction.
Yes, please.
To squirrel.
You might do a little setting, Lynn.
Okay.
And no one else will know your settings, so they're going to refer to different things, and that's okay.
Oh, so I'm not writing it in the document, or
you're writing above the word level 1.
Yeah.
Above the level 1 mini chapter, right where your name is. Yes, you're doing perfectly. Oh, this is tumble to the ground. Oh, the little brother squirrel. And have we lost someone who was doing the Finding Purpose mini chapter? I
believe that was Chris.
Oh, if we lost Christopher. May have. I wonder if what's happening. Hold on, I'm going to make that a heading. Christopher, there's a heading called Level 3 Finding Purpose that should help you get to your mini chapter. And I apologize for not being more cognizant.
Wow, my spelling is so bad. Sorry.
And Rob, would you please let me know where we are on time?
Sure, Sparrow. So we have just under 10-ish minutes.
Okay. Very good. I just got a text from Christopher saying he's having a very exciting technology moment. So we might miss chapter 3 for now. And I invite everyone in the audience to have a just glorious time composing chapter 3 in their own heads. All right. We have my goodness. And please do not worry about spelling. It's November. Fortunately, it's really only September, so I don't have to finish my NaNoWriMo novel yet. But actually, it is National Novel Writing Month. We don't go back and edit, not for anyone. Again, the permission fairy says it's okay to edit later. Oh, Lynn, how lovely.
Mm.
Yes. Okay. Mm. While our writers are writing, I do want to mention something about space to folks who've never been in there. For some modules, like the one that the wonderful Dr. Brown modeled for us a moment ago, the preceptor brings great material and turns it into a discussion and really leads the way and has brought in text and quotations, and the activities are contained within the time of the class meeting. Some people, not to name names, will challenge you to write a 50,000 word novel in a month, while at the same time reading up to like 50,000 words plus of your classmates and commenting on them for peer feedback. So that's a thing you might consider. We have a lot of fun, but I've gotten so much joy out of pulling stories out of people. No, I don't demand 50,000 words. My goodness. We're going to go for another minute. And remember, if your mini chapter is incomplete, that's fine. All right. Oh, thank you very much, Rob. Rob tells me that does not have to be a hard 1 minute. I can be a little soft about that. Yeah, internet happens. That's cool. When we meet during space class times, we do peer review. We do writing exercises like this. We do some games. We do. I consider it part of my job to go out and listen to Tim Grall's story grid method and to go through Neil Gaiman's masterclass and to bring techniques and ideas back to the group. And boy, it's fun. Okay. So let's wind down in about 10 seconds. And if you remember, if you leave off in the middle of the sentence, you know where you're going to pick it back up. Okay. Okay, lovely people, here we go. In a small park that used to be part of a large forest. There we go. The ground is dusted with snow on this cold gray October day. Is the ground frozen? Squirrel was supposed to meet their friend Chippy, Squirrel's bestest friend. They've known each other since they were wee rodents. Squirrel rushed down the tree as acorns tumbled to the ground. It was a race to collect them before others got them first. Then their little brother chittered at them from a nearby tree. He was stuck. Squirrel paused and chittered back, "Get yourself down." And they went for a nice big acorn that rested just a few trunks away and then froze when a screech of dismay rang out. Squirrel's little brother was hanging precariously from a branch. Squirrel was torn for a long moment. The acorn was beautiful and rich and brown, but then Squirrel sighed and darted back up the tree to rescue their brother from an imminent and ungraceful tumble. Little brothers were so much work, but in the end, brothers were even more valuable than acorns. Chapter 2, Empathy. They are with all their acorns thinking of the other families. They are angry that the tree is not providing enough food for the family, but also for the other families. As they are looking out of the park, they realize that it is not the tree's fault. They realize it is because the area for the trees is getting small. The trees are struggling to grow as they once did. The whole family begins to fear that it cannot stay in their home and they may need to move away from the area and all their friends. They realize that they could help the tree, planting a few of their acorns. Squirrel knew that they must find their sibling. Chapter 3, Finding Purpose. But they were angry that this task fell to them. What adventure would be required in order to make that purpose real? Would they have to confront the great nut stealer herself, whose very gaze caused terror in the heart of the boldest tree leaper? The brother must be rescued, and so Squirrel leapt into the unknown. Chapter 4, Problem Solving. The annoyance Squirrel had with those who had been hoarding the acorns caused them to think about the situation carefully. Then they came up with a plan. They saw the little pegs holding the tree knots together, the branches covering the hole hollowed out in the trunk. If they could tug out the one at the bottom, just so it would cause the woven branches and leaves to tumble away. The store holes were so overfully full that the riches would just pour forth like a nutty deluge, all for their friends to scoop up and scamper away with, delightedly chittering at their cleverness. Chapter 5, Collaborating. No one believed that Squirrel had figured it out. They stamped their tiny rodential foot and shook their extremely too bushy tail and squeaked at the top of their lungs. Old Squirrel looked down their nose at Squirrel and once said, "Well, if you will lead the way, I'm sure someone will follow." So Squirrel dashed down to the bottom of the tree and pointed at the knot. 5 big, strong, fat-tailed squirrels bounded up behind him and pushed Squirrel out of the way. Together, the 5 burly squirrels bit on the one knot and tugged and tugged and tugged. Nothing happened. Come now, help," called Squirrel, and he wrapped his arms. I don't know what he wrapped his arms around because I have no idea where you're going with that. But he inspired his fellow squirrels to join in the task, and they all, even the very smallest squirrel, worked together to take apart the barrier to the great nut stealer's hoard, and golden acorns fell out in a shower of bounty. Okay, you guys are good. Okay. So that is the kind of thing that we do in space. Thank you, everyone who contributed to that story. Love so much. Rob, this is what we do in space when you're not looking. Just saying.
Oh, it's delightful. Delightful. Thank you, Sparrow, for giving us a taste of creative writing in space.
And
but also,
Ruth has
her
hand up.
You are building a collaborative and compassionate community of writers. Your capsule really models how fun it is to subcreate together too. So thank you very much, Sparrow.
We do. We have someone's hand up. Ruth, is there something that you would like to add, please?
I was just going to say that I took your path course on storytelling.
Yes, you did.
And that's another thing perhaps people might want to look into. The nuts and bolts and storytelling. I can't remember what the middle one's called, but that was also very instructive. It's the good grounding, and then they could come to space and build up on it like the spiral.
Yep, absolutely.
I just wanted
absolutely. The path courses, when they run, get right at the foundational level of these skills, and that was a great idea. Thank you, Ruth. But Rob, please continue. What else would you like us to know?
Yeah, I'd like to share that in December and January, we're offering several Sparrow modules. These include writing workshop in December, a creative writing weekend intensive at the end of December. And in January, Sparrow, you are candidating creative writing stories in the darkness with co-preceptor Jenny Starstuff.
Yes.
So why don't you share just a little bit more about your upcoming modules?
Okay. For December Creative Writing Workshop, it will be very much what I've been describing so far. We meet, we talk about writing ideas, people go away and try them. You might be working on a long work, you might try just one scene out of the blue. We trade work and comment on each other. And one of the things I am proudest of is that everyone can, if you might be very reticent about sharing your writing, this might feel weird. There are plenty of places on the internet where you can go to have people be mean to you. But if you want support and excitement about your story, no matter what level you are at, then you come right here to Space Creative Writing Sector and you say, I need kid gloves. And that's a way to say, I am really nervous about this. Please tell me what you like. And we have methods like I like, I notice, I wonder. I learned I notice from Corey Olson. And question, I wonder, the questions that readers have that will help you draw more into the story, but without saying, this was confusing. It's just, I wonder what happens next, please tell me, which is very much how people write. So workshop, you can ask for, oh boy, I need every bit of commentary. I'm about to submit this to the press. Or casual, like normal everyday people talking to each other, or really gentle. New Year's weekend, Friday the 30th, Saturday the 31st, and Sunday, January 1st. Now, this is a December module, so you must enroll before December begins, even though it happens at the very end of the month. Over those 3 days, there will be 8 hours of class time together. There will be 8 hours of writer space time together where we just sit and we write, and I say, okay, rest your eyes. Okay, rest your wrists, back to work. And the goal is to complete an entire story, a short story, maybe 2,000 to 5,000 words, or maybe I have heard of novel in a weekend camps. If you want to bring that in the door, you bring that in the door. I'm here for you. But we're going to do a complete from pre-write to post-edit in those 16 hours that we're together, plus all those hours in between. Who needs sleep when you're going to be cranking out more words, which is very exciting. But in January, I am collaborating with the amazing Jenny Starstuff, who is a NASA educator. She is a solar system ambassador. And I said to Jenny during Myth, Jenny, are there things you would like creative writers to know? And she said, oh, there are things that I would like writers to know. And so we're going to alternate between learning something cool about space from Jenny, like about the constellations. See, I'm making this cool little blanket with beads on it, with constellations on there. So we're going to learn about constellations one week and then write short scenes that incorporate what we just learned, to comment on, to read each other's work, to comment on each other's work, and then learn another thing. First week, constellations. The second week is relativity. The third week is the life cycle of stars. And the fourth week is life in space, both alien and human, because once humans go into space, we're the aliens. I'm so excited to learn these things from Jenny, turn them into little pieces of story, and writers will end the month with 4 scenes, which might be from different stories or might be connected in some way. And this kind of collaboration is just a dream come true for me. So please come join the energy and have fun telling stories in the darkness.
Thank you so much, Sparrow. It's just delightful, delicious to see how much creativity you're bringing to space. And thank you for sharing about those upcoming modules. We've been expanding the creative writing sector. And so Sparrow is offering those modules. And we also have a creative writing module candidating for January from our dear Serena Higgins. That is on Poetic Meter. So please check out our upcoming modules. Thank you again, Sparrow, so much. All right, so we're gonna transition to a couple more awards. 2 more categories. Number 7, award number 7 is called the Fledgling Award. This is a draw for all of our newest spacers. All students whose first module with us was either in October or November were entered into this draw. So recent newcomers to space. And the winner of the Fledgling Award goes to Chris S. Congratulations, Chris. It's great to have you a part of space. Our 8th award is called the Flying Sensei Award. This is a draw for our space preceptors. Any preceptor who has taught at least 1 module from the beginning, December 2021, was entered into this draw. And we picked 2 preceptors from among the names. And the Flying Sensei Award goes to Nubeta and Dr. Carl Anderson. Congrats to you both, and thank you so much for teaching in space and for sharing your passion with us. I see Larry here. We're going to transition to Dr. Larry Swain's capsule next. This time it's featuring our language sector. Now, our language sector includes languages historical, modern, invented, languages, beginning, advanced languages. And so a little introduction to Dr. Larry Swain. Dr. Swain is a faculty member in our MA and space programs at Signum. His academic work focuses on early medieval preservation and appropriation of classical literature and culture. He also cooks and is a respectable home chef. Please welcome Dr. Swain. The title of Dr. Swain's capsule is First Steps in Old English. In this capsule, students can take their first steps into Old English and get a taste of the original language, its vocabulary, syllabary, or general structure. So, hi, Larry. Over to you.
And thanks to Kako in the comments. I don't know if that's true, but
Takako says Larry looks younger today.
And I don't know how I'm supposed to follow Sparrow. That was an amazing capsule. That was a lot of fun. All right, so as Rob said, our language modules cover a lot of things. We started way back in December with beginning Old English and some advanced Old English readings, and added Latin, and now we've added Ancient Greek, and there's Japanese, and there's been Klingon. and some others that I probably have missed along the way somewhere. So that's always fun. So I chose to do Old English today, in part because Old English is beginning Old English is a candidate for January, and it's you don't have to learn an entirely new alphabet, so that makes it a bit easier. So I thought what I would do, at least for part of today, is start with what I usually do in my first lecture in class. Usually, most classes, I don't talk a lot. I might be, set up the next lesson and explain what's going on, and then have the people involved read the text, and then we start working through exercises and those kinds of things. Right, and it's entirely up to the participant as to how much work you want to put into between sessions in terms of working on the exercises. I mean, if you're here to learn a language, you're probably going to want to put some in, but sometimes life gets in the way and people come, and we're a learning community. We're all in this together. We help out and we support one another. So everybody is welcome no matter what and no matter when. But most of them, at least my modules in doing this, is I sit back and the students do most of the talking, because we're talking about the exercises and learning material. Learning material. So yes, and I will say that in a few minutes, I'm going to hope that some of you will want to actually participate and do some reading in Old English. So turn on cameras or microphones or whatever. All right, so this image, by the way, is from the Old English period. It's from the Staffordshire Hoard, which you may or may not remember was discovered here in 2009 and made kind of a big splash and everything. And so this is one of the golden pieces that was found in that hoard, and it's talked about. And you can see some of the typical Anglo-Saxon type of artwork, right? Definitely zoomorphic, i.e. big fancy word for saying in the form of animals, right? But here we've got a bird and the nice streaky feathers there, and the went a little too far, and probably there would have been garnets or some other jewel that would be in that eye socket there. All right, let's go on to that. So I like to orient students. I like talking about this stuff. It just kind of really, really fascinates me. And it's also something that got me into Tolkien, right? I had no idea who this Tolkien was when I was in college, these many, many centuries ago. And so getting into linguistics and the history of linguistics, and then I was introduced to this Tolkien guy and read Lord of the Rings, and the rest, as they say, is history. But Indo-European, so Old English and modern English, because we're a descendant of Old English, are Indo-European languages, right? And so-called because from India, right? Hindi and all the descendant languages from Sanskrit and in India, all the way to Western China, and then back westward to, us, right? In fact, now while we can say that the Victorian Empire is no longer in existence, the sun really does not set on Indo-European speakers, because we've taken the languages around the world, on every continent and everywhere that we know. So among them, right, are Old English, Latin, Greek, Polish, Iranian. You might be surprised to learn Sanskrit, Old Irish. And so I've given some words here. We call this the comparative method, right? So when what's his name? I want to say Walter. That was probably incorrect. Anyway, a man named Dr. Jones, not Indiana Jones, different Dr. Jones. He worked for the East India Tea Company and found himself in India in the end of the 1700s. Roughly equivalent to when the American Revolution was happening and the French Revolution, and Edward Gibbon was writing about the rise and fall of the Roman Empire and blaming Christianity for it. Ben Franklin, all that kind of stuff, right? So he's roughly equivalent to that. But anyway, Jones found himself in his free time walking around the jungles of India and discovering or finding these large temples with all sorts of interesting carvings on them, including carvings of words and sentences. And he wanted to know what those said. So he learned Sanskrit, which was the language that they were written in. And as he was doing so, he noticed that there was a lot of similarity between Sanskrit and Latin and Greek, because as a British schoolboy of the 18th century, he would have been taught Latin and Greek from the time he was knee-high to a grasshopper. And you can see that here very clearly, is that Latin pater and Greek pater, and then Sanskrit is piter. Well, P's and T's and R's, right? There's a slight difference in one of the vowels, but those look awfully similar. And you keep piling on more and more vocabulary that looks awfully similar, and endings and syntax and all of that kind of stuff. Well, pretty soon you get to find out that either there's a whole lot of influence one way or the other, which geographically is really unlikely, between the middle and eastern parts of the Mediterranean and all the way into northern India, or they must have derived from a similar root, right? And that similar root is what we call Proto-Indo-European. So here I've given some examples of the word father in the listed languages, right? Vader in Old English, pater in Latin and Greek. Polish has a completely different root for father, but I threw it up there just for grins and giggles. Iranian is Itar, Sanskrit Pitar, and Old English again, Itar, which looks an awful lot like that Iranian one. There's another root that also means father or dad, Ata, that the Polish used and still use for that. William Jones, thank you, Carrie. So just to give you the kind of full map of Indo-European languages, right? They split into two parts, sometime fairly early, and we call them Satem or Kentum languages based on how they say the word 100. Right, and so if they begin with the Satem, right, which is one form of 100, they belong in one part of the family, and if they do it with a Kentum, and English is part of the Kentum because Hund, right, that nice Germanic H that we no longer say, is part of the Kentum part. Ruth, you had a hand up.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the alternate Polish word for father, the ata, isn't that very close to the Elvish word for father? I can't remember whether it's Sindarian or Quenya, but it
is, but I cannot definitively say whether or not Tolkien just copied it or if it's just happy accident. Right. I'd have to look into that further, and just don't know that. Perhaps somebody else here does know that, or nobody's saying anything, so I'm going to assume no. Right. So, and among the Kentum languages, then is where we are. Right, the Germanic languages, and Germanic splits into West Germanic, East Germanic, and North Germanic. And the East Germanic, the only one left is Gothic, and Takako is our current resident expert, so I will take her word for it. North Germanic gives us Old Norse, and from Old Norse then the modern Scandinavian languages, Icelandic and Norwegian and Swedish and Danish, and Faroese, and all of that kind of good stuff. And West Germanic then is the rest of us, right? Old Low Franconian, what a great name. That gives us that, but also Old High German, Old English, Old Saxon, all of those kind of really exciting, lovely old languages that I'm sure we all know and love in there. But that's the tree as we see it. Boo, Franks, boo, Franks. Very nice, Gary. So, and among other words that we like to talk about, right? Modern word hound comes from Old English hund, which comes from Proto-Germanic hundas, from Proto-Indo-European word quan or quanto, but it also gives us the Latin canis, which we have borrowed into words like canine and canary and kennel. Greek kunos, which gives us cynic and quinsy. Old Irish, some of you will know the character Cuchulainn. from the Toyne and other places, right? But the first part of his name, Coo, means hound, the hound of Ulster. And of course, the Welsh word key, which gives us the word corgi, right? So all of these derive from Quon and Proto-Indo-European, and there are others. All right, Germanic languages, because they're cool. We haven't mentioned Yiddish yet, or Afrikaans, or Frisian, all the other good stuff. All right, I think I have to stop sharing just to share the other thing that I want to do. Oops, that's not the place I want to go. All right, so what did I do with it? Alphabet. That's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about alphabet. So the Old English alphabet is basically the same as the Latin alphabet, more or less. But one of the things very early on that these Old English writers figured out was that there are sounds in English that just simply do not exist in Latin, right? So things like j, right? What we would call the J sound. It's not a terribly common occurrence in Old English, but it does occur. There is no J in the Latin alphabet, and so therefore there is no J in the Old English alphabet. So how do you get that sound? How do you represent that sound in writing? Well, they made a CG and said, okay, that's that sound. Woohoo. Got that one figured out. Same thing with sh. There's no sh sounds in Latin. And so how do you write that? Well, for whatever reason that I cannot fathom, they decided that an S and C together, right? We moderns write it as an SH, but they wrote it as an SC. And so the word ship or bishop or, well, the fecal matter stuff, right? They were less shy about saying that, but right, those are all written with an SC on there. In fact, if you look at the English vocabulary, if you have an SH word, that is likely a word that comes from Old English. If you have an SK word like sky or skipper or skip or skiff, that was likely borrowed from Old Norse when Old Norse settlers came into England. Yes, exactly, Carrie. Shit, right? And there's actually towns, like one called Shitterton, shit town. In there. So what are we looking at on screen? Well, I'm really glad you asked that question, Sharon. This is technically it's Cambridge Corpus Christi manuscript number 214, which is a copy of Boethius's Constellation of Philosophy from the early 11th century. But I wanted to talk about it here because it is one of the manuscripts that tells us a great deal about the Old English alphabet and how they thought about the Old English alphabet. And let's see if I can make it bigger. Yes, there we go. So what some enterprising either student or teacher, we think it was probably a teacher because there's some commentary on the earlier pages, did is they went through and they marked with the English alphabet how to take the Latin words, what order to put the Latin words in to make sense in English. Whoops, didn't quite mean to go that large, right? But we also see some oddities here in the alphabet. And let me just kind of focus on this line right here. So after the Z or the Z, right, comes this little guy that seems to be considered by the Anglo-Saxons as part of the alphabet. What is that thing, you might be asking? Well, that would be a good question. That is called a Tyronian et. And so called because the guy named Tyro, who was secretary, basically, to the author Cicero. Well, Cicero talked a lot and talked very fast. And so Tyro invented a whole system of shorthand in order to take down Cicero's speeches very quickly, and then he would go back through and then write them out whole. And so one of the most commonly accepted in the Middle Ages of Tyro's system was this kind of 7-looking thing that stands for the word et, which means and. So when Old English authors then are writing in Old English, right, they borrow this, and it stands for and, or ond, both of them being our modern word and in there. But it came not only to substitute for the word and, whatever it's used in a manuscript, but for the syllable. And so when we have words like Answarian, A-N-D or O-N-D, S-W-A-R-I-A-N, which is our modern word answer, they would just use that, right? Even though it's not and as a separate word, but it is and in the syllable. And so they just started using that to indicate that syllable, that sound, right? The one next to it, above fama there, and this is a very well drawn one. This does not always happen very well in manuscripts. And this is called the win, right? So there are some things in the Old English alphabet where they took symbols from the Futhorc, right, the runes, and put them into the alphabet, and they used that instead of something for Latin. Why? Well, one of the reasons is when you get to a Latin word like Wult, spelled U-U-L-T or V-U-L-T or V-V-L-T, right? Because the Latin alphabet used the same symbol for the vowel U as well as for the consonant W. And so for these people who had never been under Roman rule, when they're trying to learn Latin, they do things like invent word spaces. But when there's difficult words like and sounds, right, they decided they needed a different symbol for the W than they use for the U, right? And we see the U up here in this line above it. And so they used the runic symbol win, which is also a word, which means joy or happiness. I think I keep accidentally hitting something, right, to indicate the W sound. And that's going to last all the way up until the Benedictine Reform movement in the late 10th century or early 11th. And of course, once those silly Normans come along, well, forget about it. You know, the win is gone. As is the thorn, which is the letter next to it, right? Old English, like Greek, has a th sound, right? That, this, theater, and so on and so forth. Latin doesn't have that. So when Latin borrowed words from Greek that had a theta, right, which is the Greek letter that indicates that sound, right, they just wrote it as a th, hence theater, right? And in German borrowed that from Latin, and that's why it says theater in German instead of theater. But for English, right, they said, well, this happens all the time, so we need a symbol. And again, they borrowed the thorn from the Futhorc, the runic alphabet, and stuck it into the English alphabet, and we've got that symbol right there. Another one on the next line below here is called the ash. And Old English in the vowels has an ah sound, like pat and bat and vat and that, and so on and so forth. It's that nice ah sound, and so they wanted a symbol for it. But instead of taking a symbol, the ash symbol from the runic alphabet, they took another symbol from Latin, which was totally different. In Latin, it's I, right? This would be the beginning vowel sound of equitatis, right? Equality, equanimity, evenness, if you will, right? And so it would symbolize an I sound. Well, they took that diphthong and they started using it for the ah sound for whatever reason. Somebody had too much mead that day or something, I don't know. But that's what they did. So there are some symbols, you know, basic Latin alphabet, and we have to remember that things like J and V didn't exist in the Latin alphabet, so therefore they don't exist in the English alphabet. But then we also had some other sounds, so we either took from the Futhorc or we invented our own, and so those are in there. Ruth.
Yeah, sorry, very random question. but I'm getting almost like a shorthand. You know, like modern shorthand has symbols, obviously, for different sounds. Did that evolve from this, or is it a complete coincidence that it's a similar sort of style of symbols for sounds rather than letters?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I mean, a long time coming, right? But
Yeah.
that's kind of the inspiration of that, right? And of symbols that represent specific sounds, and that can become a shorthand.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. Let's. I think we've got some time left, at least a couple minutes. So let's practice some reading in Old English, and a really easy text to do this with. Particularly since I had the file on my computer, is the Lord's Prayer in Old English. So anybody who wants to read some Old English, I'll help you through. But we've got the Old English in one line, and then the Modern English, and then a space. So who wants to take the first line? Go ahead, Sharon.
There we go. Okay. Let's see if my premier audit of Old English umpteen years ago can serve me in good stead. Okay, here we go. Peder ura thothe eart on heophonum. Yeah, heophonum.
Nice. Yeah, so we've got our ash that I was just talking about there in fatter, right? Our modern word hour in its Old English form, thu, and that, right? So our Father, you who are in heaven, or in the heavens, because that's plural, right? So you can recognize, now that you know what they are, right? That these are just earlier forms of our modern English words. All right, who would like to take the next one? Nobody.
I will.
All right, go for it.
Si then nama gehalgad.
Yeah, perfect. And next, Ruth, you want to take one?
I'll have a go, but it's going to be horrible.
Well, that's why these are the first steps in Old English. But I saw Wesley's hand, so Wesley, go ahead.
To bekuma din riche.
Yeah. And good that you caught the C there. I didn't really talk about that one. So you've had some Old English, right? So in certain contexts, right, a C is becoming a cha, right? So in words like richa, because it's between two front vowels, this pulls the C, right? If you think about where you're pronouncing a hard C, so car, right? Now, if you say car and you notice where your tongue and the air is coming out when you say that k sound, right? And so the two front vowels, the I and the right, pull the k forward to a cha. Right, that's what's going on there. And so in certain places, and of course the manuscripts don't mark these. So modern editors do sometimes for us, but the manuscripts don't. And so you just kind of have to know that that's a richa and not a rice. All right, Ruth, you want to try it? It's just 3 words.
There's a W in the middle of a word. Gripa din willa.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, din willa.
Okay.
Anybody else want to take me up on a line?
Sure, I'll go again.
Yeah, all right, good.
Oops. Okay, here we are. On eorthon swa on heophonum. Heophonum.
Yeah, great. Rob?
Hey, Larry. Okay, we'll give this one a shot. Okay, whoa.
Yeah, you get the hard one.
Urne gedag wamliken laf sile us todag.
Yeah, that works. So a couple of sound things here. This is a totally made up word that yadach wamlichen.
Yadach.
Yeah. Right. So basically there's a whole theological thing that Jerome did in the Vulgate with, give us this day our daily bread. But he said super substantialum bread is what Jerome says. And so this is an attempt to kind of thread the needle between daily and super substantial bread. Is what's going on there. So cloth, if we were really going to be technical about it, is our modern word loaf, right? Give us today our daily loaf, is what's going on there. And then to die, the G there is already turning into a Y in the Old English period, which is kind of nice. All right, Takako, you want to do an easy one?
I'm not sure, but yeah. And forgive us, ure, guilt us, need us, gift us. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, come on. You've been through Old Saxon, you've been through Old English. You've got this. You're our expert. All right, next one. Anyone? Volunteers.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
Excellent.
Swala we forgidon urumum. I don't have no idea about the last one.
Urum. Yep.
Urum. Yeah. Gelatiliodum.
Yeah. So swa. Lovely things that come off the tongue, but just as. We forgive off, and I didn't talk about this letter before, but this is called an eth, and the Old English writers borrowed it from the Irish, and so we have two symbols for the th sound, right? We have the thorn that we talked about before and ran into in previous sentences, but we also have this eth sound, and it used to be thought or argued that, well, maybe one is voiced and one is voiceless, and voiced means your vocal cords vibrate when you say it, right? The difference between that and this. But we found that further studies, they're just used interchangeably, sometimes in the same sentence for the same word by the same writer. So who knows why? We do not. And of course, this is our guiltendum is our modern word, guilt. So forgive us our guilts, right? Our guilt us, just as we forgive those who have guilted us, have guilts against us. And ne yelad thu us an nunga, right? And so don't lead us, right? And lad is the past tense in Old English for our modern word lead, right? That was yelad. Ours is led, right? He led us. But do not lead us into temptation. Ac alis us of ifula sothlicha, but deliver us from evil. Truly, sothlicha. That's a word we need to bring back, I think, right? Sothlich. I should have mentioned before, or could have mentioned before, the lic part is our modern word like, but this is how you form adverbs in Old English: is you take the word like and you stick it on the end of things. So sothlicha, truth like, true like. So there we go. All right, we've got some chat stuff to catch up on. Soothly, yes. Swa is kind of cute. It is very cute. I love it. One time I taught Old English to some grad students, and they really liked swa so much it became a greeting. They'd walk down the hall and say swa, which was really good. And Wesley, it looks like you've got another Old English learner there with you.
Yes, he's watching some Peppa Pig right now. So some modern English, British
Right.
English. Yes.
Well, very cool. How much time do I have left, Rob?
I think we've got a minute or two if we wanted to wrap.
All right. So yeah, I think Old English is really cool. I got into it because of that Tolkien guy. That one or two of you may have heard about at some point. And it's a really great language to learn and to read. We've got a really great community in the advanced right? That was people who went through the MA program and took Old English and then did an intensive semester of Beowulf, combined with people who went through 7 months of the beginning Old English module. And now they're all working together on various kinds of texts that usually are not read in the college classroom and those kinds of things. So that's been really exciting for me, is that we get to read other things and some things that I've never read in Old English, and so I get to work through these with people, and it's we've got a really great learning community. So I hope we can add some others by taking the Old English module in January and running with it. Text in terms of to read or to learn. Carrie asked that question.
I guess I was thinking if it was in Old English and we were reading or learning it, but not text as in a textbook.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, of course I'm a little partial to Beowulf. I mean, right. I mean, it's kind of right there. But outside of a Beowulf text, like the fourth edition of Father Kleber's Beowulf, which is now the standard, another one would be 8 Old English poems, right? So that gives you 8 of the shorter poems, but are that really wonderful, like the Wanderer and the Seafarer, which are really wonderful texts, and that should be readily available at not too much cash to find. But 8 Old English poems would be a good one. If you want to do some prose, that depends on the kind of prose that you want. But if you want some like Saints' Lives and those kinds of things, Dumbarton Oaks Medieval Library has been issuing texts with facing page translations of Alfred's Lives of Saints and some other things, and so you might want to look there.
Well, thank you so much, Larry, for this capsule. And it was a delight for me to translate again. It was a reminder. I forgot my G's. Cadman's hymn, Nu Shulon Hedian.
Ooh, A for the day. A for the day.
But I remember Modiathonk. There's a G there, but
yes.
Why? There we go.
Modiathonk.
Modiathonk. So I need to join back in to one of your Old English.
Yeah, anytime. You're welcome anytime. Any skill levels welcome.
Yeah, it's just a treat, Larry, to have you offer this capsule and showcase our language sector. If you want to catch more from Dr. Swain in particular, you can check out, he is offering a continuing beginning Greek class in December, but in January, his offerings include Old English 1. So if you want to dive in as a beginner to Old English, that would be the one to choose. Or for advanced students, Dr. Swain is offering Advanced Old English Beowulf 1 for experienced students. Ooh. So yes,
we just put in a plug-in for the Greek if that scares you, right? We're going really slow. We've got a textbook. We've done lesson 1. We're doing lesson 2, but we probably won't finish that this month, and we'll pick that up in December. So if you decide that you want to do the Greek thing and jump in, you're not going to be far behind, and it's not going to be hard to catch up. So we're taking our time. No rush, no hurry, no pressure.
Oh, that's great to hear. And it's a reminder too of just how you can be a community, learning the language together. We have many students who will be part of a cohort, and month by month, just continuing to participate in the particular language. So we've had some cohorts, there'll be just small segments where it might be just 3 or 4 modules. Egyptian hieroglyphs, for example, would be just 4 modules as part of the series. And then we have some longer series like Old English or Latin, where you can continue month by month, just kind of advancing in the language. So yes, thank you, Larry. And as a final note, just about our language sector, in December, we're offering 5 language modules in total. And in January, we are candidating a whopping 13 language modules. These include Egyptian hieroglyphs, Latin, Old English, Old Norse, beginning Scottish Gaelic, conversational German, Japanese, and even Klingon. So we've got historical languages, modern and invented, and January is the best and freshest time to start with space, because many of those are just the beginning cohort classes. So if you want to start with us as a cohort, it'd be great to have you vote for the January language that you're interested in there. So, all right, we are going to transition to the last awards as part of our space awards ceremony. And we are at award number 9. And another fun name, this one's called Date Night in Space. So this award goes to 2 people. Taking space classes can be a wonderful adventure, but taking space classes as a couple can be even more fun. Actually, we had 2 couples tie for the Date Night in Space award. So both couples will receive bonus tokens. This award goes to Zach and Magali S. So congrats to you and our other couple, Chris and Crystal B. Congratulations to you both. As couples, you took a combined total of 22 modules with us, tying at 22. So thank you and congrats. Okay, our 10th and final award is the Perfect Attendance Award. This award was a draw from amongst all of our students who had perfect attendance in our highest enrollment month, which was this past September. So the Perfect Attendance Award goes to, drumroll, Aaron B. Congrats, Aaron. A bonus token has been or will be added to your BlackBerry account. I wanted to mention a couple things. Even though our 10 awards are done, we have that ongoing award for the rest of today. That I'm calling the Space Abs Award. If you purchase a 5-pack today, Eastern time by midnight, we will up that to a 6-pack. So Space Abs, get it? All right, so that's ongoing today. And I just want to celebrate. We have already had a 5-pack purchase today, and announcing the historic first 5-pack purchase ever made in the history of space. That goes to Jason T. So congrats, Jason. Thank you for your purchase of a 5-pack, and it has been upped to a 6-pack. One other thing I wanted to mention was our round trip special. So this is an ongoing promotion from now until December 1st, when we close voting. So if you are a student who enrolls in December and votes for January, as our annual celebration goes, we're going to gift you a bonus token. And if it is your first ever enrollment in December, you're new to space and jumping in for the first time in December, we're going to give you a free vote for January. We just love how the community is extending and expanding. And so that is the round trip special, open from now until the end of December 1st. And then we'll announce all those who got their round trip special, and we'll give you a bonus token if you qualify. So that is the end of our awards ceremony. In celebration of our first year in space. All right, so we're going to transition to our 4th and final space capsule, this time featuring our general humanities sector. Presenting this capsule is Wesley Shantz. Wesley is also a fellow student with me in Japanese, and so it's delightful to see you and precepting a course in January with us. But he's gonna, showcase our general humanities sector. Wesley Shantz is a teacher and space preceptor. At Signum, he has also served as a coordinator for Signum Academy and a tutor for Writers Forge. He enjoys Mad Libs, learning Japanese in space, reading books with his almost three-year-old, who we saw there, and playing and talking about video games with friends and students of all ages. Please welcome Preceptor Wesley Shantz. The title of Preceptor Shantz's capsule is Video Games in Space. The description: the capsule will introduce video game studies, available in January, and will point forward to future modules like Dominique Nardi's video game storytelling in February. We'll look at the ways in which games impact us through play, asking questions about video games' significance and their presence in popular culture. Hi, Wes.
Hi.
Great to have you here, and take it away.
Oh, I think this will work. Yeah, good to be here. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with a quick question. I'm hoping that people can see everything okay. Do you recognize this game, anybody? And you can just unmute and speak.
Space Invaders, isn't it?
It is. It is. Well done. I've made a modification. Maybe you can read it. It was just read for you too. Video games in space there. I like the way that the aliens, the invaders, are encroaching on our little lone shooter down here. Of course, we've got a couple extra ones, extra lives, just in case. But now these words are coming down to get us too, right? There's a certain I get a little bit anxious or nervous when I talk about things that I really enjoy, and if you as if it might get in the way of the enjoyment, right? And so I hope that is not what happens. I hope instead that our discussing and talking about these things brings out more aspects that we can enjoy together. So let's make these words part of our defense system here and extra lives for us instead of attackers. And I think that part of the way I'm going to do this, my hope is that I'm going to approach games a little bit obliquely here in this first module that I'm offering, and that's via a text, a traditional text, a literary text, a novel, Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow by Gabrielle Zevin. Oh, Laurel has read it. Laurel, do you mind unmuting and talking a bit? What did you love about it? Because I love it too.
The character interactions, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was one of those books where I heard about it and then a book club I run selected it. So it started some fascinating discussion, especially among people who didn't play video games.
Great. Great.
So it's a fun book. And it's one that's so easily approachable, even if you aren't already interested in video games, and sparks great discussion.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think it's going to be a sort of like half of a books club type of thing that we'll do, talking about this book, talking about the characters who are really interesting and their relationships, right? Each of them on their own is great. And then when you bring them together and you play them off one another, such cool things start to happen. The way that Gabrielle Zevin presents them sort of one by one and then very quickly puts them into contact with each other. I'm sorry, there's some earthquaking here. Oh, I'm going to admit Christopher. Yeah, and then the other half of the module will be really looking at the games themselves, right? So kind of more directly the games that are referenced in the book, and some of the elements of those games, their music, their art, their gameplay, of course, and their story. So that's the general overview here. Now, can anyone point out for me the reference that is being made here, the allusion in the title, Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow?
Well,
go for it.
The Macbeth soliloquy.
The Macbeth. Yes. I'm sorry. Who's talking? I can't quite.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my video is not working very well. This is Christopher.
Oh, welcome, Christopher. Well done. I've got the soliloquy here. If anyone would like to read it, I invite you to do so. But if not, I've also got Denzel Washington, a clip of his recent turn as Macbeth.
I'd be happy to do it, but I don't know if I can compete with Denzel Washington.
No, you can. You absolutely can. You are in person, so to speak, and thus you are more real. I'm going to say in this moment, because we can have a dialogue. We can, and that's the beauty of the space module. So go for it. Yeah, you read it.
Here we go. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Beautiful. I would applaud that. Have you played any any Shakespeare roles, or just studied them in school? Just a student of Shakespeare. Well, in this speech, we have, of course, the phrase that gives us the title of the book. Anyone want to share some interpretation of what, just without a lot of context, right? We don't assume that everyone knows the whole story, but what are you taking from this? What is the force of that phrase, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow?
I've got something. If
Yeah,
that's
please.
okay. Sorry, it's Ruth, by the way.
Go ahead, Ruth.
To me, it starts off the tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow is kind of like continue pushing forwards and keep going. But then when you read the rest of it, it's kind of like, why are you doing it? Why do you keep pushing forwards and keep trying to get further? Because like brief candle, it's going to end. We're not here for that long. Why do that? But then it's kind of like opposites.
Yeah.
So you want to move forwards, but then you're like, maybe not. Maybe that's a bad idea.
There is a certain resolute irresolution is what I'm taking from that. And Carrie in the chat, video games aren't signifying nothing. Yeah. No, I think we are meant to push back against this, right? No, of course there's meaning, even if you're just a player on the stage, right? You, of course, are very meaningful, and it does signify, does have meaning. That I think anyway. So we'll hustle along here. Oh no, we won't. Laurel, go for it.
Just want to build on that because the phrase in Macbeth does essentially call to like, this is empty, this is meaningless. But I think in the use in the title, it's focusing more on the concept that even if it does feel futile, there's still that fleeting chance.
Yes.
Like, there's still tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, even if it's never going to be completely empty. So I really like the illusion there.
Tomorrow could be better type thing.
Yeah, even just a small single fleeting chance, but there is still a tomorrow and tomorrow.
Yeah, and Carrie follows up, only an idiot rushes to the destiny, the petty pace of tomorrow, never arriving, but always looming. So there's a character in the story, and we'll get to it eventually, of course, in January, who who has a very affirming, like a more affirming take on this as well. That idea that there's more chances and there's more lives, if you like, in a game. You know, you have our extra lives. Here's the next allusion, the reference from the cover of the book, and of course also referenced within the story, is the Great Wave, a woodblock print by Hokusai, a Japanese artist of the mid 19th century, so early to mid 1800s. Okay, yeah, Christopher, no worries. Keep bringing you back in as many times as you got. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, right? Another interesting book, Laurel says, not nearly as in-depth in terms of video games, but touches on game narrative. Aaron Morgenstern's The Starless Sea. The Starless Sea, I've heard of, but haven't read. So I think what's great about this book, Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow, to kind of, again, weave together some things that it's putting before us here. It has this quality of encyclopedic aspiration, right? It brings in art, it brings in poetry and plays and video games and relationships. And this is something that novels are wonderful for. representing life in all its facets and characters' views on that. This image here, does anyone want to just share something that impresses you as you take a look at this image? Probably not for the first time, right? This is a very famous image, but what is striking you as you're looking at it this time? Again, I invite you to
I'd
just
say one thing that's striking me this time is usually it's the wave that's focused on, and you don't really look at the little guys in the boats bowing down in the face of this massive ocean and waves. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
If you can see just at the bottom of the cover, you can just see the prow of one of the boats. Yeah, there's this quality of the overwhelming power of nature, and then our little human attempts to keep going. Laurel, yeah, please.
I feel like I'm cheating a little bit here because I've discussed this in different classes before, both history and art. But I didn't realize at the time it was made, it was because of contact with the Western world was essentially forbidden. So the Great Wave came to represent a lot of symbolic change, whether that was like fear of change, respect of like the idea behind isolation, but not the outcome of it. So every time I see this now, the two things that pop into my mind are fear, respect, and the possibility of exploration.
That's lovely.
In the face of such fear and respect.
I love that. And I read briefly as I was looking at this for the date, I saw that the color blue that's used is like a special color that helps to bring that idea of globalizing, right? This trade between far-flung places and exploration, and this Prussian blue color. Carrie, please. You're seeing this for the first time.
Yes, I was seeing it for the first time, and seeing it on a game cover of a game book.
Yeah.
All I could think of was it's me in the boat against the devs.
Against the devs. You're trying to compete, right? And maybe think of Space Invader, right? They're coming for me, but I have to fight back. I have to use the force I have.
Screen is going to be worse than this one, and the next level is going to be worse than this one, because they know what they have planned for me and I have no idea.
And we love that.
And we love it.
The ratcheting up of the difficulty. Then let's dig into the actual book just briefly here as William knocks on the. Can you stop? Thanks. This is from Emily Dickinson. This is the epigraph to the text. That love is all there is all we know of love. It is enough. The freight should be proportioned to the groove. Dickinson's poetry. Anyone a fan or have any quick takes on this? I know we're rattling along. Mount Fuji in the background, a site which holds great. Yes, we would be remiss not mentioning that, of course, all these are views of Mount Fuji, and there's 36 of them in the series, or I believe, and Mount Fuji is a very meaningful place, but in the image is dwarfed by the size of the waves. Yeah, tremendous. The freight and the groove. Thoughts on Emily?
I have lots of thoughts on Emily. I don't want to keep stealing the mic though, if anyone else has some.
There's a fabulous story by Zelazny about these, maybe the woodblock prints, Christopher. Zelazny of Amber fame. I love those Amber books. That's all I've read by him. But
I think he wrote 24 Views of Mount Fuji.
Okay, 24 views.
Novella, science fiction.
Yeah. Well, no, please don't hold back. If you want to speak about Emily, now's your chance, because we're about to blast into another thing.
There's some of Emily Dickinson's works that I love and some that I can't stand. It's an interesting back and forth. Usually if there's one author, I either like it and I'm ambivalent to the rest, or I hate it and ambivalent to the rest. It's very odd to have two direct dichotomies for me, but Dickinson manages it. I do like this particular piece though, because it struggles against the concept of definition.
Good.
And it's saying like that love is all there is all we know of love. And she's struggling to define what love is within this concept. And she's like comparing it to weight and almost saying like, but do we need to know what love is? And I
It is
think in
enough.
this poem, she comes to the answer of no, we don't. And it differs in other poems, but this particular one I quite enjoy.
She says it is enough. Yeah. And that idea again of dichotomy coming up, and maybe we could put it another way of balance, right? There's a proportion here. There's a fittingness to our knowledge and our ignorance, and how we sort of, again, muddle through. There's a lot of this in the book, characters in love, out of love, various kinds of love, friendship and family and romance. And of course, the love of the work, right? Of doing, in Emily's case, her poetry, in the characters of the book, their video games, their design. And here's one of the games. You can actually play this, is called Emily Blaster, that Sadie Green, one of the main characters, develops for her class. And there's a version of this on the internet that is tied in with the merchandising and the advertising for the book. And it's pretty fun, actually. So I encourage you, not now, because we're talking for a bit longer yet, but later you can go and look this up, Emily Blaster. A few more games. So let's talk about some of the games that appear early in the book and that sort of set the tone for what we're up to in tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Super Mario Brothers, of course, and the Oregon Trail. Anyone want to jump in and share some memories or takes on either of these games?
Oregon Trail. How many possible ways can you find to die in the most horrible fashion possible?
Right. So Oregon Trail, a text-based adventure. Yes, very famously, people are always dying on the Oregon Trail, and that's okay. And again, like the difficulty or even unfairness there is why we keep coming back in a way and trying again. Yeah. And Mario Bros. There's the quote: "You have died of dysentery," Carrie says. And Carrie has survived and lives in Oregon to this day. Well done. The way that the characters meet, just to jump forward a little bit, they're playing video games as kids in the hospital, in the playroom of the hospital. Sadie finds Sam, the other main character, playing Super Mario Brothers, and Sam is very adept at Mario. He can jump and reach the top of the flagpole and slide down to get all the points. And so they hit it off, and they're friends, fast friends in both senses. And much later, when Sam sees her again in the busy train station in Boston when they're in college, he calls out to her, "Sadie Green, you have died of dysentery," to try to get her attention. And of course, she finally turns around and they reconnect. One of the many moments of reconnection. So connection and reconnection through games, through the memory of games, through these fond memories they have together playing games and talking about games. The other kind of like master key to this book, and my read on it this time as I'm reading it again, I really like this thing about the magic eye. It's a really small thing, but when they're in the subway station, all the people in waiting for the train are looking at this thing on the wall, and it's withheld from us and withheld from us, and finally we find out it's this poster for the magic eye. Did anybody have success looking at these 3D images? This is a very 90s thing, I guess. I was never very good at them.
Try, but never manage it.
I was never good at these either. And friends of mine would be so fast at getting them, Anyway, the advertisement says, "See the world in a whole new way. This Christmas, the gift everyone wants is the magic eye." there's clearly something about seeing, perceiving, knowing what other people see, right? When they look at you or when they look at things, that this book is really interested in. And there's a kind of trick to seeing, seems to be the way that some of the characters anyway approach the world. They are in it to win the game, right? And they want to find all the hidden secrets in the game, right? Yeah, and if you try to force it, Carrie points out, we used to try to force it to show us more than the goal. Yeah, there's this aspect of trying and then trying without as much effort, so to speak, right? That you can accomplish things sometimes through more gentle approaches. There's a really lovely passage at the end of the book. We'll get to it, of course, where they think back to this moment, and it's this kind of thing where it's very open to the reader's interpretation, right? Like, what did they see there in the Christmas themed Magic Eye poster? It's kind of a very the movie Lost in Translation has a famous moment where the actor is saying something, and it's not revealed in the film what he said to the other character. So in game studies, there's this concept of the magic circle being an important way to frame a discussion of games. And there's also been a lot of pushing back against that we can't sort of circumscribe easily what's going on in a game because all sorts of factors interfere. There's so many considerations for the developers as people, as business people, and for players, of course, likewise. We can't just look at the thing, like we like to do a lot of times, following that logic of close reading, of really understanding what's there. So while I'm partial to the magic circle and I love a good close reading, I also really like this idea of the magic eye as kind of a way to break out of that people can see things that are totally disparate, and that a lot of what they see is coming from who they are and their experiences, and their particular tricks and quirks of looking at the world, looking at texts, looking at video games. So I throw that out as a provocation, a theoretical sally. So two people are raising hands, but again, I'm on a screen where it's hard for me to see who's raising hands. So just unmute. Ruth, yeah, unmute.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Go for it.
That the way you were talking about the circle.
Yes.
It reminded me a lot of Lord of the Rings Online.
Oh, good.
And the way Corey's been looking at it as an adaptation. So what choices the developers have made to adapt the story, but then also what we can think about it. Like, he spends a lot of time looking at architecture and trying to figure out like the history through the ruins and things like that. And it's really interesting when you can look at it. Was it Lewis in the tool shed? Either look at the beam or along the beam.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think you can do that with a lot of games, and it can really help you to understand your character almost more.
Yes.
And let you, it sounds daft, but it can help you sort through even what's going on in the real world, as it were. And you can sort of
totally, yeah,
transfer the feelings and experiences and things like that. And yeah.
by looking at this thing so closely and in this clear light, right? Yeah, we somehow can then transfer that, and then I think it was it Christopher raising a hand here? No, Sharon. Sorry,
Sharon. Yeah,
Sharon, go for it.
I was just gonna offer that for almost any game, some obviously are more. I think it's easier to apply a magic eye in this sense, and in others, it's very lore driven. So, like for example, Corey's looking at Lord of the Rings online. That's a very obvious one. There are some other games out there in which the lore is not established or provided, but people just pick every detail apart of every character and every piece of equipment they have and every like character line they have, and they can construct these incredibly complicated lore behind it. And the reason why I know this is because my young 20s son has had me watch hours of it with him in his youth.
Yeah.
Looking at all his favorite games and all the lore behind them. But I think that it does speak a lot to the idea of the way adaptation can work, as Ruth was just talking about. Some things really, really appeal to some people who are consuming the video game or the adaptation, and they're just incredibly invested in the magic eye or the lore, and others are just taking the game as it comes, the mechanics, and just making their way through the game, and it seems to not really have an impact. But either way, the game is successful. So in a similar way, a film, an adaptation, a text, it's still successful when people are engaging with it. And it helps us, I think, to not be critical, because if you're the magic eye people, you say, oh, these people have no clue. They don't know what we know. And the lore people are like, this is what it means. This is the story behind it all. This is what the developers are saying. And then the other people who just, they're watching Rings of Power going, did it work? I don't know anything about it. I like it. Yeah, it's great. No, music, this, that, the other. And so I don't know. I just want to say that they're all have value. They're all valid.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the kinds of attention differ, but the fact of attention matters a lot. Yes, yes. And this is a funny moment because we're seeing things from Sam's point of view. He's a bit of a loner, I guess you'd say. He doesn't have a lot of friends, but he does have these couple of friends that are very close. And the reason that he turns and looks at the Magic Eye poster at all is because he's worried about how his friend is going to respond if he goes home and says, I didn't even look to see what they were looking at. And then because he turns and looks at it, he directs his attention on behalf of this other person. He sees the third person, Sadie, the girl that he knew as kids that played games with. And so it's this lovely sort of moment of refracted attention, and concerns and things. And anyways, so we're running low on time, and I just wanted to show these bits of text. We haven't looked at, any of the actual text really, but this is the way the two main characters are introduced, and then the games seminar, the advanced games seminar that one of them is involved in. And so in January, if you do go on and take this, we'll talk much more about those characters. We'll talk about their struggles to connect and reconnect, and about the games that they're developing and that they dream of developing. There's this very important idea, as we kind of mentioned already, having to get together and pick ourselves up and try again. And we learned that from video games for sure, continuing after a defeat. There's a lot of playful things about this book, and the ways that the characters within it think about what they're up to making games. And so we will try to develop those through the weeks of the class, spending about an hour focusing on the theory side of things, and then the second hour each week really focusing on the text and the characters and the stuff going on in the story. So there's a little breakdown of those, circling around this idea of, games as this connection between play and creative art, right? In all the forms that takes. And then as we close here, I'll just say in the following months, right? There's all these great other books people have mentioned, and of course, many other games worth talking about. I do hope this develops into something of a book club for video games, and for those lenses, those perspectives on games. There's great essays and whole books written about ways to interpret, ways to study study games academically. And so this is a few of this slide has a few of the games coming up in February, with Dominic Nardi's video game storytelling module. Inside, Brothers, Portal, What Remains of Edith Finch, and Detroit Become Human are the 5 games that he plans on playing along with you and discussing with you. So that's our general humanities capsule. I think Carrie put something else long in the chat. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to touch on that, but yeah. So there's this consideration of who's playing the game. Non-male players, some plays on easy, drag someone else through, then they get everyone to play, but now on hard, and we see something different every time. Yeah, that's the definition of a classic, isn't it, Carrie? Well, thank you, Christopher. Thank you all for attending, and I'll hand you back now to Rob for the Signum Press, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, Wes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
We really appreciate you giving a taste of our general humanities sector, but not only that, opening the door really with video game studies. You and Dr. Nardi with it's something that we haven't seen yet in our general humanities sector yet, and so yes, please look at Wes's candidate in January and Dominique's in February. Yeah, thank you very much, Wes.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, in the general humanities sector overall, in December we're offering 5 humanities modules, and in January we are candidating 5 also humanities modules. So you can check those out on BlackBerry if you're interested. And our spacers would know this, but I should just mention how voting works. So whenever I mention we're candidating modules, to vote for a module means to have at least 1 token so that you can cast your vote. And when you cast a vote, you can state which module in our candidating month, which is January at this point, which module that you're interested in taking, and you can pick your first choice all the way through to your 6th choice. And voting is essential. What we look for is at least 4 student votes before we confirm a class. And so it's really based on the menu. We put out the menu, and our students, they tell us what they would like to eat. So that's really how space works, and it really relies on votes. So thank you to all of those who have voted and who will be voting for our January month ahead. I wanted to mention, even though we finished our award celebration, I had announced our first 5-pack token purchaser as part of our Space Abs ongoing award from now till the end to midnight. And we've had 5 5-pack purchasers in total. So I'd like to announce those. It's just delightful to see the response that we've had. So Jason T, 5-pack purchaser, Liz L, Sarah J, Stan S, and Shannon C. Thank you for your 5-pack purchases today. And I understand that John H is also interested in purchasing a 5-pack today. So thank you so much for your response and support for our program. I'd like to mention one more time the round trip special. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay, the round trip special. You can see on BlackBerry, it's available on the left side, space promotion. And so it's just described here. Again, this promotion is going on through to December 1st, where we're welcoming all newcomers to space and also our regulars to have this promotion. So if you enroll in December and vote for January, you will get a bonus token. And for our newcomers, if you just enroll in December and it's your first time, we will give you a free vote for January. So that is how the round trip special works, but you can look for the verbiage here to explain that in a bit more detail. And this is a great opportunity to invite friends. If you are a regular spacer and really enjoyed space, this is an opportunity to support friends getting it for a little cheaper, to get a 2-for-1 if they're new to space. So that is that promotion. I thought before we close off our space segment here, I'd like to show the admin team who have made this work so wonderful. Directing space has been such an honor and a privilege, and I could not do this without my wonderful team. And so I wanted to just introduce the others. So I direct space, but Pilar Barrera, who you'll see here, is our space faculty liaison. And Pilar looks out for all of our new preceptors, all of their needs every month, and also for our ongoing preceptors. She supports me in more ways than I can count. Thank you so much, Pilar. My wife, Jenny, she is the student communications and admin assistant. Oh, Jenny, she is actually in this moment just experiencing wild reception from all of our spacers. So she is she's granting those bonus tokens to you and answering questions. She just handles so much with our students and just has the pulse of their interests. And thank you so much, Jenny. She reaches out to students when they purchase tokens, enroll, vote, or wish list a module. She just handles those communications in so many creative ways. And thank you so much, Jenny. Sparrow Alden. Sparrow Alden, she is our scheduler Zoom master and she also a space preceptor, who many of you enjoyed her capsule today. Sparrow, she just do an extraordinary job. Sparrow making sure that all of us are organized and ticking each month with good Zoom sections and everything. Thank you so much, Sparrow. James Tauber, wow. He has designed BlackBerry and has made this growth in space so possible. I was a year ago managing spreadsheets, and that kind of persisted for several months. And as you've just heard about the growth that we've had over this year, just delightful growth. It would not have been possible to manage all this interest without a system so wonderful like BlackBerry. Thank you so much, James. And James is also a space preceptor with expertise in token studies, and so he's offered a number of token modules, and we're looking very forward to his home series next year, 12 months of history of Middle Earth. And so many of you have seen that candidating in January, so look forward to having you check his modules out as well. And then Kira Trigoning. Kira is our outreach and social media coordinator. She comes up with all these nifty graphics to share with the rest of the world about our upcoming modules, both our confirmed modules and our candidating modules. And she has also run a number of campaigns for us, just handling all this advertising. Thank you so much, Kira, for all your work in social media. So I will stop sharing my screen. That brings us to the near end of our segment here. And I just want to say again, on behalf of the whole space team, I just want to thank everyone. It has been a marvelous year.
Oh my goodness.
Just spectacular. Corey, so good to have you.
It really is. And so just speaking of space growth, I'd just like to add a couple things here. So the response from you guys during our space session here today has been unbelievable. We have set a record already for the most number of tokens sold in a day ever. In fact, we've sold more tokens today than we've sold in 6 of the individual months of the year leading up to this point. We've sold, let's see, by my count, and hang on, I got to refresh because another 5-pack came in while you were talking just now. But so we're at 61 tokens sold today. So that's not counting the ones that we've been giving away, and that puts us at 134 tokens sold in November so far, which means it has already by a substantial amount. If you remember, let me go back to my my PowerPoint here so that you guys can see. If you remember this slide, right, about our participants, right? We had 124 participants, so we're at 134 tokens sold. Now, tokens sold is not the same as participants, but just to give you an idea of sort of the ballpark where we are, we're expecting. I am now confidently expecting that we're going to break our old records in enrollments. I think in December. So just an amazing day today, and month and year for space. It really is the beginning of something incredibly exciting.
I hope you can see just as Corey announced this last year, and we're just receiving this response today. Just what a delight and what a fun what fun this is to direct such a this program that has so much opportunity, where we can have preceptors teach what they're passionate about, students learning what they love for the love of it. We're grateful for all of you. It's been just a wonderful experience.
Absolutely. And Stargazer Dino, you are so correct that space tokens make wonderful gifts. We have a system built into BlackBerry so that if you set up a BlackBerry account and purchase tokens, you can gift them to people. We'll reach out by email. Jen will reach out to them by email and inform them, hey, congratulations, you've been gifted a token. They just then have to come to BlackBerry, create their own account, and their token will show up in their account. And once they have an account, you can just, basically send them tokens at any point, however often you like. And so this is also a really great way. Not only can you give them away to somebody, but you can do modules together with somebody. That would be, I think, really fun, for Christmas, to be like, hey, let's do, because then you're giving the gift not only of the opportunity to take space classes, but of like time with you as well. So, time together learning, which has been awesome. So, yeah, anyhow, and and just to say, I mean, it has been so cool to experience this from the other side as well. Both of my sons and now my father are all taking space classes now, and just watching them and hearing from them. I was just recently talking with my mother, and her telling me about, how wonderful it has been for my dad to be able to take space modules. He's been working with Sparrow and the group there in creative writing, and anyway, it's been phenomenal. So I just can't encourage people enough to give it a try. Give them as presents, and it's really been a wonderful time. Rob, thank you so much, not only of course for your time today, but for all of your work over this year, and I can't wait to see what this next year in space brings for us, and the updates that we'll have next year this time when it comes campaign time.
So friends, Signum for the whole family. We've got Signum Academy for kids. My kids are not quite old enough. We've got 4 kids. Can't wait till they can enjoy Signum programming, but now space available to adults everywhere, and just to name 2 of our programs, right? And so just one more thank you to all of our capsule preceptors, Sarah, Sparrow, Larry, and Wes. Thank you so much for showing the breadth and depth of our space program. We are so excited about this program. It's been a marvelous year, as I've said, and thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rob. And we're gonna do Signum Academy next. So at of course, the very next thing we're gonna do is another game. But after that, our next segment is gonna be on Signum Academy, and we'll talk more about clubs. So awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna remember to close the giveaway before I forget. So I'm going to close that now, and we're going to do a live drawing for another free space token because we love giving space tokens away. So I'm going to close the raffle now. Okay. And then we're going to do a drawing. Okay, Eric Kingsep, congratulations. Eric Kingsep, you have won our free space token drawing. So send an email to info@signumu.org, or actually you could just send it straight to space@signumu.org also, whichever, to make sure we get that. And then you can get your free space token, which you can use or give away or whatever. So we're going to do more drawings as we move forward here. But first, our next game. So I've been looking through the submissions that you guys have made for our first two games. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. I'm gonna read out some of the responses and things, and then give out the prizes in the segment at the end after the press update. And that's going to be, I can't wait for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. So let us do the next game. All right, hang on a second. It's going to be, here it is. Are you ready for this? Game number 3 is the adaptation challenge. Give me a pitch for a new adaptation of something in 3 sentences or less. That is your challenge. 3 sentences or less, a pitch for a new adaptation. It can be anything. It can be an adaptation from any medium to any medium, right? And so the prizes are for most compelling pitch and the so crazy it just might work prize. As you can see, like basically the prizes kind of all boiled, the prize categories basically all boil down to like most effective and sort of most unusual or unexpected or funny. So do you get more than one submission? Well, more than one submission is kind of cheating, but I can't say that I don't enjoy reading them. So, okay, so I am sending out the link now. There's the link at least once, maybe twice, who knows. Okay, there we go. So that is the link for the form for the adaptation challenge. Now I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this. Hang on a second, let me bring my picture back. There I am. Okay, I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this while I rearrange my real estate here. There we go, move myself over there. All right. Great. Okay. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to think about this, and then when we come back, we're going to come back in 10 minutes at 6:45 on time. Can you believe it? Just shows you how good our space people are, that we did that whole long, complicated space session while still ending up on time. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to work on your adaptation challenge. I just sent out the link where you can submit that. And I look forward to reading those. And then I'll be back at 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time to talk about the Signum Academy and Signum Academy clubs with Elise Trudel Cedeno. So back soon. Okay, folks, welcome back. So I hope I'm looking forward to seeing your adaptation pitches. As I said, I've really enjoyed reading your stories. And by the way, I meant to ask Sparrow to do it live on camera, but I forgot to. But she has already in advance waved the permission fairy wand to give everybody the permission to go ahead and write the story that accompanies the invitation that you wrote in the previous game. All right. Okay. So. Thank you for submitting your adaptation ideas. There's still time to do that. Let's do another drawing. Let's do another drawing during the Signum Academy Clubs one. And this one, let's see. Let's do an anytime audit draw here. So the winner of this drawing will receive an anytime audit registration for the Signum course in the catalog of your choice. So I'm going to get that ready here. All right, resetting the giveaway. All right. And I am opening the giveaway there. So as before, type !raffle and you will be entered in the new drawing for an anytime audit, which we will be doing at the end of this session. And let me also just there it is. I'm just going to post again the link to the adaptation challenge for people who might have missed that or whatever. Okay. There is the link. So you can submit your adaptation challenge idea. Don't forget that for everybody who submits all four entries today, you will qualify for the grand prize. We'll have the best contributor of the day for overall contributions. But you have to contribute you have to submit for all four of them in order to qualify. All right. And I realize that that's challenging for like folks in Europe for whom it's going to be like 3 o'clock in the morning by the time we finish. But if it's any consolation, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning when we started for Takako. So over in Japan, she was doing a space module. And I don't know, what time was it even for you, Takako, when you were participating in the Old English module? Something like 5 or 6 a.m. by that point. Anyway, okay, there we go. Looking forward to reading those. All right. Okay, so without further ado, let us go on to our next segment, which is an update on Signum Academy. I am joined by Elise Trudell-Cedeno, who is coordinating our Signum clubs. How are you doing, Elise? Welcome.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. Hi, Corey.
Hey. All right. So excited to learn more. I was mentioning earlier that we're going to be doing some new things in clubs soon. But I'll let you take it away and kind of tell us about what's been going on in Signum Academy, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what's coming up.
I'd be happy to do that. And I'm just going to share my screen so everyone can see. Hi, my name is Elise Trudell-Cedeno, and I am one of the coordinators for Signum Academy and Signum Academy clubs. We've been having a really great run with Signum Academy, and so we've been open since, I want to say, April of 2020.
Yep.
And it's been a really fantastic time. We've continued with our partnership with Mount Royal Academy for the second school year in a row, where we've been working with them on Spanish conversation. And So today is just an update on what we have been doing. And for those of you who may not be aware of what we do in clubs and the structure of clubs, this is a refresher for anyone who may not be familiar. And there we go. So Signum Academy clubs, it's like space for kids. We have monthly modules. We have 4 separate clubs. We have book club, we have writing club, and we have 2 language clubs. We have conversational language club, and we have a translation language club. And with translation, that's geared more towards languages that are no longer spoken in the modern world. So conversation club is for the more modern languages. We have Spanish, Italian, French, etc. Whereas in translation, we currently have an Old English language club.
I started off saying dead languages, and people told me that was too pejorative.
Yeah.
As a medievalist, I'm totally comfortable with it, but yes,
there's
historical languages.
Historical languages, languages that are no longer. I mean, I in Signum, I can walk up to a random person and just start talking in Old English. But if I were to do that at my family Thanksgiving. At my family Thanksgiving dinner, I do get the hairy eyeball. Like, what is wrong with you? So, no longer common languages, no longer practice languages. And in our writing clubs focus specifically on creative writing. We try to make our clubs fun opportunities to work together. We meet. Like space, we meet for 2 1-hour sessions per week, and the groups that we have are grouped by age, and all of our students are if not in the exact same, but in a similar age group. So of course we have 3rd to 5th grade, 6th to 8th grade. All of our kids are they've been wonderful participants, and many have stuck around for the entire year and a half that we've been working on Signum Academy clubs. I have 3 students in my book club who have been in the club since its inception, and it's still going strong. And it's fantastic. They're fantastic. Clubs is meant to be laid back, relaxed. We have activities, we have assignments. However, there's no grading. There are no points assigned to, at least with the clubs.
Right.
The Mount Royal Academy students do receive a grade for the work that they do, but with Signum Academy clubs, it's by choice. And any activities that might be given in between club sessions are for practice or for preparation for the next club meeting. So, for example, in my book club, not only do I give students a chapter assignment, a chapter reading, but I also give them a journal question to think about in case they're not able to participate in a discussion in the next meeting, or students are shy to speak up. I give them this journal question offers another opportunity for a discussion. And if you've been in one of my space modules, I conduct my space modules exactly the same way I conduct my book clubs in Signum Academy. And one of the great things that we've had recently is because we've been working in Signum Academy for the past year and a half, we have received testimonials from our parents, and we've received feedback from our parents to say that this works. It's the club atmosphere is laid back and fun and supportive for our students. It's easy to use. It's simple enough that kids can be independent and attend meetings on their own without too much help from their parents. But parents are anytime parents have questions for preceptors, they're able to reach out to us and receive a quick response. And this shows that it's been working. The clubs aspect has been working, and it's been fun. So I teach a section, a book club section, and I make sure that the students, that the kids guide the discussion. I give a set of readings. We think critically about the texts, and I have my students come to club with their own discussion questions. I could come to club and I could give all kinds of exercises, and I could give all kinds of questions to talk about. But really, I want the students to think about their own critical analysis skills, and I want them to think about what they've gotten out of the text. And if students have trouble coming up with a discussion question, I'm happy to give prompts, I'm happy to give question stems, but really I want them to talk about what they want to talk about. And together, and we read one book a month. There have been some longer books where we've had to extend to 2 months. For example, we've had to do 2 months for J.K. Rowling's The Deathly Hallows, because it was a big chunk. That was a big chunk of text. But every month we discuss, we talk, and we also set goals for books that we want to read in the future. So we've gone back and forth between Percy Jackson and Harry Potter. We've read The Hobbit, and we had a couple of students who were really interested recently in historical fiction. So after a whole bunch of fantasy books, as much as we loved fantasy, we needed a palate cleanser. So we started reading Jennifer Nielsen's A Night Divided. And this month we're reading Show Me a Sign by Anne-Claire Lazat. I hope this is a library cover, so I hope you can still, the light isn't shining too much on it. So this is a historical fiction novel about the historical village of Chilmark in Martha's Vineyard. And about 25% of that village was deaf or hard of hearing. And so this was a community in Martha's Vineyard that spoke almost exclusively in Martha's Vineyard Sign Language. And this book was written it has been written by a deaf author. And so the students get not only a new opportunity to learn about a historical village and a certain point in history, but also about deaf history and about deaf education history and what it means from another person's perspective, from a deaf person's perspective, to communicate and to write as a deaf author. And so the students have really enjoyed this book, and we're just absolutely blown away every single month. We're blown away by new things that we've discovered. So I came today because I also wanted to share the upcoming books. On Monday, my students sat down and they said, okay, I've got a whole list of books that I want to read. When are we going to read these? When are we going to read? When are we going to read this book? When are we going to read? They came together, they spoke together about the books they wanted to read. We didn't even need to vote at this point. They said, okay, I know what this person wants to read. I know what this person in our club wants to read. So let's put this here. So we've got a December, another historical fiction book for, it's called Brother's Keeper by Julie Lee. In January, we're continuing with Sophie Anderson by reading A Castle of Tangled Magic. And Jennifer A. Nielsen not only has written some historical fiction books, but she's also written some fantasy books as well. But we've really enjoyed her historical fiction, so we're going to continue with two of her historical fiction books. And I'm really excited for this one. We're gonna focus on the appendices of the Lord of the Rings in March and April. So the students decided together, we love the Lord of the Rings, but that's going to take a really long time. And they've been reading the Lord of the Rings with their parents, because hello, this is Signum University. This is where we come to read the Lord of the Rings. But they were kind of confused about the appendices and how to read those independently. So we're going to work together to read the appendices. We're going to organize it, and we're going to set it up in such a way that we're going to look at it almost like a historical fiction text. Because as we know, Tolkien says this is our history. This is English history. Well, yes, that's a very loaded comment. That's a very loaded thing to say, but you know what I mean. Okay. We also have our writing club, also precepted by the illustrious Sparrow Alden. So if you've enjoyed your space modules with Sparrow Alden, she's just as awesome in our writing clubs. These are fun skill building exercises, world building, and she provides just the space for these kids to write. Because in school, it's writing, academic writing, the not so fun writing, and sometimes our kids just need the space to write what they want to write. And she also provides opportunities for kind peer review, the opportunity to share with the group, to share and receive peer feedback. And she's fantastic at making sure that all peer review is not only helpful, but is also kind. And if a student is ready to share with the group, they can share with the group. If they're not ready, then they share it with Sparrow. And Conversation Club is the opportunity for conversational language skills in the foreign language, whether it's through reading and writing, through talking about celebrations, talking about daily interactions, expressing likes and dislikes. It's interactive and it's fun. And of course, in Translation Club, there's we currently have an Old English translation section up. Corey, I believe your son Matthias has been taking Old English Club. Corey, has Matthias been enjoying it?
He has been, yes. Yeah, it's been fun as we've been, it has led to many conversations in the car. I keep forgetting, actually, like, we'll see something, because again, as you said, like Signum World, right? Like some Old English thing will come up and Matthias will read it and I'll do a double take. I'm like, oh, that's right. I forgot that you know Old English now. Anyway, yeah, it's been great. He's been doing it now for over a year. And so they just they go through and with Isaac Schendel, who's teaching it, go through, and they're translating poems like our Signum MA students do now. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I really enjoy what Isaac says about Old English text being fun puzzles, because it not only is it poetry, this is the basis of our current English, and so it's fun to puzzle out what certain words might mean. And Isaac's been great about providing extra videos and extra explanations for the more complex grammatical systems and grammatical explanations that may or may not have come up in club. And so having that and having Google Classrooms available to post extra materials and extra videos for students who may need that little bit of extra help outside of the club session, that's been very helpful as well. And hey, even beginners will find themselves reading advanced poetry with just a bit of help after a few weeks. So imagine going to Thanksgiving dinner, going to your cousin's bar mitzvah, and shouting out the first paragraph of the Beowulf poem, the opening of the Beowulf poem, and just wowing the crowd. I mean, come on, yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
Every 13-year-old wants to do that, I'm sure. Okay. So we have some new club sections open, some new modules opening up in January. We're continuing with our creative writing club with Sparrow Alden. We're also opening up the opportunity for Japanese conversation club for January. And we're also opening for Elvish languages translation club. And remember, Elvish languages, that could be Quenya, that could be Sindarin. Join the module and you'll find out. So remember, these are for kids. So if you want this for space, you got to submit to your wish list for space modules, but tell your kids.
All of these things also available in space. By the way, it's funny, Elise, you mentioned that, you said at the beginning that clubs is like space for kids. Of course, the irony is that historically, it's the other way around. One of the inspirations for space was we started clubs and everyone was like, man, that sounds awesome. I want to do that. Why is that only for kids? And we're like, yeah, we should do it. So space was originally clubs for grown-ups is what it was. So yes, the two of them are very similar. Volume. Yeah. But yeah, this is, I am so excited about our new clubs that we're starting up in January. The Japanese Conversation Club has been a big request. I know some people who are definitely going to be interested in that. And I've been getting requests like from other, like my sister-in-law was just texting me like last week and being like, hey, like, do you guys do Elvish translation clubs? I want that. And I'm like, well, okay. So anyway, this is, it's going to be great fun. And of course, doing another creative writing club section with Sparrow is going to be awesome. We just had some graduates, some people graduating out of the club's program. It is one of the it is one of the sad things about clubs is that eventually you graduate from clubs and get too old for clubs. But fortunately, you can then just go into space. So it's all good. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so that is. I said I'm really excited about this. So you can go and you can register right away. So I just posted a link to the homepage of the Signum Academy in the chat, and if you go to that webpage and scroll down, there's a link to register. The registration is just a simple form to express your interest, and we can start figuring out where people would fit, and we'll be back in touch with you to kind of sort things out there. So if you have or know of a kid who would be interested in creative writing, Japanese or Elvish, or somebody who wants to jump into Old English or Elise's book club also, those are things then you can do for January.
If you want to register yet, or if you're interested in other opportunities with Signum Academy clubs that I will talk about in a moment, you can also email us at academy@signumu.org. Mm-hmm. So it's a so our clubs are subscription basis. We're not on BlackBerry, we're not on Goldberry yet. Crossing fingers.
Yeah.
But if you just send us an email or register online, we have this one subscription includes memberships and membership in one of our clubs. And so what's also great is that discounts are available for multiple members in the same family. So we have sibling discounts. We have, I don't think we haven't done anything for cousins yet, but yeah, we have multiple members.
Yeah, for households, yeah.
For households, yes. You never know. So yes, discounts are available for multiple members. We also have a discount for if one individual wants to sign up for multiple clubs, we have a discount for that as well. We also have discount rates for school groups, homeschool co-ops, and military families. So if you are a military family, if you are part of a homeschool group or a homeschool co-op, and you want to create a section for yourself, just send us an email at academy@signumu.org, and we can create a section just for you. Now, if you want our referral rate, tell your friends and family, and for every friend, for every youngin who signs up for Signum Academy, you yourself can receive a free month as well for your own club section. Again, academy@signumu.org.
Yeah. So, and because I would just reiterate there, if you have a group of people, like, so, say you're involved in a homeschool co-op or something, right? And you guys want to do a book club, maybe you want to do a language, like you want to do Japanese or a different language. It doesn't even have to be of the clubs we're running right now. If there's a language you want to do, like somebody was just asking about Korean. Well, we don't have any immediate plans for Korean, but if there were to be a group of people who said like, hey, our homeschool group wants to do Korean language, we'll say, all right, we'll get a preceptor and we'll make it happen. So we can same thing with languages. You want to study Greek, with the translation club. You want to do a Greek translation club. You want to do a Latin translation club. You want to do there's any number. You want to do an Egyptian hieroglyphics club. We can make it happen.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah. So again, that is just, especially if you're coming in with a group of people, we can make almost anything happen that way. With individual registrations, of course, we do need to get a bit of a quorum before we can really get a club going. But that's why we've announced these ones that we're planning on. But yeah, so if you see something that we're not offering and that you wish that you would, find a few friends who are interested in doing it too, and we can make it work.
Exactly. It's the butts in the seats that we need. We need a group. We need several people who are interested in this so that it's hard to have a book club discussion with only one student. I have managed to make it happen because I have fantastic students. However, it's a bit back and forth. So it's a lot more fun in a group. So if you have a group of kids, of 3 or more kids who are interested in Korean, ancient Greek, I almost said Japanese hieroglyphics. My God. Egyptian hieroglyphics, etc. Send us an email, register online. We will help you. We will work with you, and we will work with you to make sure that everyone gets the time and the date and the day of the week that is helpful for you and your group.
Yeah, as always, we try to accommodate that. Like all of our core teaching programs, Signum Clubs is designed to be live, not in person, but synchronous. Yes. So, with everybody there in a real classroom experience with a teacher working through this stuff together. That means we try to work around people's schedules as much as we can. Sometimes that's complicated and we're not able to accommodate everything, and there's some flexibility required, but we do everything we can. That's why if you click on that registration link on the homepage, you'll see one of the questions on the form is asking you about times of day that you are available. And that's so that we can begin the matchmaking process and figure out when we can schedule a section.
Exactly. And we have Time Lords.
Exactly.
So we know how to make it happen. Okay. And another initiative that I wanted to share, we will be starting our Blizzard Bag initiative coming up soon this winter. We've already started several Blizzard Bags. But what is a blizzard bag? I should probably rewind and share that with you. So a blizzard bag is for that school cancellation day or that day homesick where you're just thinking, well, great, we're all stuck in the house. What do we do? Blizzard Bags is here to help. We will have activities available on the Signum Academy website for you to download. These packets, these digital packets, I'll say. This will give you access to activities, to links, to texts that are available in the public domain, knowing that you may not be able to leave your house because, getting stuck inside, it happens. Stuck inside on a snowy day with snow all the way up to your doorstep, you're not going to be able to go on a trip to the library. But we'll provide you with not only public domain texts, but links to websites that provide public domain texts, recorded mini lessons. These are going to be activities for all ages and will be available on the Signum Academy website. So if you're not sure about, what to do, if you're stuck inside on a snowy day, if you're homesick, parents, this is the opportunity to say, okay, Signum Academy, I'm on it. All right. We now have the opportunity for questions. If you have questions for Signum Academy clubs, if you have questions for Corey or for myself, type them in the chat box. Ask away.
Awesome. Thank you, Elise. We are excited. Now, the one other thing I would add, just to reemphasize, I mentioned it earlier in the State of the University address, but we have been, as Elise also mentioned, been partnering with a local school, well, local to me here in New Hampshire, where we are running their Spanish classes for them. And this is, languages in particular, I know can be really challenging for small schools. Small schools, which are, of course, usually drawing not only their students, but also their teachers from their local communities. And sometimes, you're a small school, maybe you're a little small private school in a relatively remote location, and you might want to offer language. Some of your students might want to take languages that you just can't offer. You just can't find local teachers for. We can help with that, and that's exactly what we're doing at Mount Royal Academy here in New Hampshire with their Spanish classes now, because they were having staffing issues, and we worked that out with them last year, and they came back and wanted us to do them again this year. So that's been really fun. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out again. If anybody who is listening either now or asynchronously later on, who knows or is connected with any schools that might have that kind of need or desire, we would be happy to talk to them. So again, just send an email to academy@signumu.org, and we can talk about that. First Fish, great question. Do the red states apply to clubs? They do not, I am delighted to say. Red states is complicated because of reasons, and you absolutely don't want to get me started talking about this. There's like half of the states in the country, people who live in those states are not allowed to enroll in our MA program right now. That will go away eventually, but it's a thing that drives me crazy. And it's been such a happy, pleasant day. I don't want to talk about that. But in any case,
that doesn't apply to clubs.
It does not apply to clubs. Anyone from anywhere are welcome to. And speaking of from anywhere, we've had not only just Americans, but people outside the country. I think Turkey is our most remote geographic location.
From Turkey in book club.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Which was a time zone challenge, admittedly.
But we did it.
But we did it. We did it. Exactly. Yeah. Cool. So, so the age group, people were asking about the age group, generally 3rd to 12th grade. So normally we haven't done clubs for kids younger. Is 8 pretty much the youngest we've gone so far?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'm the student I currently have is in the upper fifth grade range. Mm-hmm. So 3rd grade, I would love to do a kitty kids program. I am experienced with early childhood.
Yeah.
However, it's hard to keep little ones seated in front of a computer without smearing peanut butter on the keyboard for very long.
Yeah.
So we're still working out exactly how that would work with Signum Academy. But yes, third grade, and we do try to keep the groups as close in age range as possible. We do have 1 or 2 sections where we have like a 9th grader and a 12th grader, but that's just because that's just how the chips the chips fell when it came to coming up with that time slot. But we're not going to have a 3rd grader with a 12th grader. That might be a little weird.
A little bit, yeah. But no, that is it is true. At Signum University, we have been very successful for a long time in doing remote education that is successfully engaging with students. But at age 5, that would be a special challenge, I think. We're
having had experience in early childhood Zoom meetings.
Yes.
It is a challenge. It's a fun challenge, but it's a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, we're looking at like, minimum age 8 or so up through through 17 basically.
Yes. 12th grade.
Yep, 12th grade. Very cool. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Elise. I appreciate you joining us. And again, please do, folks, go to Signum University. Oh, wait, what did I already lost the thing. Oh, yeah, signumuniversity.org / well, never mind. I'm not going to do the whole thing. I did the link. I can do it again. The Academy homepage. Sorry, I got to find it now. Okay, hang on. I got it. I'll post it again. Here it is. Okay, and there we go. There's the Signum Academy homepage again. You can go there and go down to the registration page to express interest. Tell friends and family. The club's experience is a really awesome opportunity, and we hope that folks will be able to join us for that in Space for Kids. Or people coming from clubs for adults.
We came first.
Totally.
We came first.
Absolutely did. Okay, thank you, Elise. Appreciate it.
Corey. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so I'm gonna close the drawing. We're gonna do a drawing for an anytime audit here. So it's your very last chance while I slowly type, closing the session here for this. Okay. Llama Lady, can a high school junior do space? No, unfortunately. For legal reasons, mixing minors and adults in classes like that gets questionable quickly. So no, we're not allowing minors in space, though we've had several importunate requests from teenagers who would like to be in space. And we would quite like to have them, but they've got to wait a little bit. Okay, I'm closing the giveaway. There we go. All right, and I'm going to do the drawing. Here we go. The winner of the Anytime Audit is... Whoa, Sasha C. Sasha C. 1221, congratulations. Send an email to info@signumu.org, and we will get you set up with your Anytime Audit, the Anytime Audit of your choice, and we'll help you figure out where to find all the options if you don't know already and all that kind of thing. Okay, now it is time for our fourth and final creative game of the day. I didn't get a chance to read them yet because I've been talking with Elise ever since I posted it, but I did just open the sheet to see the adaptation submissions that you guys made. So I'm looking forward to looking through those, but let me post the last one here today. Okay, so hang on a second. Let me rearrange my real estate again. Okay. Now I'll pop myself up back down in the corner. Okay, here we are. Excellent. So I am going to... What am I going to get? I know what I'm going to get. It's the next game. Okay. Here it is. Are you ready? Probably, if you didn't see this one coming, you should have done. The Poetry Challenge. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Write a 4-line poem on any subject you choose. The prizes are for Best Rhythm and Rhyme and Best Overall Performance. Okay, so there you go. The Poetry Challenge is our final challenge. Let me post the link for you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There we go. You'll be fine. You will be totally fine. Okay, there is the submission link for the Poetry Challenge. Okay. Yeah, Crystal, limericks, totally accepted. Totally. No reason not to. Okay. Very good. Let me... Okay. All right, so I'm gonna let you guys start thinking about this. We'll be back with the Signum University press team in about between 5 and 10 more minutes. We'll get that all set up, and then we'll bring the press folks in, and we'll do our big Signum University press update. Our press team has been hard at work, and they have a lot of exciting things. You may have heard some stuff about the press before, but there are some big announcements coming here this evening. It's going to be a lot of fun. Plus, a special creative surprise as well at the end of our session here. So I will. I'm gonna leave you for a few minutes, and then I will be right back. So find your muse and start working on your poem here. Awesome. See you soon. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm looking forward to reading your poems. That will be a lot of fun. My biggest concern is squeezing in the time to finish the reading. I managed to get some chances to read some of the earlier ones. The latter ones are going to be a bit more of a challenge, but I'm going to see what I can do because I'm really looking forward to reading some of these and sharing them with you and then announcing winners at the end of the session, which is right after this next coming segment. So we have 2 segments more and then we're done for the day. What a wonderful day it's been, and it's gone by so fast. So but next before I introduce what's next I'm going to start another giveaway. So we're going to do another giveaway on Twitch, and let me clear that here, the old one. Okay, now the next giveaway is a mystery giveaway. It won't remain a mystery forever. I will explain what we're giving away, but I'm going to explain what we're giving away later on. So I'm not going to tell you right now what it is that we're giving away. So hang on a second. Wait. Don't enter yet. I didn't open it yet. I'm too busy talking. Okay. Now, everybody who just entered, make sure to enter again because it didn't take yet. It wasn't officially open. Now it's officially open. So there you go. Enter the drawing for a very exciting but mysterious prize, which I will explain at the end of the next segment. Okay. All right. Very good. Well then, without further ado, let me introduce our next segment. Our penultimate segment of the day is our big update from the Signum University Press team. So I am delighted to introduce Serena Higgins, our editor-in-chief at the Signum University Press. Serena, as I mentioned earlier today, one of the main things that really kind of led to the opportunity to finally seize the day and go ahead and start this press that we've talked about for a long time, the number one moving force was having the prospect of having you available. This is something that you and I had talked about for a lot of years. I mean, I remember our having conversation about this back in like 2015 or something. Yeah. And how much fun it would be to do a press and to find, with you finishing your degree at Baylor and being suddenly available after finishing your doctorate, and all the timings seemed to work together so well. I was really excited to be able to get things rolling and actually begin the Signum University Press. And you guys have been doing so much stuff. So I'm going to hand things over to you so that you can share with people all the things that you guys have been doing. And then first, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about just kind of the purpose and vision of the press. I touched on that a little bit earlier, but I know there's a lot that I think people would love to hear from you about.
Sure, yeah. And I was listening to your segment earlier about how we fit into the overall vision and purpose of the university. So that's great. So if you want to stick around while we chat about that.
Yeah.
But first, I wanted to thank you. I mean, thank you, Corey, for giving me this huge task and this exciting adventure. I mean, I was one of those investment volunteers for years, and not knowing that it would turn into such a dream career and with a dream team. So I do also want to thank my team. Now, we're still working on what our official titles are. So instead, I'll share our fun titles here instead. So I am the Grand High Grammarian, and that is spelled like grammary as well. So it is it's
a magical title as well as a
title. And then my just awesome second in command, Kira Tregoning, is the superhero of the many hats. I mean, she is just amazing. My internet went down one day earlier this week because I'm way out in the country, and I was able to just with a little bit of cell service message her and be like, do the things today, go to the meetings, and she totally had it under control. Ceremonier is the sherbet of Allah, and if you don't know what that means, well then you have to read more Charles Williams. Nick Palazzo is our cinematographic genie, and Giovanna, I realize I have never said your surname out loud before. Is it Chinelato? Is our illusionist of the arts. Christopher Bartlett, of course, the mad violinist. And then James, I can build that, Tauber, is our bona fide blue wizard. So just thank you to these people who have done such an amazing work over these last 5 months or so. And I wanted to share with everybody, as we said, sort of the vision of the press. So jump in on this if you want to, Corey. Here's our lovely, lovely website that Kira and Giovanna and I have worked on. Giovanna has done the design. So the university's vision is, of course, to share exceptional and accessible and affordable education with a larger population. And so the press aligns with that because we want to share exceptional, accessible, and affordable scholarship and other kinds of writing and other kinds of material. So we're trying to fill that niche in the university's vision. And a lot of the ways that, Corey, that you've seen this working is through experimenting with what new technology can bring us. And so with James designing things for us on BlackBerry, and with a lot of creative, innovative ideas about what and how to get out there, we've developed some pretty exciting things. And some of the really exciting things are the new ways of publishing, which I'll get into in a couple more minutes. But we do want to make everything accessible in a couple of different ways. Accessible in the sense of accessible to more readers. So not only peer-reviewed academic works, but also works of popular scholarship. Accessible in the sense of affordable by average people, not the $250, $300 academic hardbacks that runs and only large research universities.
Right, that most presses don't actually intend any normal people to buy. Yes.
Right, exactly. It's only for research libraries to buy copies, not individual humans. And they want it to be accessible to people who need or want their texts in different formats, right? Like audiobook versions or ebook versions or the lovely paper codices. So those are some of the ways that we want it to be accessible and affordable. Any other thoughts on that before I go into sort of the 3 imprints and then particular projects that we have?
No, I mean, just again emphasizing how excited I am to see how the community it kind of grows around this, the ways, the opportunities that we have. And I know you're going to be talking about this a little bit more later on, the opportunities that people are going to have to be interacting with writers and with each other, for this entire process to be, to get out of the traditional, like, the writer is over here writing on their own, and then, the publisher puts it out there and then people pick it up and go away and read it, and having all of that process just kind of, more in touch, more really of a full community investment in that whole thing. I think it's going to be great fun to watch that develop.
Yeah, we're gonna have some pretty amazing ways that people can give feedback even on the writing process. Yeah. And we intend to mystify the writing process. It's not book springs fully grown out of an author's head.
Yes.
You especially are being really open with your patrons, your supporters.
Oh man, it has been awesome. I mean, we're going to talk about this more later, but it's been phenomenal. I've been so delighted with that so far.
And it really suits your writing method, but there are ways that we can adapt to other people's writing methods.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Get into. I also wanted to share about the vision that we now have a Signum University Press section on BlackBerry. So once you log into BlackBerry on your homepage, over on the side, you will now see some press sections. And so this vision, the new way of publishing, is also available here in BlackBerry as well. So everybody should check that out. Okay, I think I'll dig into some more of the specifics now. Thank you, Corey. I wanted to share the 3 imprints that the press has launched, because there were questions coming in earlier today about, will it be academic publishing only? Will it be nonfiction only? Will there be other creative works? And the answer is all of the above, because we have 3 imprints. Now, an imprint is not something that people usually pay any attention to unless they're in publishing. As a matter of fact, I haven't paid any attention to it prior to this. But an imprint is, for lack of a better word, it's a brand underneath a publishing company, or it's a way of distinguishing a theme or a topic, or more likely an audience. So we have 3, and the first is the Signum University Press proper. So books that are just under that imprint will be the rigorous academic studies. They will go through the peer review process. So they will be vetted by non-Signum affiliated experts in the field. They'll be sent out for an anonymous double-blind peer review process, and they will be in all of the fields that you love so much. So Tolkien, Inkling studies, speculative fiction, fantasy, science fiction, languages, philology, digital humanities, and we're also going to try to broaden into some other areas as well. So that is the academic imprint. Next, we have Eagle and Dragon, which is the popular scholarship. So it's works that are written by scholars, but for a broader audience. So think of all of the amazing public-facing content that Signum University and its branches provide to the public. So think, for instance, of Mythgard Academy. That is material primarily that Corey is presenting to you, informed by his academic research, but he's not presenting it strictly to an academic audience, right? He's again unveiling the mysteries of sort of how scholars think and how they read and how they explain things, and he's sharing that with anyone who is passionate about this work, regardless of their education, credentials, etc. So we really, really want to publish works that are informed by that rigorous academic training, but that are readable, accessible by, and loved by huge audiences. So I'm also keeping an eye on Twitch to see if there are any questions coming in, so please feel free to send your questions there. And then the third imprint, Quick Beam Books, is the creative, the literary. So here we're publishing poetry, short stories, novels, perhaps some creative nonfiction. Very, very excited that we get to bring to you these three interrelated types of writing, because it's what we all love. I mean, we want to read these works and we want to write these works. So we have several coming to you, and now I will get into the specific upcoming works that we have. And there are several places that you can find these. Of course, you can find on the website through the book tab and through the authors tab, but you can also go to Blackberry and see the upcoming projects. And then we are unveiling little by little the ways that you can purchase and interact with these works. So I will go over the ways that you can interact with them and the specific projects. But I know you just want to know, like, well, what are you publishing? So I'll get into that first. So Corey will come back in a minute and tell you a little bit about his work, Exploring the Lord of the Rings. I have a volume of short stories that are mostly science fiction, fantasy, some explorations of bioethical questions, some near future fiction in there. You'll be hearing in a moment from the lovely Kay Ben Avraham about her novel. We're publishing a second edition, a revised edition of The Flower of the Cedar. Verlin Flieger, Dr. Flieger, has given us the very great honor of publishing some previously unpublished stories and poems. So we are working on that collection now, called A Waiter Made of Glass. And if you know Dr. Flieger only through her scholarship, I think you will be pleasantly surprised to see the different perspectives she gives you in this collection. There's some kids' stories, and there are some stories that are absolutely not for kids. You will also be hearing from Jeff Lasala in just a moment about again, a second edition of the Silmarillion Primer. An academic peer-reviewed work that we have in hand that's really, really proud of this work is a collection of Arthurian essays written by Signum students who have taken one or more of the several Arthurian classes that we've offered over the years. So it's studying mostly recent Arthuriana. The oldest work studied in it is Tennyson, and then moving forward through Tolkien into stories published in the Arthurian tradition just very, very recently, as recently as last year. So absolutely delighted by that. And then a delicious poetry collection called Fallible Aesthetics from Dr. Jim Hamby, who is an English professor in Tennessee. And these are really beautifully crafted poems. The book is in 7 sections and they're all quite different from one another, some formal, some more free, but these are our specific works. Now let me tell you how you can interact with these works. Of course, you can buy the book when it comes out, and the book will be sold through BlackBerry and wherever books are sold. You may purchase it as an ebook, as an audiobook, or as a printed codex on paper, or 2 of those, or all 3 of those, whatever formats you need and love. Most of those you will be able to pre-order. As soon as we unveil that, we'll be rolling out these different options little by little to sort of tantalize you and whet your appetite. So keep an eye on BlackBerry and on the website and on all of our social media channels. But then several of these works are going to be released in a startlingly old and new method. So Corey invented this awesome method of serial release. Now I say he invented, but really it's kind of like what Charles Dickens was doing. You know, crowds would swarm the docks of Boston at midnight when they knew the ship was coming in with the next installment of one of Dickens' novels. And we're essentially doing that now, but through digital release. So a lot of these works will come out on a monthly basis in installments. Well, how do you know which work will come out in serial release? If you go to the Signum University Press website and click on authors, there are little icons next to each author's name. And if it has this little icon with the 3 books, that means that their work will be available in serial release. And perhaps the serial release will have marshmallows. I don't know, it depends on the book. Some of them are going to be brightly colored with marshmallows. Some of them are more of a whole grain bran type of cereal. Some of them are healthier and some of them are sweeter, since you all were asking on Twitch. So that's how you can find out whether a work is available in serial release, and then you can go and sign up for that on BlackBerry, which means you will receive some part of the work each month, whether it is a chapter of an academic book, whether it is one short story, or a few chapters of a novel, or a section of a poetry book, or a chapter or 2 of a work of popular scholarship, or even when we have multimedia works, an episode of some kind of an audio or video production. So that's really, really exciting. And one of the most exciting things about the serial release is that it enables something that I think is radically new, which means that we at the press can accept individual short stories or individual academic articles. We don't need to wait until an author has a whole collection ready. And then we can dump all those short stories in a short story bucket and put all those articles in an article box. And when we have enough to make an anthology, then we can publish the anthology. So we're actually closed to submissions at the moment, except for those individual short stories and articles, because we've had such an amazing response, and we've gotten so many submissions that we have to slow it down so our team can handle them. And we have the schedule for the next 1.5 years sketched out, all these amazing things coming out. So those are the 3 ways so far. You can just buy the book when it comes out. You can pre-order the books or the products as soon as they're available. You can sign up for monthly serial release. But another one that I am super excited about is the one that Corey was referring to, about becoming a member of a community along with other readers and with the authors. And this is what we call the Authors Circle. So the Authors Circle is our in-house patronage program. If you love an author and you want to support his or her work, this is a way to do it. It is $25 a month, half of which goes to the author and the other half of which goes to defray publishing costs and to get excellent cover art and illustrations and great audiobook readers and all the distribution, etc. So we now have several authors circles live and open and available that you can sign up for on BlackBerry. We currently have Corey's, mine, Jeff LaSala's, and I believe we will have Kay Ben Avraham's open maybe even at some point this evening. So, and then very soon after that, we have a couple of other writers that I had hoped I could announce this evening, but I can't. So you're going to have to follow us on social media to get those announcements, because we're just like minutes away from them signing their contracts. And then we'll be able to announce them. But if you would like to support the writing of any of these people, then please consider becoming a member of the Authors Circle. And each author will decide what they, how they want to interact with their supporters, but they'll invite them into a community. At the least, there'll be a once a month meeting, a live synchronous meeting over Zoom to talk about the work. Now, note, this is a support of a person, not of an individual project. So one of the authors that I had hoped to be able to announce is signing contracts for 2 projects with us. So members of his Authors Circle will get to discuss both of those plus anything else that he's working on. And then some people, their project is starting a few months from now. Some they'll continue their Authors Circle once this project is done. Kay has a second project in hand besides the one that we're currently publishing. So the idea is that you are supporting this writer to help them to produce wonderful work across their genres through a long timeline. Okay, so that's me talking a whole lot. You want to hear from our authors. So let me just encourage you to follow us on social media. We have our Facebook account, we have our Twitter account, we have our TikTok account, and you can also sign up for email updates when new projects become available. And while we hear from our authors, I'll take a look at all of your questions over on Twitch, and we will answer those when I come back again. So I think that we now have a little video from Kay Ben Avraham about her novel, The Flower of the Cedar. Do we have that queued up? Awesome. Don't have the sound there, Nick, so can you stop and redo your share with the video sound running through? Please hold. Technical difficulties. While Nick is getting that running, I will take a look at some of the questions on Twitch. We are not yet doing children's books, picture books. We may possibly consider doing that at some point in the future. We would love to be able to do that at some point in the future, but right now, just due to staffing and time considerations, we're not yet doing children's books. The physical books, the paper books are going to be printed through print on demand, which means there will be no inventory sitting in a warehouse somewhere. When you buy your book from BlackBerry or Amazon or anywhere, it will then be printed and sent directly to you. All right, Nick, ready to try it again?
Hi. My name is Kay Ben Avraham. I've been a member of the Signum community for a decade more by now. And I'm so honored to be among the first writers that the Signum University Press is going to be publishing. I wrote a fantasy novel called The Flower of the Cedar. I read it aloud and released it as a podcast, and then self-published it just a couple of years ago now. And we at the press are working on a second edition. We're already neck deep in the rewrites. And I'm really excited to share it with you all. The title comes from a fairy tale quote that those of you who are familiar with Tolkien's essay on fairy stories may recognize. It's from the tale of the two brothers. I shall enchant my heart, and I shall place it upon the top of the flower of the cedar. Now, the cedar will be cut down, and my heart will fall to the ground, and thou shalt come to seek it, even though thou pass 7 years in seeking it. But when thou hast found it, put it into a vase of cold water, and in very truth I shall live. I read this as a teenager, and it arrested me. It awoke my imagination. I couldn't articulate it at the time, but it struck me somehow as almost allegorical for the human condition. And I knew somehow I wanted to tell a story. It spoke to me of a heart-finding quest. And I wanted to put that into the story of someone going on a journey and coming fully to life. Learning not just to survive this life, to endure it, separated from one's heart, from the core of one's vibrant energy in the world, but instead someone learning to live open-hearted, to grow and to heal. And I wanted to show through story how fraught, how long, and how sometimes lonely such a journey can be for us. That image of the flower of the cedar, in my mind, represents the inherent beauty and worth of undertaking a journey like that, even when the outcome is uncertain. And I think that we need story and companionship to give us the courage that it takes to go on a journey like that. There's a line from a poem by the Sufi poet Hafez that says, we must feel the encouragement of light against our being. Otherwise, we all remain too frightened. So I wrote and offer this story in the hopes that it is a piece of that light for those who read. I knew that I wanted to clothe it in myth, in fairy tale. I think myth and fairy tale have a resonance for us that is deep and ancient. And I wanted to harness that power in service of this. And that is how the flower of the cedar was born. It is a tale of dryads from long before human history began. We see the world through the eyes of Lara, a young dryad who is born into lack, as all of her kind are, knowing themselves separated from the 3 hearts that they were meant to have. And to recover hers and to bring them to life, she must set out on an unknown journey, fearing the god of the land and inexplicably drawn to the Lamia, whose stories say revive hearts by an ominous method called guttings, while this unknown god reportedly devours them. She nevertheless leaves her home and embarks on the heart-finding quest. So I have taken this story as far as I can on my own. I am eager and humbled and nervous to bring it to you all, to the community of other minds and hearts, for us to create it together. We are making subscriptions for the story available starting December 16th. And you'll be able to read along as we're rewriting, reworking. You'll be able to tell us what's working, what's not working, what needs to be unpacked, what are you curious about, what doesn't make sense. And for those of you who sign up for Authors Circle subscriptions, you'll also join me for a monthly live session where we'll talk together about the story, about the rewriting process and where it's all headed. You'll get a chance to shape it with me. Who knows, maybe you'll even have your names in the acknowledgements in the published version. But it'll be a year-long process at least. And I just am so glad to be able to invite you all to join me in it. And we'll see where this goes together. I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Isn't she lovely? I'm so pleased that we get to publish her reprint. And we do actually have her Authors Circle already ready. I was in the demo site, not the live site, my apologies. So we already have on BlackBerry your ability to sign up for that membership in the Authors Circle that she was talking about, and then meet with her once a month starting in December. You'll receive 3 chapters a month that she and I have already rigorously revised, and then you'd get to give feedback and help her to revise it again before the final publication after a year of that process, this 36 chapter, really beautiful novel that she has. So that is Kay Ben Avraham. Let's hear from another of our writers. Jeff, are you there with us?
I am indeed here.
Hello. Thank you. Why don't you tell the people here about your Silmarillion primer that we are working on revising together?
All right. In brief, the Silmarillion primer is what originally existed and still exists as a series of articles on Tor.com. But this book will be a sort of revised version, made better, stronger, faster, and improved. From my working introduction, here's a brief quote from that. So I will discuss, praise, and adoringly poke fun at J.R.R. Tolkien's seminal work in a series of preparatory chapters. They are intended to make your first, or at least your next, reading of the Silmarillion an easier experience, maybe even a more enjoyable one. Whether you are a casual Tolkien fan who'd just like to know more about the origins of Middle-earth, or you're already a long-invested reader, I hope you will find something new in this book. In some ways, this is a retelling of the Silmarillion. It partially paraphrases the professor's narrative, aiming to unpack some of the multitudinous concepts and make them more digestible. But this isn't a replacement. I want you to read Tolkien's own and far superior words for yourself. So with that in mind, I'm just going to jump right into the middle and just give an excerpt from a working in process chapter, currently titled Tales from Topographic Beleriand, a long distance runaround in one corner of Middle-earth, which is a chapter that discusses everyone's favorite high-octane chapter of Beleriand and its realms. So this is how it starts, and I'm only going to do a few paragraphs because otherwise it'll use up a lot more time. If you've made it this far into the Silmarillion, dear reader, this is where Tolkien gives you the chance to show your quality. Of Beleriand and its realms, chapter 14 of the Quenta is a literary map, and it's the one where the professor really nerds out on names, places, and even earth science, going nomenclative and topographic to the max. This is his jam. I dare say it's the Silmarillion at its Silmarillionist. There's no dialogue, action, or conflict, yet it's fairly important stage setting for what's to come. It even features a not-so-fleeting Lord of the Rings crossover. The chapter reintroduces the various elven holdings in Beleriand, which seems to be the busiest corner of Middle-earth. Yeah, there are other regions of the continent, and even other continents. Based on map sketches Tolkien made, we know that the Avari, the unwilling elves, are still way out in the east, and that all men and many dwarves have been milling about there for some time now. But as the Silmarillion is primarily concerned with the Noldor and their impact on history, and of course with Morgoth himself, it's with Beleriand that we need to become familiar. With chapter 14, Tolkien is basically telling us, yes, I've already talked about all these hosts and kindreds and subgroups of elves who've passed through this corner of the world. But it's been a while now. The Noldor left Middle-earth for a spell, and now they're all back. Well, most of them. And so there are elves of all different lineages and politics finally settling in. Well, here they all are in paragraph form. That way you'll have some idea of the status quo of this land, before Morgoth's wrecking ball has a go at it. Note to self, draw a cartoon sketch of Morgoth setting into motion or riding a wrecking ball. To put another way, this famously dense chapter in is Beleriand's before picture, so we can better appreciate its after picture. So who's in power and where? Well, with Feanor oft in the previous chapter, his 7 sons have become the capital D dispossessed side of his house. Oh, I'm sorry, I just skipped a page. Let me try that again, sorry. Yeah, so the chapter starts with Morgoth. Morgoth, of course, is the big bad up north, flanked by the Iron Mountains, which he himself raised back when he was the Vala, formerly known as Melkor, and could actually do crazy things like that. With his original HQ of Autumno trashed by the Valar long ago, it's in the endless dungeons of Angband, the Hells of Iron, that he's now consolidated his power. Morgoth has lost too much of his ancient potency to go pulling up whole mountain ranges again, but he was at least able to erect the 3 peaks of Thangorodrim to guard his underground operations. It's suggested in this chapter that Thangorodrim isn't even proper mountain stone. Rather, it's the ash and slag and vast refuse from his workshops and digs. It's all the crap he displaced when he had his newer tunnels dug out, just molded and piled into mountain-shaped towers. It's like Morgoth's super sculpey, baked with volcanic heat, except replace the polymer with, evil. To me, this implies that the vaults and dungeons of Angband are at least as deep as Thangorodrim is high, and who knows how wide. The labyrinths of the Hells of Iron sounds like an epic old-school D&D dungeon crawl module is what I'm saying. The 3 peaks of Thangorodrim stink, while smoke fumes out of their tops like the worst industrial factories you can imagine. For miles outside the gates, the plains of Ardgallen are thus polluted and desolate. Quote, but after the coming of the sun, rich grasses arose there, and while Angband was besieged and its gates shut, there were green things even among the pits and broken rocks before the doors of hell. End quote. Which is an awesome little nose thumbing at Morgoth. Even from across the world, Yavanna's little green seedlings thrive like grass sprouting up through cracked pavement. I bet an orc is sent out every now and then with a weed whacker, but it's never really enough. As far as the elves go, there are 2 primary groups in Beleriand. They are Thingol and the Sindar, which includes Círdan and his havens, and to a lesser extent the Green Elves of Assyriand. The Noldor, whose rulership is divided into the 3 houses of the sons of Finwë, Feanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin. With Feanor oft in the previous chapter, His 7 sons have become the capital D dispossessed side of the house. His eldest, Mithras, calls most of the shots in the family, and all those Noldor most faithful to them. Fingolfin, now the High King, is still around, along with all his kids. And then there is Finrod, who now stands in for his dad, Finarfin, who stayed behind in Valinor, and all his younger siblings. All right, so who are they all? And that's when I go on. Nick, if you want to move to the next slide. These are some of the old visuals. We'll probably redo these and have some nicer maps. Can you cut over to the next? Yeah, yeah. That's just so there's the there's a lot of diagrams like this that also may get reworked, but hopefully to helpfully keep things in mind. So at this stage, we've got all the kids and grandkids of Finwë showing who's died and gone to Mandos and who's around. Go to the next slide too. Yeah. So yeah, this just shows you who's where as the names are described. They're referenceable on the map. But before you go to the next one, so let me just zoom ahead later in the chapter after going all the elves and their kingdoms. But let's be honest, it all depends on who you ask. I mean, some people, even those shut up in their creepy Fallout Daystar shelters, might claim ownership of all Beleriand, if not the whole world, if you were to ask them about it. So, last slide. There we go. So, according to Morgoth, who is king of the world at this point in his mind. So, there will be lots of visuals of this sort. That's really all I was going to read for today because there's plenty more, but I don't want to eat up too much time.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I can't wait for your book. I'm working through the Silmarillion again, listening to the Prancing Pony guys and listening to Corey, and then editing your chapters at the same time. Like, I'm really going to understand this book finally. So people have been just loving on it in Twitch. They're just so excited. They're really into the graphs and charts and everything.
Cool.
So as I said to everybody, if you go on BlackBerry, you can sign up to become a patron, a supporter of Jeff and his work, and then you'll get to meet with him on a monthly basis to talk about it. Now, we do not have an actual release date for the beginning of serial release for this book because we're working on permissions from the Tolkien state, of course. We're trying to do everything properly and in order, but you can certainly start working with Jeff earlier than that and supporting his work. All right, I think we may move on now to our surprise, which we have been teasing for a while now. But let me just remind everybody to please follow us on all of our social media accounts and send in any questions that you have there or to our email address, which is on our website. Anyone is welcome to submit work, whether it fits in the peer-reviewed category, the popular scholarship category, or the creative work category. Just keep an eye on the website for what we're open to accepting when. There's no limit on who can submit, just when, because of our workload and all of that, okay? So I know that there were some other questions there in Twitch, but we will try to answer them in the forthcoming days on social media and so forth. But now, we have a very special surprise for you. We have a play adapted for this moment. So I will let my absent colleague, James Tauber, begin for you. I will, hopefully I can share this properly.
The Mask of the Manuscript by Charles Williams, adapted by Serena Higgins. Dramatis Personae. The introducer, played by James. The musician, played by Chris. Phillida, played by Sarah. The manuscript, played by Kira. Dorinda, played by Serena. Alexis, played by Nick. Colin, played by Chris. Rosalind, played by Giovanna. And Caesar, of course, played by Corey. O Caesar, we have framed this moment's cheer for your delight, and for all those that here rejoice in poetry from long ago, in tales of terror, horror, or of woe, or songs of pleasure, victory, and mirth, when Shakespeare or when Chaucer sang Great Sir, or Malory set knights upon their quests to rescue Arthur from the Gallic theft. I build programs with my talent that can find grails better than could Galahad. Now, since by you, and in this Zoom at least, joy hath not wholly ended, nor has ceased our subcreative high fantastic thought, we for some season of pure nonsense sought. Caesar, the praise of fair minds raised your own to this imperial and sacred throne. Now hear what Colin and Dorinda gave, what Rosalind, Alexis, Phillida made brave. Ah, too absurd, and yet a place should be for this of ours, for all absurdity. Solemn devices have no better thrift than that the Athenian craftsmen for a gift brought to their duke, as they, so we to ours, as he to theirs, be tender to our powers. If it amuses, well; if not, forgive, and bid your children and your liegemen live.
Over this house a star shines in the heavens high, beauty remote and afar, beauty that shall not die, beauty desired and dreamed that workers of books desire, beauty the gods have schemed and mortals at last aspire. Oh, drafted by eager youth, or revised between friend and friend, published by seekers of truth, lo, peace and the perfect end. Lo, the press is now unclosing all the wisdom of the earth, all its occult lore exposing to the souls of mortal birth, and the books upon the shelves sing so sweetly by themselves. Lo, the youngest of the wardens and celestial defense soared about the heavenly gardens of all bright intelligence. Lo, fairer than her books, she rules them by her looks.
Here on my watch I sit, and all around the ancient masters of rhythm and sound, metered, patterned, rune and rhyme, concordant, moving with the face of time against the dark future and void. I am the Delphic symbol. I am poised o'er these treasuries of words and lives. I learned that authors all forever strive around me, here in shelves or near at hand. The mighty rituals and professions stand. Oh, search on endless search. O striving mind, lost in itself with but itself to find, whom shall trumpets usher through the door? Now hark, what rash foot beats the enchanted floor?
Have I come at the last to the house of all holy indwelling, where there's peace for desire and time for the printing and selling?
Wayfarer, come, but yet forbear, unless your heart be true and clear. Are you a script unfinished still, without revision or goodwill?
I was my father's sole delight, his dulcis filia, lass of might. He sent me forth, and here I am, that the high gods may bless or damn.
Are you purged as by fire and by edits made clean?
I mean what I say, and I say what I mean.
Is Zotero correct in your MLA too?
My citations are clear, and my style is true.
What are you about then, and what is your name?
To fill up a certain lacuna my aim. I am called A Short Treatise on Syrian Nouns as used in the northern and subnorthern towns in 500 BC, with 2 maps and 3 charts, by Walter Lackpenny, poor master of arts.
I had a Syrian nurse when I was young, who sang me into slumber with a tongue laden with rich enchantments. In a box that none could open, though it had no locks, she kept a broken wand, which once I felt in a vast shape half seen before me knelt, such as the ancient jinn are thought to be. And for her sake, let me be friends with thee.
Then may you be, for your kind thoughts, O sage, named high upon my prefatory page.
Now, let us hope that you are right for press, that Dorinda may approve and utter yes. Therefore, uncloak. Oh, alas, what sight is this?
Nay, but I know not. Is there aught amiss?
What are those bandages?
Corrections.
Those?
Additions.
These Long tails?
Appendices.
Alas, unfortunate. What wilt thou do when the severe Dorinda comes to view this loathed apparel? Fly, nay, 'tis too late. Caesar shall judge, and you abide your fate. Dorinda, yes, please. Is that you, Dorinda? Can you come down here just a moment? A manuscript's here on her knees for admission. Although there's no earthly, I fear. I'm asking great Caesar to look at her too. Yes, I know, but I thought he might give us his view. Hail, Caesar, great Caesar. It's Phillida below. Could you come down here for a minute or so? I know that you're busy. I know that it vexes your heart, but a manuscript's waiting to know. I'm asking Dorinda to look at her too. Yes, I know, but I thought she might give us her view.
See the judging gods assemble in the awful place of truth. Many submissions here have trembled, pleading for a little ruth. But the editor's a tyrant, speaking doom on many books. Only Caesar can restrain her with his talk of trolls or pooks.
From the machinery of government summoned to wait upon this new event I come, from many a subtlety of price and contract and release date and the nice poise of decision I descend. What need invokes the awful tolerance I concede?
From the loud turmoil of the Twitter world, from mastering barbarians, from the whirl of telling movie men what they should choose, and spreading in the vulgar tongue reviews, subtly interpreted I come. What need invokes the awful tolerance I concede?
Oh, awful powers, if ever I pleased your minds, though you must judge her, oh, you gods, be kind.
What then is this? A monograph? We must increase its length by half. To heavens, its prose falls into lines. Hashtag blame Higgins, it even rhymes. Now I have looked and seen with pain. I have looked once, but not again. I do not know and never knew what the press is coming to, what the children of the age think is meant by printed page, why they try to smear our name. Child, have you no sense of shame?
Aha! The study of a noun. That's just the thing for us right now. A rhyming linguist. They're the best. We should invent some kind of test to find philology's best verse, scarce distinguishable from the worst. We'll make establishment scholars run by showing them learning can be fun. Of course we'll publish it. Need you ask? Did you really need me for this task? Those who bother me should be blamed. Child, have you no sense of shame?
Child,
have you no sense of shame? Scholarship should be more lively.
We can't publish so unwisely.
All the day I plan and plot.
All the day I linger not.
Broadcasts, meetings, playing Lotro.
Slack BlackBerry, tasks on Trello.
Work all night from 10 to 4.
Edit run-ons by the score.
Clean up when you make a mess.
For it's I that keep things going at the press.
No, excuse me, but I do.
I do, and report to you.
You may be my employee and my friend,
but
you aren't the central pillar in the end.
Consider, Caesar. Let pity have a place. I'll look on the stranger and lift up her face. Shall the word of Dorinda determine disgrace?
One should not judge worth with a prejudiced mind. One can mend her and clothe her and straighten and bind.
Consider, Dorinda. Shall justice deny any chance to poor strangers reluctant to die?
I shall look once again with unbiased appraisal.
And then report back to my office palatial.
I will look once again, but if any can aid, call Colin. He knows that a spade is a spade.
Colin, are you there? Deign to hasten down the stair. Deign to look upon a shape to look that was meant to be a book. Deign to be the final judge. May she stay, or must she trudge?
May she stay, or must she trudge?
You disturb and distract me from Tolkien and Milton. Oh, quickly release me. I'm restless until one sweet author can woo me. So many have tried, but the rules of all style are simple and few. So Shakespeare has taught, to thine own style be true. I doubt me if this will get by.
I thought you might like it. Do read it and see. Alexis could add to the views of we three.
Alexis, are you handy there? Deign to hasten down the stair. Deign upon a shape to look that was meant to be a book. Deign to be the final judge. May she stay, or must she trudge?
May she stay, or must she trudge? Alexis, are you there? I cannot hear you.
I like that this study has maps and 3 charts. I know of some software that copies those arts. I think I could top this if I would but try. I doubt me if this would get by.
We all are agreed. But to stay Caesar's wrath, call Rosalind, make it a quorum at last. Oh, Phillida, are you there? I cannot hear you with my ear.
Say, Rosalind, are you there? Deign to hasten down the stair. Deign upon a shape to look that was meant to be a book. Deign to be the final judge. May she stay, or must she trudge?
May she stay, or must she trudge?
A better cover is required here. The illustrations could be far more clear. I wish that I could be first to lie, but I doubt me if this will get by.
Oh, Rosalind, consider. She's young and too fair to be left on the threshold in utter despair. Alexis, aren't readers made happy when charts convey information right down to their hearts? Colin, you love philological tomes. Don't send this one packing back off to its home. Dorinda, remember you said that you knew we need more works that would stand peer review.
I suppose we can try what revision can do. Let's see how severe of an edit she'll bear.
Come, tidy her raiment and comb out her hair.
Be these long words ripped away. Short will serve for what you say.
Not flap a winged conceit. You can walk on your own feet.
Of appendices, what need? Bravely, though you bleed.
Round her with the sun.
Pluck and pull till all is done.
If corrections there must be, have them neat and mannerly. Wear the introduction straight. Manuscripts and their cats should be sedate. Make the thesis statement shine. Make her prose as good as mine.
Round her with the sun.
Pluck and pull till all is done.
Thanks to you who condescend to prepare me for my end.
Now she trips it blithe and true.
Now she looks as good as new.
All is done that we can do.
You pray now, breathe a prayer.
Forth and up to Caesar's chair.
Ah, Caesar, remember this Syriac tome so far from her father, her folk, and her home?
For I have had mercy, and we've done what we may. Regard her with favor and publish, we pray.
Of course, my dear children, proceed as you will, for Caesar I am, and shall be Caesar still.
All right, we have his
Do
word.
you know what with your fortune? Oh,
yes.
Do you know what with your fortune you have won?
The hour attends. Be the great rites begun.
Be darkness and the executioners nigh.
Nothing at all can live unless it first shall die.
Ah me, I did not know that it meant death. Shall I again stand forth and draw a breath? Oh, you, my father's house, whom if I see it all again, it will not then see me. And then another eye upon your shelf appear in bindings different from myself. Farewell, the end is sure though it delay. Joyous, I pass upon no joyous way.
Upon the altar lay your body down. We cover you with shroud and pall alone.
Can all still hear me?
Yes.
Now on the postulant invoked with power descends the destined sacrificial hour.
Now parted from her maps and her charts, see from her wounds the deathly lifeblood starts.
Ah, to what end? By mere goodwill of thought have I this woman and my sister brought.
Have cheer. On the thrice darkened path of man, this is the best that any friendship can. Though not yet the change is ended, nor the working sin expended. Here's a fault and there one more. Here is a mixed metaphor. Here a reference speaks unduly. There a run-on spreads unduly. Back to suffer, back to bear penance and correction there.
Oh, hearken, ye lords of the mythos. The damsel goes on to the printing and destruction that marches therewith. The symbol is heavy upon her, and darkened the light of the sun. For the houses of traffic and commerce, the houses of learning and art, the houses of strong adoration are one in the innermost heart. For this is the place of the dying, of the darkest descent into hell. But listen, the trumpet is crying that all things and all things are well. And the table is every way perfect, and the crown of the kingship gleams fair. Since the feet of Sir Galahad entered, and he sat in the perilous chair.
A place is chosen for you, O newcomer, among the pleasantness of older books, in winter cozy, cool in heats of summer, where are no envious and no hateful looks. From wall to wall, circumference to center, behold your fellows courteously inclined.
All now is ended. Look, she comes again. Light, light, that we may see her beauty plain.
Hail, O you most fair world. I come to you as perfect as a book can be, brand new. O glorious earth, O happiness of art, O full imagination, make my part not quite unworthy you, and now install me humbly as the youngest of you all.
Take her, you powers of strong publicity, and of the world of letters, make her free.
Here, you four corners of the compass, here, you readers that are busy everywhere today, a treatise on Syrian nouns as used in the northern and sub-northern towns 5 centuries BC, with 2 maps and 3 charts, by Walter Lackpenny, Master of Arts, is published. Let's see. How many copies should we have? We print few copies of a book so grave, a score or so, some 15 for reviews, which the instructed Magians shall peruse. For Caesar, 1 for the Blackberry, 6 for the others, 1 for the author, free, and 1 in case such things have been before. A customer should want one. What needs more?
None. 'Tis the glory of the absolute, not to deny, encourage, or dispute, but to himself be to himself displayed, of whom herein we are a little shade. Oh, praise to the modern muses. Hail to the sacred 9. Theirs are the many musics. Theirs are the texts online. Patrons of all beginnings, your children hear and befriend, and breathe us by holy printing to peace and the perfect end.
Because there is no end but death to anything of mortal breath, because beyond the times and seas Shakespeare shall no more have increase. Though I could build a platform on it, you'd be able to study all the sonnets. We will with good dissolve our show. Tomorrow all shall vanish low to nothingness
and memory. Forget this bright solemnity.
Now think on this as nothing more than the rich triumph passed before. Your princely chariots, all is done. Song and the November sun, music, delight, the hour is run. All but the timeless dreary cry, Caesar, remember, all shall die.
And that, my friends, is the end.
Excellent. Excellent.
Many thanks to Charles Williams.
Yeah, so Can you give us like the 2-minute unpacking of that? So that's an adaptation of the Charles Williams play, right?
Right. So it really is the mask of the manuscript. He wrote a series of 3 plays for exactly this setting for his colleagues at the Oxford University Press London branch to perform. He gave them those names and they performed it there in the library. And then his coworkers called each other by those names from thenceforward. Note, it is a cycle of 3 plays, hint, hint.
Exactly.
And his was full of inside jokes for himself and his friends. So obviously we had to do the same.
Right. I was, I have to admit, I got a little bit uncertain when we started the sacrificial rite, like how far we were going. I'm like, if we continue to read, like, I was wondering, did you like diffuse some of the actual incantations?
I did. Yeah. Sarah and I
she didn't let me keep the good stuff.
And Sarah and I decided to cut out one ritual performance that she was supposed to give. So we did tone down the invocation.
I saw it heading down that road, and I was like, "Oh man, it is a Charles Williams play, isn't it?" There we go.
Yep. No Kiras were harmed in the making of this play.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Great Caesar, for your permission and for your generosity with time. I find it ironic and amusing that we're the ones who made you go over time when the whole rest of the day you've been on schedule.
I know, right? Yeah, that's that was but it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, awesome. So very cool. So were there any anything else that you wanted to share?
Questions, but I can go back on Twitch and just answer those there. And then for those who are watching the recording later, just follow our social media accounts and look on our website or email us with any questions. So
awesome. Thank
you very much, Corey.
Very good. Thank you, Serena, and to the whole press, to the press gang for your performance, including me in the performance, and then just the wonderful work you guys have done. It has been just marvelous to see everything that you guys have accomplished, and I'm so excited to see as we begin the actual releasing of material into the wild here over the next couple months, and so much more to come. I know there's so much more in the pipeline that's coming, and some of it soon. So.
Yeah, should we announce the one that the contract was just signed?
Yeah, like during the performance? Yes, why not?
So this was the one that I was so excited that I wanted to announce. I was hoping that he would sign his contract, and he just did during the play. And it is Mike Drought is doing 2 projects with us. He's publishing a book on the necessity of liberal arts, and he's doing an audio project called Exploring Beowulf, which is sort of his equivalent of your Exploring Lord of the Rings, kind of sentence by sentence, translating and glossing and discussing all of the issues in Beowulf. Very exciting.
Yeah. He was, the way he described it to me was, he's like, I just want to take everything I know about Beowulf and put it all out there. I was like, and you've come to the right place.
I haven't confirmed with him yet, but I'm assuming that what we're doing this year is going to be volume 1.
Yeah, yes.
That we're going to do, a 12-month release, and that'll be volume 1, and then we'll renew a contract, and we'll do another as many as he needs.
I assume so. So yeah, that will be released as an audio project by ongoing subscription, and then it's been really fun thinking about the kinds of things that could turn into down the road. I know as soon as we mentioned it to James, he immediately got that sparkle in his eye and was like, oh, we could do a rich digital text edition of Beowulf in correlation with like Drought's audio stuff. And
they're
oh my god,
talking about that, and they're hoping maybe they could use Dr. Nelson Goering's translation, but that's not set yet. But
all kinds of possibilities, and the kind of opportunity for this. I don't know. It's one of the things that I get so excited about, the kinds of things that an academic press can do, which is like beyond normally what an academic press tries to do, and I think there are so many, like this kind of, a project that will grow and, put out new branches and just kind of, enrich over time, become sort of at the heart of this whole like new way for people to learn and appreciate Beowulf. And of course we could do other things with that. Anyway, so much possibility for the future, and so looking forward to.
But to do all that, we need reader support.
We do need reader
So
support.
we need folks to spread the word. We need folks to submit the things we're looking for, and we need folks to become members of various author circles.
Yeah. The opportunity to be in that kind of a patronage relationship with individual authors is, I think, it's going to be something that's going to be very exciting for folks to really be a part of that, as well as, being able to get, copies of the work and everything, but to be a part of that ongoing experience of, not just of a single book, but of everything that author is doing.
I can't wait as a writer, and I know you too. Like, I have this collection of short stories that I know needs a lot of work.
Yeah.
And the best way to work is, well, for me, for some writers, is in community.
Yes.
So I can't wait to get this group of people who are just committed to sharing all of their critiques and their ideas and helping me reshape these things dramatically. And then I know for you as a verbal processor, like, you just love having people to talk to about your ideas as they come up.
Oh yeah, every time I have, I've had several meetings with my author circle already, and I've emerged from every one of them with like clearer ideas. I just submitted a draft to them, which I can't wait to talk to them about week after next. So yeah, it's going to be
And to talk to me about.
And that, yes.
Yeah, in due course, when the time comes.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least when I'm editing you, I don't have to deal with run-ons by the score.
not by the score. No, exactly. It's
not a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will let you finish up, and you can reveal the mystery giveaway now.
I will. So I can say now that what we are giving away in this drawing that we're going to do. So this is we could take this as a final warning to, if you haven't entered the drawing, to enter. Type !raffle in the Twitch chat, and you'll be entered into the drawing. And the prize for this drawing is a free 4-month membership in the author circle of your choice. So of the author circles that are currently available, which is for mine or Serena's or Kay's or Jeff's, you can get 4 months worth of membership in that author's circle for free. So that is the prize that we're going to be giving away. I didn't say it before because I wanted to let Serena explain about author circles and what's going on there. So that's what is happening. I'll give you, I see people entering the drawing here. That's great. The last thing to do, we're almost at the end of our day. I look at the clock and I'm like, wow, it's been quite a long time that we've been meeting here today, but man, the time has just flown past. This has been, I have really enjoyed today, and I've loved seeing so many of you stick with us for the whole day. Right after this, we're going to celebrate some of the work you guys did in our creative games over the course of today. I'm going to read you some examples of people's works and announce the prize winners for each category and our grand prize winner. All right. I am going to last chance here. I'm going to close the giveaway. Last chance. And I know I say last chance and then I wait because there's a delay between my live speech and Twitch. So I don't want to say last chance and then have somebody submit like after they've heard me say it, right? But I've already closed it by then. All right. Here we go. Closed, and we're going to do our final drawing. And the winner of 4 months free membership in the author circle of your choice is Bjarnasoner. Congratulations. Bjarnasoner is the winner. Congratulations to you, sir. All right. Excellent. Excellent. So as always, if you win one of our drawings or one of our prizes, send an email to info@signumu.org. And we will help you figure out what happens next and help you to make the connections that then need to be made. So yes, congratulations there. Okay. Speaking of congratulations here, let me Let me switch things up. Okay. Hang on a second. I am going to find one of my many windows here. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. The prizes slide. Okay, there we are. All right, so just a reminder, we're giving out 2 prizes for each of our 4 creative categories for the creative games that we did earlier today. So we're going to give 2 prizes for each one, and those prize winners will get a choice between 1 space token, 1 anytime audit registration, and admission to 2 regional moots of your choice, either on-site or remote, or a combination of the 2. Those are the prizes. That's what the prize winners will get to choose from. And the grand prize winner, the person for the best overall contributions on the day. And there were several strong candidates here. Great participation in our creative games today. The winner of our grand prize will receive either a 3-pack of space tokens, or a 5-pack of anytime audit registrations, or a season pass granting remote participation in all regional moots of the 2023 calendar year. All right. Okay. So let me. I want to read things in reverse order. So we're going to start with the poetry, and we're going to go backwards to the mashup one. So let me start reading some poems. Okay. A bunch of honorable mentions that I wanted to share. I'm not going to get there are so many I would love to read. We don't have time for me because there were several dozen submissions in every category, which is awesome. But it means that there's a lot of really great ones that I don't have time to read out. But I do want to read some of them. Okay. 4-line poems. Remember, that was the prompt for the poetry reading. Actually, I can probably get the prompts back up here too. Whoop, there's the poetry challenge. Okay, write a 4-line poem on any subject you choose. And here we go. First one by Liam Hall, honorary mention. Sooth always until the end of the earth, yet we all have long since left that there birth. Does Perugia sail to this star, where moon has tripled Welkin abattoir? Special bonus points for using the word Welkin and the word abattoir in the same poetic line. While sticking to the rhyme scheme. Strong work. From Seth Wilson. As autumn wanes to Father Christmas pray, to bring the gift of learning in his sleigh, with shining books and languages full fair, let us breathe in this most scholastic air. I really liked that one. Okay, and Druid's Fire's poem. Love it. Air, earth, fire, water, they swirl around me so. Which do I choose? All. I am the avatar. Yes. Okay. Laurel Stevens. Candy floss and cardamom have 2 things in common. 1, both are dreadful, dissolved in oolong. 2, the smell transports me direct to the circus tents. And there's no number 3, because that's what we agreed. I like it, Laurel. Okay. We have an invented language poem by Lewis, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to read it. I can try. I'll do my best. Eitron Carolinton Anurie, Meroden Talamen Nutunie, A Ferlomen Garcinu Detero, Ethron Carolinton Entemero. Ethron, Carolinton, and Tamero. I was close. I almost did it. It is an invented language. Sounds like, he says, yes, I know it probably sounds like Quenya, but it's not actually Quenya. Yeah, not too much like Vogon. Carrie Gross's poem, Eulogy on a Squirrel. Be in mourning, O doggy mine, a dead squirrel, it is now thine. Flight in mourning from springing claw, leapt not hurdle to flee from jaw. Here's one that is evocative. It's evocative. From John Hanson. Forth he rode into battle on the back of Bucephalus, a bridge between east and west, ere he passed into Babylon. Very cool. All right. Sarah Yasin. Sarah Yasin. Odin is the Allfather, not a giant, but an ass. Snorri, his stenographer, ate Eddas for breakfast. I like that one. Okay. All right, Mary Dole. Above the foaming waves, she flies on widening wings. Upon her heaving breast, the light of hope she brings. A little Elwing poem going on there. And then my final honorable mention from Emily Wagner. A dude with a sword that was broken thought an elf chick named Arwen was smoking. But she couldn't be had, said her fuddy old dad, till Strider could prove he weren't joking. I think that's the first ever Aragorn and Arwen limerick I've ever read. So kudos on that. Very good. Okay. And our prize winners. Our prize winners. First prize goes to April Harward for the rhythm and rhyme one. I loved what she did here. When inspiration fails to find me, and blankness banks the fire's forging, I sit and stare at void so eerie, and hear the words, your muse is currently with another customer. Loved that. Congratulations, April. You win the best rhythm and rhyme. I loved the not only the maintenance of rhythm and rhyme, and then, of course, the comical breaking of rhythm and rhyme in line 4. But the really dense usage of alliteration as well. So it's a very densely crafted poem until it all falls apart in line 4. That was my favorite part. And best overall performance. I really love it. I read this one several times. This from Devorah Allen. The blue and red and yellow parts fit nicely into place. The ornaments upon the tree and presents at its base. Now all I have are branches green, pine needle pieces strange. A corner here, an edge piece there, I fight now to arrange. I love the way that the poem shifts from, at the beginning, what sounds like a description of decorating a tree, and then turns in line 4 to become more explicitly assembling a jigsaw puzzle of decorating the tree. Really, really cool. Really cool. I loved that, Devorah. So that is our best overall performance prize winner for poetry. Awesome work on the poetry. I know that was asking a lot. I know it was the poetry one I knew would be a challenge, even more than the other challenges. Now, the adaptation challenge. This one was great fun too. Lots of, as before, lots of honorable mentions. I'll start with those. These vary greatly in length. First, an honorable mention to Crystal for the pitch is the completed Lay of Lathian only in chibi anime style. An anime version of the Lay of Lathian, that would be excellent, I have to say. That would be completely phenomenal. Would love to see that. Okay. Lewis. Imagine a single-player open-world game set in Beleriand. Oh, man. Yeah. He says, choose your race, culture, and appearance, meet beloved characters, fight Balrogs, werewolves, and dragons. Hopefully don't commit incest and suicide or kill people for some jewel. Absolutely. Very good. Okay. Another honorable mention to Christopher Bartlett. The Mona Lisa as an audio drama. No, listen, it'll work, he says. You start with music in the style of the time it was painted. Now add the voiceover of an enigmatic woman that begins, "Everyone asks me why I'm smiling." She will, of course, have to mention every color and hue during an interminable monologue that will have listeners imagining a rich inner world that may or may not have anything to do with the play. Now that is a creative idea. We had Carrie Gross, who gave some details, I can't read everything from everyone, but gave a detailed pitch for a Lotro-style MMO, but for Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea. Really, really fun idea. That would be a great game to play. I loved Eric Kingsep's suggestion. An MCU-style collection of movies about the Knights of the Round Table. But they're a collection of regular, virtuous or not people connected in a pulp fiction way. Some know each other, some don't. One's a professor, one's a football player, one's a fantasy author, one's a programmer, one's an activist. The connecting thread is that each movie, while a different genre, successfully portrays the excitement, stakes, and variety of the struggle for virtue in regular daily life and the moral violence of those who have stopped trying. Really innovative idea, kind of mashing almost three things together there. Really fun, Eric. Loved the idea. Okay, we have Jenny Aldred, and I'll just read the title. The Phantom Toll Booth, an orchestral event. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Love it. Love it. She has several staging suggestions. Yeah, love it. Stephen, oh man, this needs to happen. Stephen Cover suggests Watership Down, the cooperative card game, is a game where players work together to overcome obstacles and find a safe home for their rabbits. Various scenarios see the players facing human development, predatory animals, and even other rabbits. To handle these challenges, players can decide to build their decks around the strength of Bigwig, the cleverness of Blackberry, or the leadership of Hazel. Yeah, sign me up. Sign me up. And then Aidan Onestad suggested, this is really cool, a reimagining of The Lord of the Rings that replaces all the European flavor with Japanese. Okay. So we have, I'm going to try to read all of his suggested Japanese names because they're awesome. Okay. Fuku Royama, Bag Mountain, Hiroto, is a well-to-do minor noble who comes into possession of his uncle's cursed Magatama necklace and is sent by old monk Jusen, staff hermit, to travel to the west with his loyal servant Saburu to see the curse removed. Along the way, he meets such people as the Ronin descendant of ancient emperors who goes by Ayumu, Walker, and Shogun's heir Katamitsu, Solid Light, the immortal sage Dusai, Cave Star, and an old creature ruined by the Magatama's curse, who calls himself only Geho. There you go. There you go. Fantastic ideas. Okay, but our two prize winners for this. Sorry, I forgot to put up the. There we go. This is the adaptation challenge. So in the just so crazy it just might work category, we have Seth Wilson's suggestion. Let's adapt the Catholic canon of saints into a trading card game. Gameplay would involve miracle competitions, as sometimes seen in the literature, and some saints would make for awesome collectibles. I know the Venerable Bede didn't quite reach sainthood, but I'm thinking of him as a prime candidate. Collect enough and make your own feast day calendar. Terrific. Terrific. Loved it. Most off-the-wall suggestion that just might work. And most compelling pitch from Praise Moyer. Praise says, a 2D animated miniseries of Piranesi by Susanna Clark, with the animation style shifting as the main character's mental state shifts. I think this would be a fascinating extension of the themes of perspective, confusion, and madness explored in the book. Really, really good. Isn't that awesome? Really thoughtful, awesome praise. So congratulations, Praise Moyer and Seth Wilson, our two winners of the Adaptation Challenge. And again, if you are announced as a winner, send an email to info@signumu.org to learn more about collecting your prize. All right, that brings us back to the story challenge, the invitation. Remember, these are stories which begin with someone receiving an invitation. And people were invited to just write the invitation that is received by a character at the beginning. There is much suggestiveness in these. So, okay, some honorable mentions. Druid's Fire. I really enjoyed yours. Her invitation reads, The Lord said to find bodies willing to attend his gala. Show up. The demon hordes might not rend you limb from limb. Maybe. An invitation difficult to resist. Here is an invitation from Sparrow herself, who suggested the prompt. Actually, being Sparrow, she suggested like 6 awesome prompts, and I had to choose one. Okay, here is her invitation. Termod MacDonald requests the honor of your presence at his funeral at noon on June 21st, 2025, at St. Helen Chapel, St. Helen College, New Brussels, New Hampshire. The favor of a reply is requested. Collation to follow. Somebody inviting you to their own funeral in the future. Okay, very tantalizing. Very tantalizing. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I loved this one. Christopher Bartlett. Madam President, Her Majesty and Most Puissant Power, Mab, Queen of the Winter Court, Frostbringer, Extinguisher of the Unnecessary, Flesh Cutter, Lady of the Destroying Ice, Goblin Mother and Troll Maker, Death's right hand, first and only of her name, is pleased to invite you to share a cup of Earl Grey tea with her at Starbucks. Failure to comply would be not necessarily healthy for you or the hemisphere of the planet in which your nation resides. XOXOXO, the Chamberlain. Okay, Stephen Covers' invitation said, The American Cannibal Society cordially requests your presence at their annual banquet. Please respond promptly and indicate whether you are only attending or would like to provide the meal. All right, and one more honorable, well, maybe one or two more honorable mentions. Okay. Yes, John Hansen. Date, the Ides of Julius, 79 CE. Gaius Plinius Secundus, I require that you undertake an urgent duty, the position of prefect of the fleet at Mycenium on the Bay of Neapolis, in the shadow of Vesuvius, for what I suspect will be a quiet tenure. Imperator Vespasianus. Yeah, that sounds like a pleasant post. Really cushy. All right, and then a final honorable mention. The Ancient and Honorable Order of St. Anselm requests the honor of your presence for dinner and discussion of opportunities of potential benefit to your future. On Thursday, 24th of November at 7 o'clock. The Undercrypt, Netherlode Cathedral. Dress, full armor. Nice. Exactly, Druid's Fire. Just near Volcano Day. All right, and our two winners in the Story Challenge category. Okay, we've got Best Story. Sorry, I did it again. I forgot to put the thing up. There it is. Okay. There we go. So for Best Story Idea, the Ministry of Silly Walks is pleased to inform you that you have been granted the honor of Silliest Walker of the Year, with all the rights and privileges appertaining thereto. A car is waiting outside to take you to the Royal Award Ceremony, where you will be expected to demonstrate your silly walk before the Ministry and the Royal Family. The fate of the realm depends upon you. It was that last line that did it for me. It was just a silly Monty Python reference until we got to the fate of the realm depends upon you. Phenomenal. Congratulations, Eric Kingsep. And the most compelling story, the one I found myself most wanting to read the whole story of, from Praise Moyer. The following translation comes from the Museum of London's Egyptology Department after their third excursion into tomb TT416 seeking missing colleagues. To he who gazes on these words, if you have acquired this papyrus, you must be congratulated. The honor of its possession was last held by the deceased Lord Amun, who invites any reader to join him in the afterlife as a reward for desecrating his tomb and disturbing his eternal rest. Measures have been taken to ensure your prompt appearance beside him in eternal enslavement. All right. Congratulations to Praise and to Eric Kingsep. And remember, Sparrow has in advance waved her permission wand for anyone who wants to continue to actually write the story that goes along with your invitation, because that is how Sparrow rolls. All right. And then back to the mashup challenge. This was a lot of fun. And these are shorter, so I can read so I can read more honorable mentions. All right. Honorable mention 2, Phil Boswell. Phil's proposal was Hitchhiker's Guide and Moby Dick. Ahab is hunting the whale. The bowl of petunias is hunting Ahab. Love it. Love it. Okay. Jason Troutman suggested a mashup between the Avengers and Enterprise world. While returning the Infinity Stones, Captain America inadvertently activates the time, space, and reality stones simultaneously, and suddenly finds himself in 23rd century France while Captain Picard is at home on shore leave. The two captains enter into a discussion about the values of liberty and virtue, which becomes a friendly contest in the giving of stirring motivational speeches in which everyone wins. Format is a video special one-shot in the What If series. Awesome. Okay. Nick Palazzo suggested the worlds of A Bug's Life and WALL-E. The cleaning robots and the insects team up to make the world habitable, while an AI that wants to keep running things tries to undermine them. Nice. Okay. Let's see. We've got... there were two that were actually a little bit similar in this way. Stephen Cover suggests a Lord of the Rings and Pokemon mashup. Elves, men, hobbits, and dwarves seek to overcome the Dark Lord by engaging in a series of non-lethal battles between each side's cute pets. The Balrog levels up enough to evolve and gain wings. Very good. Very good. Okay, Peggy Lane suggests the Rings of Power and Earthsea. The stranger in the Rings of Power is really Ged from Earthsea. He and Nori must deal with a dragon that is threatening the Harfoots. Loved that idea. Takako Tasai suggested Kamen, Masked Rider, Japanese hero show, meets the Lovecraft mythos. Kamen Rider fights the old ones. That sounds awesome. Okay, Ceremonier suggested Agatha Christie's Murder-Heavy England and the Cats of T.S. Eliot's Possum's Book of Practical Cats. This was a very unusual suggestion. This was probably my... Hang on a second. I forgot. No, that's not the one. What's the one? Where did it go? Sorry, trying to... Do I still have that open somewhere? I think I do somewhere. There it is. Sorry, the mashup challenge. So the best combination, like most unusual combination, Ceremonier wins. It was the runner-up in that category. That's a pretty cool combination. Okay, anyway, so in her mashup, all the villains are iterations of Mungo Jerry, Rumpelteazer, or McCavity. Old Deuteronomy fills a Poirot-like role, assisted by his loyal retainer, Mr. Mistopheles. And Jenny Annie Dunceness is a regular Miss Marple, but in the end, the murderer is Rum Tum Tugger. All right, then Seth Wilson suggested, we all know Tom Bombadil is the master, but master of what? Master Pokemon Trainer, another Pokemon mashup. After learning Pokemon lore from Professor Maggot, he sets out to become the best trainer Middle-earth has ever seen. Hey doll, Mary doll, gotta catch 'em all. Very good, very good. Sparrow suggested a mashup between Middle-earth and Beatrix Potter's world, so the fox won't be alone anymore, which I thought was a really good rationale. Okay, let's see. All right. I will read our two winners. Okay. Aren't these good? These are so good. Okay. Our two winners. So the best combination, and as I say, this one was close. But my favorite, most unexpected combination, Devora Allen suggested a mashup between Godzilla and Pippi Longstocking. When Pippi is swept overboard near the Philippines with her pet monkey, Mr. Nielsen, she does not lose heart, but continues swimming until she sees a giant lizard swimming in the same general direction. After riding him to shore, the two of them together leave an unfortunate trail of destruction in their path as they explore Southeast Asia and Pippi attempts to reunite with her father. Oh man, just a classic. Just a classic. Surprisingly heartwarming, right? No, the juxtaposition of the trail of destruction habitually left in the path both of Godzilla and of Pippi Longstocking just had me. That was fantastic. And winner of Best Story Idea from Christopher Bartlett. His mashup is between Star Wars and the Land of Oz. Luke Skywalker, farm boy and Jedi novice, is transported by the Force to the Land of Oz in the middle of a battle with the Rancor. The Rancor subsequently falls on an innocent woman accused of being a witch by the indigenous Jawa relatives. To atone for his accidental murder, he must journey through many adventures in the strange land, meeting three mysterious companions, the old man, the smuggler, and the walking carpet, who is oddly frightened of everything, on the way to the Emerald City, where he must confront the wizard, who is of course his father, to obtain absolution and another cybernetic arm. Congratulations, Christopher. That is the winner for Best Story Idea in the mashup competition. Really great stuff, guys. I had so much fun reading these. And finally, the winner of, let me go back to, no, let me minimize bunches of, there we go. I will announce the grand prize winner for best overall contributions of the day. There were a number of people, many of you, who submitted all 4 times, which was awesome to see participation like that throughout the day. And there were a lot of really strong candidates. But for grand prize for best overall contributions, I have to give the prize to Devora Allen. Devora, you did a wonderful job. I loved all 4 of your contributions, and I am delighted to give you the grand prize today. Devora is a regular. She goes by Mighty Felix on Twitch, and is a very regular participant in our Mythgard Academy series, where she has been joining me for our discussion of Through the Looking Glass recently. Got to spend a little time with Devora in Texmoot this year when we were in Austin. That was great. So anyway, congratulations, Devora. You did a wonderful job. As I say, I loved your submissions. This was really hard to choose, and I I really enjoyed this. Was great fun. I had this idea really kind of at the last minute. You know, I was going to do trivia again like I've done before, but I was like, you know, we've done trivia for a lot of times in a row, and it occurred to me, I'm like, hey, we're talking about sub-creation today. Let's do some creative stuff. And boy, wasn't this way cooler than trivia? Oh my goodness, I thought so too. Thank you guys for joining in with such goodwill and good spirit, and I had a marvelous time reading all of your contributions. And let me just end by saying once again, thank you guys so much for your support of Signum University, however you support Signum University, by attending our events, by enrolling in our classes, by talking to your friends and neighbors about us. Of course, Signum has never really had much in the way of an advertising budget. So almost every thing that we have accomplished as far as, you know, spreading the news about who we are and what we do has been through word of mouth. And we're just very, very grateful to everybody who helps to put Signum and our different programs on the radar of various people. So many thanks for that. And of course, here at the end of our fundraising campaign, many thanks to those of you who have given to support Signum University. And of course, a final reminder, there's still plenty of time. Our campaign may officially be over, but we will still go on collecting for the annual fund through the rest of the year. It is always a good time if you have the chance to support Signum University. As I mentioned before, our contributions to Signum are completely tax deductible, so you can. This, you know, it's great to keep us in mind when it comes to year-end tax deduction calculations. And also, we have several people who participate in workplace matching programs. So if you work for an employer who does matching for charitable giving from its employees, and there are several of our donors whose companies participate in that kind of program. And we are happy to do whatever we need to do to help to make that happen. So again, thanks once more. And I cannot wait for the year that is coming. I can't wait to see what's going to be coming from space and from the press as we really get things rolling here in the next months over the course of the year. New things from Signum Academy clubs, exciting progress continuing in our graduate program, and of course, space as it continues to grow and move forward. Keep an eye on our space modules. Every month, they just keep coming. Every time you look back at the space program webpage, I promise, this is what always happens to me. Every time you go to their webpage or go to BlackBerry and look at the upcoming modules and the candidates and things, you will be amazed anew at the awesome selection of things that are coming down the pike. Because as our registration continues to grow, so will the offerings that we are able to do. We have offered I can't remember, Rob would remember, but I don't remember off the top of my head the total number, the largest number of modules that we have run in a single month. I think it's 15. But anyway, that number is likely to increase significantly as our numbers continue to grow. So it's moved up from 5 to 15 to 20 already in 1 year. And more just means more options and more capabilities. It's just an endlessly exciting program. So anyway, thank you so much for all of your involvement and for all of your support. And I thank you for joining with me on another year at Signum University. Thanks, everybody. And I will see you guys this coming week. Well, not so much in the coming week, which is Thanksgiving. A little bit, but not too much in the coming week. But certainly as we move forward in the weeks and months and the year ahead. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.